Nick Irving, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you, brother.
We have, I've been tracking you for a long time, years, and been trying to get your attention. And then finally, about 6 months ago-ish,
Yeah.
I finally got through to you. And man, I'm just honored to have you here. I think you're a great representation of the community that you come from, the Ranger community. And I'm really excited to dive into this. So
Kind words, man. Thank you.
My
Hope
pleasure.
I live up to it, you know?
You will. There's not a doubt in my mind. But starting off with your introduction here. So you're a husband and father. You've been married for 16 years, going on 17.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's crazy, man. I've been getting, there's like a 90% divorce rate in
yeah.
special ops.
Yeah.
And about the past 5 or 6 guys I've had on have all had lengthy 10 years plus married.
That's a good thing then. It's a rarity.
Yeah.
Like you don't see it often.
Yeah.
I think it's just it's a good thing. Yeah, I say it's a good thing to be able
Yeah.
to stick with someone that long. Yeah.
The deadliest sniper named the Reaper with 33 confirmed kills over the course of just 4 months. New York Times bestselling author of The Reaper and Way of the Reaper, author of Reaper the Board, served 6 years in U.S. Army's Special Operations 3rd Ranger Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment. You're the first African American to deploy into the global war on terrorism as a sniper in your battalion. Owner of Hard Shoot, you train personnel in the art of long-range shooting, and former mentor on the Fox reality show American Grit.
That sums it up pretty good. Yeah.
Did I miss anything?
No. I don't even care anymore about that stuff, man. To be honest, like there's a few TV shows and movies, but no.
Yeah.
I don't even care, man.
Do you like doing the TV stuff?
Not anymore. I lost that itch. I was doing a show for Discovery Channel, and I lost the itch thereafter. The show was called Master of Arms. It was like a Forged in Fire, where they would forge stuff.
Yeah.
And I was one of the judges, but I would just test the weapons. And I just had a bad experience with that. And then thereafter, I was supposed to do a TV show with Tim Kennedy and a few other snipers. And it was my second go around with that stuff. And I just kind of lost the itch after it. I guess the Hollywood lifestyle.
Yeah.
I've done like the Transformers stuff. And
You were in Transformers too?
yeah, Transformers. Then I helped with the show or the movie The Wall. Terrible movie. It was like it's like a 2-star movie on Amazon, but it's called The Wall, and it was a cool experience because I got a chance to hang with one of my good friends, is John Cena. We've been hanging out since like 2015, I believe, 14 or 15. Good guy, and it was cool to work with him. But other than that, and the guy who did Jason Bourne, the director. Cool experience, but it was just I lost the taste after that.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that is going on in Hollywood that you hear about, I've had my taste of nothing along those lines of just weird stuff in Hollywood after my last show with Discovery Channel. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a lot is coming out about the circles in Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
None of it seems to be
Good.
positive.
No.
By any means. But moving on. So I have a subscription account on Patreon. They've been here since the beginning. They're top supporters. And so I give them an opportunity to ask every guest possible a question.
Mm-hmm.
And so here is a question from Stephen Casey. What is the best decision that you've ever made, and how has that helped you?
That's the first question.
Yeah, that's a
a deep one. Wow. What's the best decision I've ever made? And how has it helped me? Stop caring so much. That's probably been the best decision. Stop caring so much about the outside and care more so about what's on the inside. Meaning, what's going on in my life, observing that, how I'm feeling emotionally, the issues that I've had, acknowledging that, taking care of that. Even if you're not taking care of it. When I first started to acknowledge it, it was
Are you talking about quit paying attention to external influences?
Yes.
Man, that's crazy. I was just on a podcast yesterday, and I said the exact same thing.
Really?
That's crazy.
Hey, man. I was remote viewing, and I heard you say that. That's what happened. But that's like the best thing or best advice that I've taken from myself was, stop caring so much about the external forces and things that are out of my control. I can't control what other people think, what they believe, what they, want to believe about me or anything. I can't control that. Only thing I can control is myself. So not worrying so much about the outside, just more so about taking care of me. Like when we die, we're all going to go in that casket by ourselves, And I think that is my biggest takeaway, knowing that at the end of the day, it's just going to be me anyways. So I really shouldn't have to care about the outside forces and other things that I can't control. I have to stand before the judge by myself at the end. So,
yeah, that's great. I'm glad you said that. What led you to start looking internally instead of externally, and how did that, affect your daily life, maybe your business life, anything?
I would say the birth of my son. So, long story. I've always wanted a family, like a kid. I wanted two originally. I still want two, just the way things are. I don't have control over that. But I knew before I turned 30, I said, before I turn 30, my 30th birthday, I want to have my first child. Fast forward, my 30th birthday, on the date, my son pops out. Being there and witnessing that, seeing that, and the struggle that he had to go through. He was born with like a weird heart condition. It's healed up, thankfully now. But it was hard to watch and not have to feel so much power of wanting to, dang, I'm gonna already choke up, dude. But yeah, having no control of that circumstance and realizing, like, I guess how important life really is, It all came in that moment. And that's when the switch went on of, like nothing really matters. And I wanted to be there for him in the long run. So that's when the switch definitely changed I wanted to stick around for him.
How did it affect your life?
Oh man, drastically. I was too caught up in outside circumstances, outside forces that I had no control over. I was too caught up in the outside world. And having that center point, that center focus being my son, and like everything, I guess, went away, if you want to, all the issues that I had, not issues, but my perspective of what was important in life changed. And what was important for me would be able to raise my son and be there for him. So it definitely helped out as far as ignoring what everybody else thought. I wanted my son to think, my dad is the, coolest. I can go to my dad at any time, no matter what. I'm gonna be, I'm always gonna be his dad. I can't always be what some guy on the internet or some family member wants me to be. I can't be that. I can't be all those things at once, but what I can be is better for my son. So yeah.
Man, thanks for sharing that.
I appreciate it.
But before we get in, man, we're already starting to get deep here. But
Right.
but before we get into your life story, and that's what I want to do, we're going to start at childhood, go into your military career, go into your transition, civilian career, businesses that you run, and but before we do that, everybody gets a gift.
What do we got, man?
Everybody gets a gift.
We just talked about this.
That we did.
The gummies, man.
We did. Now, those
Dude.
are made in the USA and are legal in all 50 states.
They are legal.
Yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know.
Oh, I can make it work, man. I can make it work. Dude, my wife used to send me pounds of these overseas. Pounds. I ate in one sitting a full pound of gummy bears, and by the time it came out, I had one large gummy bear in the toilet.
Oh man. But
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. But so let's dive in. Let's start with childhood. Where did you grow up?
Grew up, born in Augsburg, Germany. Both of my parents were counterintelligence in the Army during the Cold War time, copying Morse code, deciphering Morse code, and sending it off to the NSA, I believe, at the time. After they left the Army, or during that transition, we moved from Augsburg to Florida. I stayed in Florida for about a year, in Pensacola, a year or two. My mom retired. My dad stayed in for a little bit longer, and we moved to Maryland at this place, at a place called, what was on Walker Drive, near Fort Meade, near NSA. Not on Fort Meade, the base, but near it. It was like a government housing, and stayed there from 80, I forget the age, 80, I want to say 89 or 90 to 93. Stayed in this haunted house that was built on a graveyard and cemetery, and
Legitimately haunted?
legitimately haunted.
All right, we got to dive into this.
Legit, bro. Like,
Hold on. How old are you?
I was at the time, 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years old. That was my first experience I'll never forget this experience. So I'm laying in bed on this, you can look up this old place. It's Walker Drive, Fort Meade, near Fort Meade. There's no more houses there. It's just all built up and torn down. But lived in this all brick house that was connected to another home that if you poked the hole through the wall, you could see the neighbors in the adjacent room. Few 100-square-foot home, very, very, very small. And my dad would always say if you stood in the front door, you could spit and you'd hit the backyard. It was a very small home. So as a kid, we would always hear like people running upstairs, footsteps, and my parents would, ignore it. It's just a house creaking or whatever. And these footsteps would start to come down the stairs. You'd hear heavy footsteps just going around upstairs, and they start to go downstairs and they would stop. A few other times you would hear conversations, but like whispers or like staticky whispers on a radio station you couldn't tune into all the way. And as a kid, you don't think too much of it. You just hear stuff. But the scariest, most traumatizing, if you want to call it that, experience that I've had, I was laying in bed, and now to this day, I'm paranoid of sleeping on my back because of it. Laying in bed on my back, and something woke me up. And I see a soldier who, at the time, I had no idea what his uniform looked like. It was different than my dad's. I didn't find out later that it was like a old Civil War style uniform. And I see a soldier walk past my doorway. I rub my eyes, put the blankets over my head, rub them some more, and look back down. And now it's not just one, there's soldiers, a line of them, walking, and they would turn to go down the stairs into the main living room space. Maybe 10 soldiers passed by. The last soldier, he got in my doorway, turned, looked, and started to walk into my room towards me. Jumped out of my bed, ran through him into the bathroom, curled up on the toilet, and started screaming. My dad runs out, and I'm screaming at him, please don't spank me, because that's what normally would happen. And he came in, grabbed me, held me, and I told him what I saw as best as I could, and he says, I know, son, I know. I saw it too. That was my first real ghost experience.
Whoa, he did see it too?
Yeah, well, to pass by, his room was to the left of my room. And yeah, so I guess they were coming out the wall in the hallway, walking past his door and my door before they went downstairs. And he saw it, I saw it, terrified me. And the looks of their clothes, I'll never forget. The uniforms they wore the long gun with the musket, or not musket, but it had a long, not sword, but knife, bayonet at the tip of it. And they were marching with the little cap hats down the stairs. I had never seen that uniform a day in my life, and I won't forget it. And the last guy walking into my room, yeah.
Did you have more experiences?
Yeah, Yeah. I've had one, I guess more recent, when within the past 15 years or so, I was working at a gun range called Rifles Only. It's a big precision rifle training facility. And me and one of the instructors, his name's Win, and we're driving down this dirt road to get to where the facility is. It's at nighttime. We had just gotten back from the bar. I wasn't drinking. I was designated driver, but I was sitting passenger seat. But regardless, we're driving and I hear, it sounded like a radio came on, the static. And I heard this old lady chuckling, laughing, and saying something. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but it sounded like she was in the floorboard. That's what it sounded like. And I look at him and he looks over at me and it completely went off. It stopped. He looks over at me and he's like, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Dude, you heard that, right?" And he's like, "It's not my radio." He had an old pickup truck. The wires are all over the place and it's an old beat up pickup truck. Radio does not work. And we just kind of ignored it after that. Never talked about it. He didn't want to believe it, but we both heard what we heard. It was an old lady in the floorboard talking to some, I don't know what she was saying. So old lady. When, if you're out there, you know what I'm talking about.
Damn.
But that's my experience.
Well, let's go back to childhood. So you grew up in a haunted house in Maryland.
Yep. And it was built on a cemetery. That was like pretty much, and as a kid, I remember, okay, so this is the weird portion. My mom, her side of the family, my grandmother, they've been introduced to like voodoo or magic. And I knew this trick as a kid of how to listen to hell with a sewing needle and a cup and, to listen to the screams of hell. I don't know if I never heard anything, but you hear, I think it's just the echo inside the cup. But we would leave a devil pie for the devil or whatever. We would make it out of mud and stuff like that. Me and my next door neighbor, Kia and Tasha, 2 girls, and we were doing stuff like that as kids, like weird stuff like that. My sister, another scary story for you. We hear a knock on the door, or she did, and she goes to the back door, and there's 2 women standing there in all white. There's no white people where we live at. There's 2 blonde hair ladies standing at the door. They took her out to the playground, and when she came back, she learned how to make where you take a gallon of milk, cut it out to make a bird feeder. And she came back with that, and the ladies taught her how to make it, but there were no ladies. So, yeah, that was another incident.
Wow.
I don't know, but she knows that one vividly.
Very strange.
That. Yeah.
Very strange. How many siblings did you have?
At that time, living with us, we had 3. So me, my younger sister, and my older sister. And I have another sister I just found out about like a year ago. And my brother, I thought was my friend when I first met him. In Florida, I thought that this kid was cool, but turned out he was my brother too. So I have, that I know of, 5.
Holy shit.
Yeah. My dad was getting around, man. He was getting around.
Right on. Well, let's go back. So you grew up around voodoo?
I knew about it. Like different spells and stuff like that, if you want to call it that. Like how to make a woman fall in love with you, how a woman, if she makes a guy fall in love with her, how to listen to hell and stuff like that. But
how would these subjects get broached in your household?
My grandmother, at the time when she grew up around it more, my mom had a spell put on her supposedly. And it made her stomach swell up with, they don't know what. But she used to steal oranges and stuff off of people's trees in Georgia. And one of the neighbors where she lived at on this dirt road and told her to stop doing it or she was going to put a spell on her. And she hung up something in the tree. My mom ate it and she got like inflated or something. So that's where we got, I guess, introduced to it. And my cousins, the older ones, they would teach us stuff too. Like, don't eat spaghetti from a chick you just met, or if she offers it to you.
Why?
Because, you want to know, I guess?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, it's nasty. But her menstrual cycle blood, making the sauce for the pasta, they would use that and give it to the guy to make a guy fall in love. Yeah. Or that attachment. And for a guy to do it, he would use his underarm sweat and cook it in that noodle water, put his underarm sweat in it to make a female do the same thing.
Are you serious? Is this stuff real? I mean, what do you think
I've never been.
You didn't pull that on your wife, did you?
No. And if I did, I wouldn't tell her. No. That was destined to be, I think.
How prevalent was that in your household? I mean, was that?
My parents they had like a Ouija board and stuff, and back before they had, I guess, their religious awakening, we had a Ouija board and stuff like that, but I was never exposed greatly to it. It was more so like my dad would show us how to lift people when they sit in the chair and you stack your hands up on top of them until you all feel the heat rise up, and then you lift the person out of the chair and they float, stuff like that. But that's like...
What, he taught you how to do that?
Yeah.
Let's go into that. I've never heard anything like
really?
This. I've never.
Yeah.
I've never.
Wow.
I don't know anything about this stuff.
So you sit in a chair, right? Like a stool or a little chair. And you have one person on each. So you have one person on this knee, this elbow, and one at the back of the base of the neck.
Touching or sitting or?
Not touching yet. Then they're all standing around you. The person in the chair is sitting, everybody else is standing around you. Then they take their hands and they stack their right hand first, and then they stack their left hand on top of that. So it's a big pattern. Each one is stacking over and over until all the hands are complete. Then when the top hand says they feel the heat, and everybody's going to be calling out, I feel the heat. When they feel the whatever is rising up through their hand, when it gets to the top person, they all go like this, and they touch this side, this elbow, and the person at the back of the neck does that, and you lift the person up, and they float.
You seen this happen?
Yeah. I've done it to my sister, me and my cousins.
Are you serious?
Swear to God. Yeah.
I gotta look this up.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Like they're legitimately floating.
Legitimately. Well, you're touching them, and they're in the air.
It's like some levitation stuff.
Like that. But they're not, you don't let go. You keep your fingertips on them. And I think that's where the energy goes back into them, and they lower back down. Yeah.
Whoa.
You should look it up. Yeah.
I will look it up.
Definitely.
Wow.
We'll do it one time. Need some more people. But it's legit.
Holy shit.
Yeah. My dad used to do, he did it in the Army during what do you call those things where, like a talent contest or something like that, where they were just like some people would go up and like sing or a talent.
Yeah, talent show.
Talent show. And that's what my dad did with some of his coworkers. And they had the biggest guy sit in the chair, and he had females do it, all women, and they lifted up the biggest guy in their unit out of the chair. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I totally
Really?
wasn't expected to go down this road.
Yeah. 100%, man.
So what is it? Is it a religion?
Well, not really necessarily. Like voodoo comes from Africa, and it was like, according to who you talk to or what the belief is, that was our original religion, but it was not religion. It was just a spirituality of the manipulation of the spirit world. And that's what they practiced before religion was introduced, and they were killed and stuff like that for practicing what they perceived to be is black magic from black people's magic. So they said no more and introduced a different form of spirituality, which I'm not against. I think that I think all religion is a form of magic. Even prayer is a form of magic, you know? It's just the belief that you're putting something into the spirit realm, asking a deity or an entity to whatever you want. Ask and you shall receive. As above, so below. As within, so without. All these things. So they all coincide with each other. I think all roads lead to Rome. It's just how we interpret and practice different beliefs.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Back to childhood.
Yeah.
So what were you, other than voodoo,
Yeah.
what were you into as a kid? I mean, what grabbed your interest?
Wow. I love space. I used to want to be an astronaut. My dad was a big space geek. He was always, taking me outside to look through the telescope to look at the moon and look at the stars and show me where Orion's belt was at and how to find the North Star, the Big Dipper, Little Dipper. Like I teach my son this stuff, at his age now, and he's 7. But, how to find north, south, east, and west and different star constellations and how to read them. So I've always wanted to be an astronaut. Like originally, that was my first dream. So for fun, pretending I was an astronaut, making cardboard boxes and wanting to blast off into space. That was like my original dream until my dad showed me Chuck Norris Delta Force and Charlie Sheen Navy SEALs. Then my whole perspective of what I wanted to do changed. And then school. I got into school and I wasn't like too great at it. And the astronaut thing was out of the window.
Why weren't you great at school? You weren't into it, or?
I wasn't really into it. Like first grade was easy. Anybody can say that. But I just like to play and I like to joke around, and I don't know if I had like ADHD or something like that, but it was hard for me to focus. And the way I used to read, and I guess I still do read, like for me, I would read one sentence and build that story as opposed to reading the whole paragraph and then building it as you go along. I would break each sentence out of that paragraph or chapter into my mind to build that story. And I guess it just took too long, and, and I wasn't great at math and anything. So started to realize I wasn't great at school in like the 2nd or 3rd grade. And that's when I used to get into a lot of trouble at home for not bringing home, good grades. So, yeah. And after the haunted house, I moved to a little bit near the city portion of Baltimore, Maryland. Not this city, but in Maryland. And that's where I stayed from 1993 to 2004 when I graduated. And that's where we spent my entire life, pretty much.
What did you enjoy doing as a kid? Were you an athlete? Like to be out in the woods? I mean,
yeah. I loved being in the woods with my granddad. We would take trips to this small place called Hogansville, Georgia. Small spot in Georgia. And my granddad had a lot of land. So yeah, the whole like slave lineage, my great granddad was a slave and a slave owner. I'm sorry. And ended up raping one of the women. And so we come from like that lineage, and that land and that plot of land ended up staying with the family because the guy who is a white guy who was a slave owner, of course, and having a relationship and with one of the slaves and mistresses, whatever you want to call her. And somehow that land, because he loved her, got inherited to our family. And he has a bunch of land out there. And yeah, my grandmother and my mom picked cotton and cleaned homes for people. So yeah, it was like that. But I would go down there in the summertime, and I loved being outdoors with him. He would take me hunting and showed me how to shoot my first gun, which was a 20 gauge shotgun, and how to farm. So I like farming. I'm not a farmer, but I like to grow and plant and maintain the crops and stuff. I like doing that as a kid.
Very cool.
Yeah. And then I guess around middle school is where I got into the whole sniper thing. And well, the 6th grade, my mom helped me make my first ghillie suit out of yarn, green yarn, sewing yarn, and a black jumpsuit that I had. And I called that my first ghillie suit, laying outside in the field or in the grass and trying to scare people. And then I actually learned how to make a ghillie suit in middle school with the burlap on an old uniform and, yeah, hiding out in my front yard, sneaking home from school or pretending to be sick so I could come home from school early. So when the kids got off the school bus, I could scare them when they got off the school bus and sometimes take pop shots with a little BB gun and stuff like that. They were all my friends and stuff, but that's what we used to do as kids. Shoot each other with the one pump BB guns. And yeah, so that was like my thing, I guess, as a kid. Sports-wise, I was never great. I've tried them all minus tennis and golf. No, my best friend, Andre, his granddad is a Vietnam vet, and he had golf clubs, and we stole his one day, and I ended up getting in trouble. But it was cool to, I guess, the concept of golf, I think, was okay. I just never, could hit the ball good. So wasn't good at that. Sucked at soccer. Football, I was okay. I just liked to hit people, and I was, never really great, though. By far. I had no future in it. Basketball, too short, not great at it either. So sports, no, not so much.
So pretty average kid, not a tremendous amount of athletic ability, not great in school.
Mm-hmm.
What was the home life like? Were you close with your parents and siblings?
No. So my older sister, our second oldest, she was in and out for the beginning portion of my life, my younger years. She would be in and out for a year or two. So we never really had a close relationship. She had my back when I would get into fights. I got into a lot of fights, and she would help out when she could. But she was always gone too. My younger sister, she's always been there. We have the same mom and dad, and we're tight, we're close. Just like your average brother and sister. We fight. We used to always fight. She's tough. But other than that, it was, I think, as far as my family, my mom and dad, no, they didn't know how to love. In their defense, and they've been open about that, they didn't know how to love. They come from a broken home that, for fun, my dad would get beat up by his dad and his 8 brothers and sisters, and my mom's 8 sisters and brothers. That's what the dads did in the household. They would get wasted and beat the kids with whatever objects they could find.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So they didn't know how to, and that lineage has just, gone on and gone on. So when I popped out and we did it, they didn't know how to love or how to show emotion. My mom was never told by her dad that he loved her for, her entire life. My dad's dad died when he was in the 6th grade, and yeah, and then it was just a hard lifestyle for him. They were both poor, yeah, very poor. So they didn't know how to love. So for me, how my parents would deal with anything was violence, was by that. So it was like that. Yeah.
Do you think that affects you to this day?
100%.
Really?
100%. Me and my sister were having a conversation about it because she has issues too. She was raped as a kid, and
shit.
Yeah, by a close friend. Yeah, it was not the best childhood, but as far as it affecting us now, 100%. I tried, and I don't want to be like that, so I stay away from that. But because I know what it does to a child, And I don't want that for my son. But for my sister and I, it's 100% affects us to this day. Not many friends, I think. We push people away a lot, you know. This is going to sound weird, but like we weren't allowed to have friends growing up. My parents were very, controlling in that nature of who we could hang out with, who could be our friends. And it was very...
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I've questioned that so much, and I don't know. I at one point I thought it was because they did not want the word to get out that, I get spanked and or beat, at least 3-4 times a week, and that was normal. That was extremely normal. But whether you didn't do anything or if someone was having a bad day, or it didn't matter. You just always felt that you weren't good enough. So it was my fault that I just was not being a good son. So it was, in my mind, it made sense why I would get spanked and beat. Looking back at it, of course, I don't think that was the reason. I know I wasn't a bad kid, But then also, growing up, I had, my next door neighbor, the only friend, my friend to this day, Andre. We've helped each other a lot. I've seen his mom be beaten by her boyfriends, and I've had to help with his mom, and I've seen him and his brother get absolutely destroyed by their 250-pound dad or stepdad at the time. I just grew up around that, so it wasn't like my next door neighbors sold drugs, and I've seen them fight and, with people who owed them money or whatever, and it was just normal. So I didn't feel like I had it that bad,
How did you and your sister navigate your way through that?
Stayed in our room. Yeah, mainly for her. I would stay outside as long as I could, but it always felt like if I was having too much fun, my dad would cut it short. Yeah. Like, come inside and do something. Go clean up something. Or, it never really felt like I was allowed to be me or have that much fun without having mom or dad or whatever pick something out and bash you for it,
Damn, man.
Yeah.
What would you say to kids that are growing up in abusive environments today?
Wow.
If you had a piece of advice for them.
Man. It's going to end one day. If you have someone to talk to them. But it's just you have to be careful about it. I get it that you don't want to get anyone in trouble in the wrong way, and you don't want to also get yourself in even more trouble. That's a tough one. I mean, for me, what I did, but I don't think it's the healthiest way. You just know it's going to end one day. And I wanted to leave my home at a young age, and couldn't wait to leave home. I haven't been back since like that. So it's going to end one day. Staying strong, and that's like, it sucks not having, I've never thought about that. I don't know. It's a really tough one. I can just, go by my experience, but also see what that's done to me and my family. It's saying.
Did you ever run away?
Yeah.
How young were you when that started?
Oh my. Old enough to where I thought running away was where you take a stick and a bandana and you tie it at the end of it and put your stuff in there. And I went like down the block and stayed for a few hours and realized I don't have anywhere to sleep. So I went back home and I ran away to my friend's house one time, and I knew that if I stayed away too long, that when I got back, my parents were gonna destroy me. So I just came back and got the lesser spanking as opposed to, getting laid on pretty good.
Wow. So you graduated in 2004?
Yeah.
And what happened then?
Immediately thereafter. I signed the contract while in high school. I was, so in the 10th and 11th grade, I went to Annapolis I was in ROTC and I was in Navy Sea Cadet Corps. And I went to this baby SEAL program where you have to, like, to get in, you take the real SEAL PFT or test where I think it was like a 500-meter swim in 12 minutes, 30 seconds or something, and 2.5-mile run and pull-ups, sit-ups, and it's to the standard. But did that at 16, got scuba qualified. My whole route was Navy SEAL, and it didn't pan out that way. I'm colorblind, and Navy didn't want me. So in my senior year is when I signed the Army contract, and I had to get the parental consent from my parents to sign me off. And 2 weeks after I graduated, I was on the bus heading to airport to go to Fort Benning.
Real quick, so you wanted to be a SEAL.
Yeah.
You couldn't get in because you were colorblind.
Mm-hmm.
How did Rangers come up? How did that get introduced to you?
So I failed the color vision test the first time, and it was called the Easy Horror Test. Like this book, and you see the numbers in that pattern of colors. And I didn't see any number except for the number you're not supposed to see. And they told me I was colorblind and I could not be a SEAL or anything of that nature. I had like a very small, I guess, list of jobs that I could do in the Navy, none of which I wanted to do. And my ASVAB score was not high enough to get those jobs. So I came back and I studied online, dial-up internet. Not dial-up, it ran on a modem, but I downloaded all the Easy Horror tests that I possibly could think of or find on the internet at the time, and I studied them and the answers. So when I went back, hopefully, when I retake the test, I could pass it because I studied the test and I know the answers to it. I went back a month or two later, not even 2 months, maybe like a month later. And instead of the Easy Horror test, they had this weird light test. And it looked like a traffic light, but different colors of light. And I completely failed that one too. So I broke down, I'm crying. And next door, this Army chick, nurse, she heard me crying. She came in, or as I'm walking out, she peeked her head into the doorway and said, come over to her room. Went over there, and it was an Army recruiter there she was talking to, and she introduced me to him, and he started talking about, do I know what Army Rangers are and Green Berets? I was like, I know what a Green Beret is, but I'm not too fond of what a Ranger is. I saw them in Black Hawk Down, but I didn't like what they were doing. It was not what Delta was doing. So I thought I didn't really know what a Ranger was. And he said, well, they're like Navy SEALs, but they don't swim. I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I can do that then. And the lady who was going to administer the color vision test, she held out the book and she traced her fingers on the number. So I just called it out. I was like, 12, 5, and I couldn't see anything. And I still have the document where I had 0 out of 14 to 14 out of 14 of my color vision test.
Wow.
And that's how I got into the Army.
Damn, no kidding.
Yeah.
And 9/11 had already happened.
Yeah.
So it's this 2004 time frame, so we're already at war.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what you wanted to do?
Oh, 100%, 100%. After I saw what happened, and like some of the seniors during that time were in ROTC, they were going to go off and, join the military too. And I just didn't want to feel like left out and missed the party. I already felt like I missed the party, but I wanted to at least get in and contribute some type of way. I had no other option. I couldn't do college. I graduated with the 1.7 GPA from high school, and I barely pulled that off. So it was the only option for me was the military. And yeah, I went there after 9/11 and knew I was going to deploy once I found out exactly what Rangers do. Granted, as long as I made it. If I made it, then I knew for a fact I was going to go to combat. So that was partially my driving force. The other was I grew up telling my, best friend Andre and, my family that I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to. I can't come back. So to fail and not make that would mean Yeah, it was not an option. I couldn't let it happen. I had to do it.
What about the sniper thing?
Not always wanted to be a sniper. Since ghillie suit days is when I wanted to be a sniper. Like, I was a decent shot as a kid growing up and going out to the country. I was okay, but not like, anything that would make me stand out. But the sniper thing came after. So for us, it is you go through, at the time it was called RIP. This was after basic and after airborne. Make it through airborne, overcome my fear of heights, my shattered tibia fibia, pull that off, and going on to RIP, Ranger Indoctrination Program. It was like a month, I believe. I want to say it was a month long. And all it was just a beatdown fest of you just get smoked. We had 95 or 98 guys going in, and we graduated 6 from that original class and 7 with the rollover. So we had a 7-man graduation and made it through that and got into battalion.
So that's less than a 10% success rate.
That was a weird class. It was a brutal class. It was bad. It was a smoke fest. After that is when they slowly started to come out with RASP.
How long is RIP?
At that time, it was like a month long, a little over a month, I think.
What is it a selection process?
Yeah. It's a selection to get to battalion, the 75th. Now it's called RASP, Ranger Assessment Selection Program, or I forget what it's called. But now it's RASP, and it's essentially the same thing, but they've extended it to where they teach you something now. So when you get to the battalion, you're just not like some guy who's just a beat up, weak private who can't do the basics of a door breach or breaching a door or clearing a room. So now they've incorporated that. Back then it wasn't like that. And so, yeah, we graduated. I go into battalion. I get there right as my guys were coming back from Afghanistan. I did an entire train up with them, and I deployed to Crit, Iraq.
Hold on. Before we get into the deployments in the regiment, let's take a quick break. Mm-hmm. When we come back, we'll talk about what it was like for you showing up at the regiment.
Oh, my, yeah.
Perfect. I've seen a lot during my time as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor, and I've learned even more hosting this show. The one thing I can tell you for sure is that it pays to be prepared. Right now, with our national debt surging to unfathomable levels, global tension rising, and the corruption in Washington, ask yourself, are you prepared financially? Me? I'm buying gold and silver so I'm not caught off guard by the next recession or global conflict. And I've teamed up with one of the top gold IRA companies, Goldco, to make that happen. So I want you to go to shawnryanshow.com or call 855-936-GOLD. You'll get a free 2024 wealth protection kit from Goldco, plus you may qualify for up to $10,000 in bonus silver while supplies last. So go to shawnryanshow.com or call 855-936-GOLD and get your bonus silver today. Once again, that's 855-936-GOLD or visit shawnryanshow.com. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Shawn. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Shawn. All right, Nick, we're back from the break. You're checking into the regiment. How did that feel coming from RASP, walking into the regiment? I'm guessing this is probably around 2005-ish.
Yep.
A very hot time in both wars, both the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war. I'm sure there's a lot of experience coming home that had to be pretty intimidating.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it was like, when you put on that tan beret, you feel like a Ranger, you look like a Ranger, and I felt like I had really accomplished something, which I did, but...
Do you get the tan beret after RASP? When does that happen?
Yeah, as soon as you graduate RASP, you get the tan beret. So you start off with the black beret, which used to be the Rangers beret. Then regular Army adopted the black beret. Rangers got the tan. And as soon as you graduate RASP, like you're doing your ceremony, you do your Ranger creed, and you get your tan beret and you don your tan beret. And from there, I had to walk across the street, do this big privacy brown fence, and like 200 yards away, and that was 3rd Ranger Battalion. So I didn't have to like get on a bus or anything. Just carried my bags, went over to the compound, checked in, got my room, and I had 2 duffel bags, my bed, and some empty drawers in my room. And I lived out those duffel bags like my entire stay at the barracks. But yeah, my first day there, no one was back in, battalion. They were all coming back from that deployment. So I had it pretty much to myself for like 2 or 3 days, a weekend or so. So I didn't really know what to expect. I sat in my room most of the time and stared at the 4 walls, called family every once in a while.
What's your family think now that you've made it? I mean, it sounds like your parents were really hard on you.
Yeah.
I
tell you.
Sounded like they were pretty upset that your grades weren't phenomenal.
Yeah.
You weren't a stellar athlete. Forgive me for saying this. I feel the same way about my childhood. So it sounds like you felt like you were a very unimpressive human being at the time.
Yeah.
So what was it like when you got your tan beret?
Oh, wow.
And
how
did that feel to tell your family? Or did you even care?
They cared to the degree of, at first no one thought that I was going to make it. So in basic training, I didn't like it. I didn't like waking up at 4 a.m. I wasn't used to that. I wasn't used to running, rucking, and all that. So I wanted to quit basic training like early on, very early on. And I remember calling home on the payphone on a break we had during basic. And I called my dad on the payphone, and I'm telling him I don't want to be there and I want to come home. And I was just going through it. And he told me, you can't come home. Like, no, stick with it. Suck it up, I guess. So I never really wanted to be there until like after, I don't know, the first 7 weeks or so out of the 14-week basic is when I kind of fell in the groove of things. And it was not smooth sailing. I messed up, fractured my tibia fibulas and in both legs. And it was kind of smooth sailing. They came to that graduation.
To your boot camp graduation.
To my boot camp one. And they came to the airborne graduation where I got honor grad. And
you got honor grad?
Yeah. From the kid who, I still struggle with heights to this day. Anything above 10 feet, it's like, I could black out, bro. I could black out. So it was traumatizing, but it was cool to overcome that. And I don't know if that's why I got honor grad, but I got honor grad and they came to that graduation. And I think that's when the realization of he might actually go through with this. And I became a Ranger. And it was like they were happy, but I guess scared at the same time because they knew what comes after that was going to be combat or war. So I think they, at that point, wanted to separate themselves from that. My mom, she claims to this day, or she says that a lot of her depression comes from that time in my life, was the constant deployment. But I just never understood that because I didn't feel that love at home. You know, so when it came time and I actually did become what I've been saying all those years, it was like the realization for everybody kicked in, but it was too late. So
can we backtrack just a second? Because excuse my ignorance. Sometimes I get it confused between Ranger School and RASP. Mm-hmm. It sounds like RASP is the biggest kick in the ass out of the two.
100%. 100%.
So I'd like to revisit RASP. I mean, how long is RASP?
About a month long.
It's a month.
Yeah. Oh, a RASP now? I'm not sure. It's over a month. When I was going through, it was a month long. No days off.
What does that entail?
Oh, yeah. Monday through Monday, physical, like a beatdown. It really kicks. So for you guys, you have Hell Week. And for us, we have Cold Range. We march out, I believe it's a 12 or 15 mile ruck to Cold Range. And the time limit given, which was like, I forget, 3 hours, 4 hours. And I forget the time hack for it. But we make it there. We march out there. A lot of guys normally don't make the time hack. So you've lost, let's say, 10 guys out of that portion. You get to Cold Range and there's no like facility you live in. It's all outdoors and it's just like Hell Week, I guess, minus the water and all the boat carrying. Like we carry logs and a lot of running, a lot of just physical beatdown. You do land nav, there's no sleep. You sleep maybe out of the 3 days, I believe, 4 days. Maybe we slept once, but it was a short sleep. I remember during Cold Range, just like mass exodus of guys just quitting. 10 one day, 20 the next day. And for me, it was like, I thought that I was going to be that guy because I looked at everyone else and I'm like, man, they're taller. They are built like, rest his soul, Pat Tillman. Like mini Pat Tillmans, like football players, they're built good. And I just wasn't built that way of, what I expected a Ranger to be or a Spec Ops guy.
I mean, Rangers do have a stereotype of being skinny, wiry,
and short
individuals.
Yeah. I've always got SEALs to be the opposite. I think to be a swimmer, I always thought you had to be like Michael Phelps height or whatever. But yeah, I can tell a Ranger out of a crowd. There's a very distinct personality and look. But yeah, so it was just a mass beatdown. And
we're talking like a 90% attrition rate.
Yeah, it was brutal, man. It was brutal. And it was the biggest shock for me, but everything was kind of like a blur. It all blurred together of no sleep, little food, and just a continuous beatdown, man. Physical beatdown. Everything's hurting. Everything hurts. You're never on time. Nothing's ever good enough. It was just a smoke fest. Like you might get put in a room and do push-ups for, a few hours until the room sweats. That's what we make it rain. So we, bunch of guys in a room sweating. It's hot, humid. They crank the air up or turn the heat on and it looks like it rained in there. There's just so much sweat all over the place. And sometimes you'd have condensation build up on the walls in a small room. It's stuff like that. A lot of running. It's like every Ranger was a marathon runner. And I was never built to run like that. I could do my 5 mile in 40 minutes. I'm like a 38-minute 5 miler. And that's like my max. The mile runs those guys could do, the fastest I've seen was like a 5:30, 5:20 something, 5:30 something.
Shit.
And fastest I've ever got was like a 6:30. And it was on one occasion, fluke of nature. Maybe the clock was wrong, but that's the fastest I've ever been. I'm normally a 7-minute guy. But and Rangers just run and run and run. And that's what I didn't like about it, was that's all we do for PT, and that's all like we focused on was the endurance and long distance running. And I hated that. And ruck marches. A lot of that, a lot of physical beatdown. And like I said, by the end of the class, it was dwindled down to 6 guys, and we had the rollover come in the last portion.
Is there any team events?
Are there any team events?
Yeah, in RAS.
Not
It's all individual.
really. Yeah, it's pretty much individual. Like especially at Land Nav and Night Land Nav, and yeah, I would say it's a fair amount of just being by yourself or doing things to a standard just for you, as opposed to a team. And if one guy messed up, then the whole class would get, in trouble for it. But at the end of the day, it came down to just who wanted to quit and who would not quit. They had like one event at Cole Range where we're standing in formation. We had just got done getting our balls smoked off, and we're standing in formation outside of the big tarp trucks, the deuce and a halves, and the instructors are by this big barrel fire, and they're cooking and roasting hot dogs, and they had pizza out there, and they're like, all you have to do is just come over. We know you're hurt. We know you're sucking. It's cold. Just come over. Got hot coffee. We got pizza and hot dogs for you guys waiting on the other side. But if you come over here, you can't come back. And a few guys left to go get the food, and that was it for them. They told us to all get on the back of the trucks. We're heading back, and they drove around for like 30 minutes. And you think you lost all concept of time. So you're thinking, oh, we're finally going to go back and hit the sack for a little bit, at least be in a room on a nice bed. And we drove around for a little bit, and they opened the tarps, and we're still at Cole Range where we started off at. And that was a big demoralizer. So that more guys quit after we arrived back at Cole Range, got smoked some more, got back on the trucks, and then we finally went back to the barracks. And
was there ever a time where you wanted to check out? You wanted
every
to quit?
Every day.
What
every
kept you going?
Day. Watching other guys quit. I would, I guess, not feed off of it. I guess you could say feed off of it, where at least I wasn't that guy. So if I wasn't that guy, I can go a little bit longer until maybe somebody else quits. They can't have us all quit. I just have to outlast that guy or the next guy or someone else. But every single day I wanted to quit. More so in Ranger School, but every day I wanted to quit. I think I was just too stupid to even do it at the time. Too much ego to get up there, and you get respect for quitting. They respect you, and they don't treat you and call you names. They don't treat you bad. So it was more so of an ego thing for me of not wanting to quit. But yeah, I wanted to every day.
Interesting. So they make it appealing to quit.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
So that was the biggest thing about RIP. And I think that's what I think made it hard too, is it was different than basic training. You're more on your own, and you're given a set of instructions to do something, and you do it. You're not like in basic training where they hold your hand the whole way. It was different in that aspect too. And just how mean they were. Like, these guys were demonic, it felt like. I was terrified of Rangers going in. I saw a guy with the tambourine. As a kid, avert your eyes, and I would always say to myself, oh my gosh, this guy's probably killed people. And that would terrify me, because a Ranger to me always looked very neat, very neat, very well put together. And knowing that this guy, or thinking that, this guy has taken a life, was like weird to me. It scared me. So I was always scared to look these guys in the eye of, that. So I was scared of all my instructors.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move forward again.
Mm-hmm.
You're checked in. You're at 3rd Ranger Battalion.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like when you meet your team?
Terrifying. I heard a mass, like a stampede, coming through the barracks. They're screaming, loud, doors being kicked, and they're screaming, where's the fucking new guy? And I'm huddled in my room, sitting on my bed, terrified. I'm like, there's no way they're going to find out I'm in here. And all of a sudden, I locked my door, and I see my door shaking, and they're picking the lock. Then they kick my door open. All these guys come in, and they flood my room with beers in hand. And like, you got to drink all this. So I'm looking at them, I'm like, I'm not even a drinker like that. I had like one Heineken in Airborne, and I hated it. So now I'm stuck with this room full of Rangers shoving beer down my mouth and throat. And let's take that back. That sounds really bad, but they're giving me a bunch of beer and stuff like that to drink. And I remember getting just absolutely shit-faced. And that next morning we had to run like 6 miles and me throwing up. But it wasn't as bad as I thought. It was just terrifying that these guys, in my mind, all just came back from killing people in war. And
Had
now,
they?
Yeah. They were in Afghanistan during that time, and they did a few recovery operations with the SEAL team. And most of the stuff in Afghanistan, that's when they were getting into more of the direct action type stuff. So they were upping their package and their amount of combat that they did see. Prior to that, it was a lot of working with Delta and pulling security and stuff like that before, I guess they got their hands full, Delta, and we started picking up the more direct action and purely just direct action raids, and sometimes doing side-by-sides where Delta's hitting one building and we're hitting the other building, and, working with them in that nature. Yeah, it was terrifying, but also at the same time, I felt like it was good to be a part of a group like that. I just wasn't sure if I could hang because they were animals, physically fit. And I had no idea if I was going to be able to even keep up with these guys. So I thought my time was going to be short-lived because like these guys could be hammered one night and the next morning running 6-mile runs like it's nothing. And it was, I didn't think I was going to be able to keep up with these guys. And then we went on to the training cycle, 6 months training cycle. Started off with airfield seizure, and that was my first introduction. This was like a few weeks after I arrived. And my first exercise was taking over an airfield and had no idea how to do it, except for how to jump out of a plane. And it was my first nighttime jump in full combat gear and equipment. And as a new guy, you're stacked onto this C-17, and the Humvees are in the middle of the formation, lined up on the bed of the C-17, and watching them get sucked out the back ramp as a new guy, never seeing this, my mind's blown of like, wow, this is pretty neat. I'm actually doing like cool guy stuff. And it's time to jump. My first jump in battalion, I'm weighted down. You jump out into this pitch blackness, and my risers got stuck under my left leg. I ended up tumbled through my risers, and I get a cigarette roll. So I'm falling, and I knew something was wrong because I can still hear the wind of the whistling of the wind and the black figures' bodies like passing me at a higher rate than what I knew was, not right. And I can hear people as I'm falling, pull your reserve, screaming, pull my reserve. And I watch this thing come out like slow motion, and it, comes out, and I'm looking down. I don't have much room left, maybe 500 feet, a little less than 500 feet or so. And I'm coming in on the tarmac, the runway. So I'm trying to slip and pull my risers on my reserve, but those don't steer the way your main parachute will. And I'm all tangled up and tied out. My gun, a Mark 48 machine gun, is flung out somewhere and lost in the field. It popped out, and yeah, bad experience. I landed on one leg, tore up my pants, had no weapon, and I show up to the rally point in the middle of this airfield, about to take over the airfield, and I'm mimicking like I have a gun because I didn't want to say, hey, I lost my gun. As a new guy, my first jump. So I'm mimicking like I have a gun and hoping no one's going to notice. And the first thing they notice, like, Irv, where the fuck is your gun? And I say, I don't know, Sergeant. It's somewhere in the field. I lost it. And he blew his lid So I had to mimic the entire taking over the airfield without a weapon, just nods, a helmet, and yeah, nothing. So got the entire battalion in trouble. We all
That
had to go out
pretty
there. And
humiliating as a
it
new
was
guy.
very, and not on top of that, the next morning we had to all get on formation, the entire battalion pretty much, and walk the airfield. While I stood on the back of a truck and watched all the guys look for my equipment to make me stand out. So that was my first experience.
Shit.
Yeah. After that, it was never happened again.
I mean, that can create a lot of hatred.
Oh, yeah. It was a lot.
How did you rectify that?
Didn't fuck up anymore and performed to my best, or as best as I could, not failing anything. I wasn't allowed to. Like, that's the whole, I guess, the big thing about Rangers is the standard. Like, if you mess up a standard or if you don't perform to standard, you get RFS, which was released for standards. At any point in time in your career, you can be released. So I guess to rectify that was staying in the gray man for as long as possible until my first deployment and keeping my head down and just performing. And I figured, and which happened, was after my first deployment is where I started to get respect and become a part of that team of doing my job on deployment. I think that's where most of it came from.
It was on deployment.
Yeah.
When did you figure out where you were going for your first deployment?
Oh, like the last month. A month prior, it's always fluctuating. 1 minute you're going to Baghdad, maybe Afghanistan, Jalalabad, or you're going to Tikrit or Mosul. It's always a toss-up. And like at the last moment is where you kind of find out, within that last month or so. We found out we were going to Tikrit, Iraq, and they were saying it was a pretty hot environment at the time, which it was. And like we ended up doing that deployment, 120 missions, and that 90-day deployment. We were doing 90 days at a time before we went to the 120 to keep up with Delta's rotation. But the 90-day, 120 missions was like average for...
You did 120 missions in 90 days?
Yeah, yeah.
What's going through your head when you figure out you're going to Tikrit, Iraq?
I was scared. I thought it was going to be like Saving Private Ryan, where you get off for me, I thought when we lower the ramp on the C-17, it's because we get picked up in our backyard. So we don't go to like an airport. It's not announced when we're leaving. It's just the C-17 lands in the back runway behind our compound. You get on and we fly to Germany. From Germany, we go to where we're going. I thought when they lower the ramp, it was going to be bullets flying. I'm going to come out charging, and that's how you enter war. But instead, it was the exact opposite. And I kind of got that picture as a new guy when I was also high on Ambien. I took the Ambien pill before I was supposed to, and I didn't know what Ambien was. I knew it was a sleeping aid, but I took it before I was supposed to. So I had to fight staying awake while on this C-17 waiting to taxi off the runway. And as I'm sitting there waiting, I started to see faces pop out of the chairs. I'm hallucinating, like I'm cracked off this Ambien, and I'm hallucinating, and I'm seeing stuff. And my team leader, Salazar, he's like, did you take your Ambien before? And I'm like, yes, I'm tripping. And he's like, dude, just wait. Finally get an opportunity to sleep. But yeah, we get off the C-17, we're running off, or I think we're gonna run off, and I don't have a mag for my gun with bullets. I'm like, where do we get bullets? Did I miss that meeting where they handed out the bullets before we go on this deployment? And I'm saying to myself, well, when we run off the C-17, I'm going to pick up the first guy's ammo that drops, like Saving Private Ryan. But
you legitimately thought that's what
I thought that's how we come into war. And they lowered the ramp, and you see people walking around, little coffee bean shops and Burger King joints and stuff like that, and food places, and it smelled like not bad. It smelled like, well, Iraq, but where we first landed at, it just smelled normal. I didn't smell like bombs and anything like that, burning bodies. No, it was pretty chill when we landed. Drove to our compound. It's a compound within the big compound, but it's all sectioned off with big 12-foot T-barriers and satellite communications in there, and you have to have a badge to get into this compound and stuff like that. It was pretty neat. And within the first 8 hours we were in country is when we got our first mission. And I remember going out that night, landing we were on a Black Hawk helicopter, feet hanging out off the side doors, and we land and get off, and I see them raid this home. I'm a machine gunner at the time, so I'm pulling security and just hearing the stuff going on and inside and how they got to the
What was the op?
Direct action. We were going to go kill or capture a high-value target, and they got there. The assault teams went in, did their thing, and looking at it through nods was just like, it was like watching the news almost. It didn't feel like I was really there. It was like an outer body experience, of watching these guys do their thing. And I had been watching them my entire training cycle, but seeing them in combat do it, and I wasn't sure if it was a 9-banger going off or just a regular banger, or if it was gunshots going off inside this little home we were raiding. But it was cool seeing them do that, and I got a chance for the first time to see how fast they were and how good they were. But it was just surreal. Like, I didn't feel like I was really there. Like, did I really earn my spot to be here as a new guy? Or I didn't feel like I was ready yet. I didn't feel like I was ready yet. 6 months went by really fast.
Yeah.
So I felt like that, but got into the groove really quick. I had a really good team leader.
Were there any engagements on that first op?
Not the first one, no. Just bangers going off that I thought were, gunshots, but it was just, I guess, a normal routine op. We didn't start getting into firefights until maybe a few ops after that. It happened pretty quick. Within the first 3 or 4 ops, 5 ops, we were getting into pretty good contact.
How long after you got into country were you on your first operation?
8 hours. Yeah.
8 hours.
Yeah. 8 hours. Sometimes it's fast. We've done some where as soon as you land, you're getting geared up and you're heading out the door within a few hours. It's really quick.
Wow.
And I think the way we trade off. So there's always a battalion overseas. So for us being 3rd Ranger Battalion, we would replace the outgoing battalion, which would be 1st. Our 1st would come in to replace us. So we were replacing 2nd. And the way we would pass off information and the packages and the intel that we've gathered, we just pick it up and continue on with the missions that they were going to be doing anyways if they would have stayed for another 3 months or so. And we build our intel and stuff like that from the homes that we raid and build more packages and stuff that way.
So if I remember correctly, on your first deployment, you did 120 operations within 90 days.
Mm-hmm. We were doing multiple a day sometimes too.
5 or 6. After 5 or 6 is when you started getting into full-blown engagements.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about the first operation where you and your team or team got into an engagement.
Yeah. We were in...
What was the operation?
It was regarding Zarqawi. Around that time, we weren't going after him yet. It was around that time, going after somebody else. With the guys that he ran with. And I remember landing on the Blackhawks. We get off and walking to the objective. We were walking down this long field through like palm groves. And we get to this compound with like scattered buildings around it. And my back is up against this brick wall, partly destroyed brick wall. My team leader is next to me, and we call him Ramrod, another machine gunner next to me. I'm a machine gunner, and we're waiting for the snipers to gain position to overwatch the objective before the assault team goes in. And I started hearing, at first I thought my Peltor, my hearing protection, I thought that I forgot to change batteries and it was malfunctioning because I heard these weird clicks and snaps in my hearing protection. And all of a sudden, I can feel like gravel crumbling and hitting my helmet and my back a little bit. The next thing I felt was my team leader shoving me to the ground, rams down on the ground, and I'm confused, like, what is going on? And he's like, dude, we're getting shot at, and that's what that noise was. I thought gunshots were like the movies are, boom, boom, you hear that, and not that snap that goes by. That's what I was hearing, thinking that my hearing protection was like malfunctioning. So he pins me on the ground, and I started to hear the snipers engaging on the rooftop, and I'm hearing the snaps come in more and more. We pick up, change positions, set up a support by fire line. The assault team goes on the rooftop, and I think they smoked like 14 guys or 15 guys up there. Like we have a newspaper article. I have a newspaper article from that engagement. Helicopter goes down. A little bird hits a power line. It goes down, and I see that, and I never saw anything like that. It just looked like maybe he popped flares or something. I was not sure what had happened, but then I see the helicopter go down into this big, wide open field. Then we get the call over comms. Helo's down. We have to go rescue this helicopter pilot and get him out. So they're still engaged in the main objective. A small team, me, my team leader, 2 or 3 other guys, we all pick up and we run to the down helicopter, like a mile away, a little less than a mile away. We pick up, run there. It's the fastest I've ever ran a mile in full kit. We get there, and you see the helicopter pilot, the little bird pilot, like huddled down. He had a small MP5, like the short MP5s.
Mm-hmm.
He had one of those, and his eyes are as big as, saucers, man. And he's scared. We set up a support by fire line overlooking him. And that's when AC-130s started kicking in and laying down people that were all coming in from that village nearby, coming to get the pilot and helicopter pieces. I don't know. And yeah, that was a pretty intense operation on that one.
Damn.
That was the first time that I was engaged and had to like witness and experience that. Yeah. Everything after. I never pulled the trigger. Like that was the first time I would say, not out of fear, but more so out of like, I didn't know what I was shooting at. It was to put fire down in this general direction, and you traverse and search, if I'm correct, where you traverse and search with like a heartbeat. You're doing that with your machine gun and helping the AC-130 and all the other things we had going on, mortars and stuff. But I never line my laser up on someone and pull the trigger on them. That didn't happen till shortly after, and it was weirdly with an M4. I had been a Mark 48 gunner that entire time, but I also drove Strikers that deployment. So I was to go to Striker driver school in Seattle, it's in Washington State. It's where I forget the place now. It's in Washington State. If I remember, I'll bring it up. But it's where we all drive Strikers and learn how to drive Strikers. It's that 40-ton vehicle. So I was a driver, and as a driver, you keep your M4 in the cockpit with you. And I was the guy that, would pop out the hatch and use my M4 if need be. And my first real engagement where I saw a body drop I take that back. I'm going too far ahead. The first person I ever saw was the 50 cal guy. And that was my first experience with killing someone, but he was not shooting at us. He had a vehicle full of the ID, a V-bed. But in the back at the time, they had the, what's that chemical that you clean pools with?
Chlorine.
Chlorine, yeah. They had the back full of chlorine and explosives, like a chlorine bomb or whatever. That was their thing then. That was the first time I ever had to engage a person on the top of a Striker on the 50 cal. And when I got the call to engage this guy, I was like, why? And he's coming V-lining straight towards us in our convoy, and he's, maneuvering to come right at us. And I wasn't understanding what was going on. Never trained for that, And he's like, my PL slaps me on the helmet and he's shoot this mother, cussing me out. And I'm like, all right, put the sights on the hood of the car, this white car, and put the butterfly switches on it, the butterfly trigger, and skip the rounds, 9-round burst from the hood all the way into the driver's seat. And poof, he went, veered off the road. We got out and the assaulters did, and did their little SSE and investigated what had happened and found the explosives. And yeah, but when they opened the car, I remember him like spilling out the car.
How did that feel, knowing that you had just taken another man's life for the first time?
Did not make sense to me. It didn't make sense until I got back and I went to sleep. And that's when I had my first weird dream of, like, I didn't feel anything. It didn't feel real because it's not what I expected. I thought it was going to be like in the movies,
Big decision-making process.
Yeah. This was like, I'm not even being shot at. This guy's just driving at us at a high rate of speed. And I didn't train for that, And yeah, it was a weird feeling. I didn't have a disconnect. I didn't feel anything. But I went to bed that night, and that's when I had the dream of that guy was the ceiling fan, and his arms were the blades, and his head was the centerpiece where the light would be. And he started spinning, and I'm strapped to my bed, and it's spinning faster and faster until his body like starts to rip apart in my room, and he just bathes soaks my room with blood, and I'm like bathing in his blood, and his face stayed still and was just screaming, but no sound was coming out. And that's when I was like, oh, I guess, I don't know what I just felt. I woke up scared, but I guess that was the first real moment where I had a chance to say to myself, man, I killed someone, But after that, it was like not a normal thing, but it was, as a machine gunner back then, it was a lot of shooting, a lot of, a lot of laying down fire during ambushes and things of that nature. So it was different, but it was not what I expected. The first time I shot someone with an M4 was, I was hanging out the hatch of the Striker, and my guys were just, the assaulters were in this, it was almost like a trench warfare scenario where they had this trench thing. There were foreign fighters, and they had this trench system that the assaulters had to fight through. My vehicle blocked off the portion of the road so they couldn't skirt across. One guy did, and I remember I'm parked next to another Striker, Rico 2 or whatever, and I remember him looking at this guy, and he puts his laser on the guy, and in his floodlight, when his floodlight hits him, that's when you see the AK. And he's running back looking at our guys, and he's running with an AK. That guy starts shooting, my guy starts shooting at him. So I'm like, well, we got to light this guy up. And my first time doing that with an M4, I hit the safety, or not the safety, I hit the mag release on the side of my M4. Mag falls out, click, boom, one bullet comes out, hit the guy in the back, and he falls down, tumbles. And that was like the first experience I had with shooting a person and seeing the laser go on the guy and pulling a trigger and watching him collapse. But I wasn't like the sole contributor. I don't think I killed him myself. It was a joint thing where he was being shot up by
lots of lasers.
Yeah. It was my first experience, but with that though, But I don't contribute to, no, my bullet did. It was a few lasers lighting this guy up. Yeah. And it was like that for pretty much that entire deployment. Was just a lot of direct action, but the firefights were never to where we thought that we were being overrun or going to lose a firefight. It was pretty one-sided and was over pretty quick.
Did you guys lose anybody on that first deployment?
No, we did not. We lost somebody in a different platoon, I believe second platoon. We lost one guy during an IED blast that blew up his Striker, and a nut that goes onto one of the screws in the Striker blew and punctured the back of his back and went through him, and he bled out. That's the only guy we lost on that deployment that I knew.
Sounds like a very kinetic deployment.
Yeah. Most of them were. except for one, and that was working with SEAL Team 6 in Jalalabad. And that's the difference, yeah. I got my... It wasn't fun.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there. So you do a 90-day deployment, about 120 raids or ops. What is it that you think? I mean, if I remember in your outline, we talk about that you know, your first. I mean, how did you gain your guys' respect? What was it about you that?
I went along with the program. I just fell in line. I didn't, like, I got in trouble for stupid new guy drunk stuff that everybody was getting in trouble for at the time. You know, barracks fights and stuff like that. Or one time I mouthed off to a team leader because we just got back from Kentucky. We were doing some air assault stuff, like fast rope, and somewhere in Kentucky. And a team leader who was not my team leader wanted me to re-clean some 240s and Mark 48, and everybody else was going to bed. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to do that. And he chewed me out. And the next day when I went back to work, there was a handful of team leaders who were waiting for me and ready to take care of things the way they take care of things in battalion behind the back of the shed. So it got rectified quick. Fall in line quick, yeah.
So let's wrap up your first deployment. You come home. I mean, very kinetic deployment. Sounds like a lot of killing.
Yeah.
How are you processing this at home?
I really wasn't, man. I just I felt like Robin amongst a bunch of Batmen. You know, I was just Robin. I was just a sidekick, it felt like. So I didn't really, nothing really processed, I think. It happened relatively quick, and I got wasted, you know, to be honest with you. Like, that was the first thing we did when we got back, was just drink and drink and drink and drink for like 2 days of binge drinking. And as soon as you're done that, you're back into training. Like, there was no time to, we had 2 weeks, 13 days. We're allotted 2 weeks per year, 1 month per year. So 2 weeks before deployment, 2 weeks after, you're allotted for that. So yeah, I went home to Maryland, stayed with my friend, did some cool stuff, I guess, got drunk and just hung out with friends. I didn't really think about too much of anything. Like, I didn't have bad dreams or anything like that. It just felt weird. I felt different. I tell you what, I felt that I was never going to get picked on again. Like, my senior 11th grade and 12th grade I wasn't allowed to, my last year in high school, I was not allowed to get suspended anymore for fighting. I had used up all my fight days, if you want to call it that, before expulsion, and I would have to come back and repeat and just go to a different school. Like, I was bullied a little bit, I guess you could say, because I didn't fit with the crowd of guys who just lived a different lifestyle. You know, I couldn't afford to, my parents would not let me be that guy. So not being able to fall into like the guys with the streets or whatever, you would get picked on. But so I had to fight a lot, you know, and after that deployment coming back, I knew I was never going to get picked on ever again, because it was, yeah, I felt like that and I've killed people, you know, and it was not a big thing to me. Like, I didn't cry about it. It wasn't like the movies or anything. It just was what it was. So I carried that back, and I still to this day carry it I don't ever want to kill anyone again, but because I think it does take a piece of your soul every time you do it. I don't know, my opinion. But if I had to, of course, I would. I would, yeah.
At what point did your wife come into the picture here?
2006. Oh, so during that deployment, during like the later portion, I'm on MySpace. I had snuck out to go to the MWR. So that was the only place where MySpace was allowed. We were not allowed to have it on our compound or anything like that. I go across the street to an MWR that the legs use, the regular Army guys, and I go in there and I hop on MySpace, and this girl, Jessica, she messages me, and her picture didn't pop up at first. And she just says, hey, we went to school, elementary school together, just wanted to reconnect or see how you were doing. And I thought it was a different Jessica that I did not like. So I clicked X and I was like, there's nothing there. But it ate me up for the rest of that day, and because I wanted to see if it was the right Jessica. I go back the next day and her page loads up, and it's the girl that I went to school with in elementary school. In the first grade, the girl I used to pick on and threw a frog on and a spider on and stuff like that. And dated elementary school style. Same girl, but just looked way hotter. And I looked at my friend who was next to me. I'm like, dude, I'm going to marry this chick. And he laughed. He chuckled about it, printed out her picture, messaged her, got her phone number, came back, and I called her from a sat phone. And we talked. She knew I was in Iraq, but she didn't know what I was doing. She knew I was in the Army and I was overseas in Iraq. Like, it's all I was allowed to say at the time or whatever. And I met her after that deployment. I got a flight to Maryland and I got a flight to San Antonio. And I went to go see her and stayed with her as a friend for a few days. I couldn't afford a hotel. I had spent all my money on some rims, 20-inch rims. and I got ripped off. They charged me like 10 grand for something that didn't even fit on my car. So it was a bad story. But spent all my money on that and plane tickets. So when I went to go see her, I was broke, but I was broke balling. I made it, it was a good time. And yeah, she liked me, but I guess not the way I wanted her to like me. She wanted to be friends, but I'm the type of guy who's that's not going to happen. And she was just getting out of a relationship. So, and he was still trying to talk to her. And my way of telling her I'm the right guy was, I will beat your guy's ass. And yeah, I just did worked my magic, no voodoo. And we ended up dating in 2007, got married in 2007, November, after my second deployment in Ranger School. Yeah, our third deployment, got married. So second or third deployment, Ranger School, and then my second deployment, got married.
Okay, so you came home.
Yeah.
You met your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Go on another deployment.
Yeah.
When did it start getting serious between you and her?
Well, okay, so it was always serious to me.
Mm-hmm.
I introduced her to my friend Andre, the one I grew up with, and I introduced her as my girlfriend, and she was like, no, we're just friends. And I was way on to her early on, more so than she was me, all the way to when I proposed to her. Like, her parents, they're old-fashioned Mexican, and I was a gentleman. I approached the mom, told her my plans. I don't know how she felt about it. She seemed like she was cool about it until it was time to talk to the dad. And I kind of understood it, that he said no, but I didn't understand the why of what he believed in. So it was, when I proposed to her, it was tough because the parents were not for it, They did not want any of that intermixing, So she was disowned really quick. And it's more so after we had our child. She was pregnant before that, had a miscarriage. I think I had moved her down, so it was like 2008. And the backlash she got from that initially was pretty bad. And it just went down from hill from there, as far as they just they don't believe in interracial, at all. And they told me things about what they believed about what I was as a black guy and what their stereotypical ideas were and why they didn't, necessarily want me dating their daughter or marrying her. So it was like that, still is, and now they just don't talk and haven't in
Oh man,
forever.
they never got over that?
No. I remember when we had our child, and yeah, her dad held him in like disgust, gave him back, and never saw him again, and never has not talked to his daughter in almost a decade.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Dude, it's all good. I think people like that are just, hey man, you can't change that mentality. 1, 2, it's not my first rodeo as far as being like, not liked because of what I look like. So it was nothing like new. It was more so new to her. But that's what she was, she grew up hearing that was you're allowed to be friends with them, but you're not allowed to be in a relationship with them. So she was already going against that from what she was brought up with. But I don't know. I'm not mad at it though. I think it hurt her more than anything else though,
We'll dive into that more later.
Yeah.
So you meet your wife.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't won her over yet, but you go on a second deployment.
Yeah. Oh, after I proposed to her, she says yes. And as I'm leaving to go on deployment, she said no. Parents got in the ear. So that bummed me out. I'm hurt, dude. Going on this deployment, I just got that news that she doesn't want to anymore. So my whole focus going over there was winning her back, So I spent like that first month or so just constantly typing and trying to call and talking to her and trying to win her back over. And she finally did during that deployment. And we made the decision we were going to get married finally, like when I got back. And then I got the news during that deployment in 2007. We were in Mosul.
This is second deployment.
Yes.
Okay.
That was a terrible deployment of mainly IEDs, the threat of IEDs. And yeah, like my first day in country, the first stop we did, we were supposed to be driving around. We had a guide who had been there and showing us like different routes we could take around the city of Mosul. We go through this one place called RPG Alley. Nothing happens. There's no RPGs. And then we go down to where going down this neighborhood or segment of this route we were taking. And the guide says, yeah, there's nothing ever happens here. It's, silent. Don't have to worry about anything here. And the striker in front of me blows up, lifts off the ground, boom. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So I call IED over the comms. We go to our, procedure as far as how to secure that site and provide cover. And that was within the first few hours in country, like watching my roommate get blown up by it's like a 50-pound or something IED, but they buried it too low or upside down or something that it didn't split the striker in half, but it lifted it off the ground by a few feet and snapped the axle on it. And they had to, come get it out with the big machine, big crane or something.
Was anybody injured?
Yeah, the driver was. He was injured. Nothing too serious, though. He just covered in oil and, I think he broke his ankle or something like that.
Okay.
Something small, minute. But, yeah, that was my first experience being in Mosul, and it was like that every day. And we ran about the same amount, 110 plus missions in those 90 days. And that was a brutal deployment as far as the pace that we were trying to keep up and being run to the ground. And that was a deployment where I went dry on all my ammo. The 50 cal gunners all went dry on all 7 strikers. The Kiowa helicopters all went dry. The pilots are hanging out the side of their doors on the Kiowas doing strafing runs with their M4s and on full auto doing strafing runs we were going to go take down this apartment building, like a big apartment building. We were introduced to it. This leg unit who lived nearby to our compound knew who we were, and our rules of engagement were different at the time. So they came over and they needed help because every time they went down this road, they would get ambushed. Their SOP was to just blow through it, but they were tired of constantly getting hit. So they asked could we help out using our ROE? So we dressed up like them, put their patches on to look like them, went down the road and drove down that route, and no shit, man, we get ambushed by this big, like, apartment building, few hundred guys in there. And dude, we parked the vehicles, all turned 50 cals that way. Everybody dismounted except for the drivers, and we start hammering this building. And it was like playing whack-a-mole. Like, I'm looking through the ACOG of my M4, and a head would pop up, and you'd send off a round or two, and you don't know if you hit the guy, but another head would pop up, and another head would pop up. And we stayed there, I think it was like 6 hours. We're just laying into this building until everybody went dry, drive back, and they dropped 2 500-pound bombs on it after we left and leveled the place. And yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. No idea how many people, anybody. It was just chaotic of, leveling this place.
How did you get your head right from being basically turned down for your marriage proposal by your future wife and walking into an extreme, hostile, engaging environment full of combat?
Being shot at?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing that made it, take my mind off of what was going on back at home. The only thing. It's up until that point, like, there was you're just waiting to get, I guess, shot at or get that rush of your only focus is kill the bad guy and make it home. Well, once you make it home, or once I made it home, then I would go back into rush to the phone to call Jess and try to work this thing out. But I was always going into the mission prior to that, like, I guess you could say depressed, crushed. I wasn't used to that. So yeah, just the firefights. And it was a constant, we were always, getting into firefights. So it was easy to keep your mind off of it. But it didn't have to last long. It was like a month into that deployment, and she was okay with it. And we decided to get married. And I was back on my A game after that, mentally, I guess you could say. Mentally. And she was the only person to ever be there when I got back from deployment. Like, family, I never had family members.
Your family never did come around?
No, after my deployments. And like my first deployment, I was sad. You'd watch the guys have girlfriends meet them and family. I just got off the bus and went to the room, got drunk with the guys, and, so having her, and she was there for all of them after that, always there, was really, really good.
At what point does the sniper come on the radar?
I always had it on from day one. It was just the process of getting there. I knew I had to go to Ranger School, and I wanted to stay far away from Ranger School as possible because it was a 62-day course if you go all the way through, and it's rare that guys do. And
why do you say that? It's rare that guys do.
From my experience in battalion, it was rare you saw a guy, unless he was really on his A game. He could, even if you were, it was just luck. You could still be peered or somebody. You could have a bad, I honestly forget what they call it, where a graded portion of the school where you take lead and you're, in charge of all your guys. You plan all your routes and, basically like mission planning. Your op award.
So when did you go to Ranger School? Was it after your second deployment?
Yeah, after that in 2007. So we're pushing almost wintertime now. And I'll never forget when I'm watching 24 with Jack Bauer, 24, and my team leader comes in and he stuck his head through the window and he's like, "Irv, when we get back, pack your bags, you're going to Ranger School." And I was like, fuck, man, there's no way. I wanted to get married when I got back, and I thought they were doing that to be a dick and just wanted to throw off that wedding thing. But in order to be a Ranger and stay a Ranger, you have to go to Ranger School anyways, or else you get kicked out. So I knew the time was coming. I just wanted it to be after I got married. So I'm depressed because of that now. Kind of have to call off the wedding a little bit, push it to whenever I graduate. I said best case, 62 days plus, maybe 70 days. Worst case, I stay there like another guy I knew in battalion and stayed there for almost a year, just trapped in the school, don't want to quit. Because if you fail, you get kicked out of battalion and you go to like Korea or somewhere, Italy. So go to Ranger school. Like first day was your PT test, your 15 or 12 mile ruck march, 5 mile run. No, your PT test, 5 mile run and all that stuff. Your road march comes after the fact. You do your water confidence stuff, which like I grew up like wanting to be a SEAL and I could swim, but I'm not too comfortable with heights. So like that was my only thing I had to overcome was my height, the fear of heights. And that was all on mainly day one until you get into mountain phase of Ranger school. But it sucked. Not so much physically. It was just, I was hungry a lot, you know? I was always hungry. I lost 35 pounds and like I got sick in Ranger school. I drank some water that I didn't purify and had the worms and I got really, really sick. Painted some trees behind me one day while walking to an objective and just enough to put my pants down and spray the bushes behind me. And the Ranger instructor was like, "What the hell is wrong with you, man? Go get checked out by the medic, get some IVs, stay for like a day at the hospital and come back out in the field." But I wasn't able to eat solid foods for a while, you know, before it would just pass straight through. Lost 35 pounds. Couldn't feel my big toes for like a year after. My nails stopped growing. And yeah, got married. Extremely malnutrition and yeah, skinny and frail. Got married in the courtroom, in the courthouse, like $25, $75 or whatever it was. And her dad didn't show up. So her mom, I believe, walked her down the aisle. My grandmother showed up to mine. Rest her soul. She just recently passed away too.
Sorry to hear that.
All good. Yeah, lost all my grandparents now. So all in like 2 years, this past 2 years, man, it's been crazy.
Damn.
So yeah, she showed up and my aunt did, and that was it. Had a little small wedding after Ranger school and ended up deploying right after that again, like a couple of weeks after to Baghdad.
So when it comes to Ranger School and RASP, from what I understand, Ranger School is actually more of a leadership course.
That's
correct?
Exactly. And anybody can go. Like we had chefs and Green Berets and I think like a Navy SEAL or 2 Navy SEALs in that.
Yeah,
Ranger
we had
school.
a couple of guys go.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, it was just like a leadership course though.
What did you find more difficult, Ranger School or RASP?
I would say for me, RIP. It was harder. RIP was harder. Like,
does Ranger School have a 90% attrition rate as well?
No, it's like 60%. But it's not so physical. It's just fighting sleep, hunger, and still being able to lead people and plan and find your way around the mountains, the jungle, the swamps, doing water operations and stuff like that.
Okay.
It was tough, but your day-to-day job in battalion was way tougher than anything in Ranger school. It was way tougher. It was the structure of Ranger school that made it hard, you know? Like my first go around, I didn't make it all the way through. I had to recycle Darby, the first phase. And after that, I went all the way through, but no, it wasn't too tough. It just sucked.
So you get done with Ranger School, you're married, and then you're going on your third deployment. Where's your third deployment to?
Baghdad.
So Iraq again.
And that deployment, it wasn't like as intense. It was fun. We got a chance to work with SEALs on, I think they were Mark V boats or some, like a Swick boat. They had machine guns all over it and it was like a riverine type.
Like a rib.
Almost, I guess.
Mark V is like a speedboat.
No, it wasn't that then. Like a rib. Okay, yeah. That was cool working with them and, you know, I didn't know anything about those boats, but it was cool riding down the river and stuff like that. And
what was your experience? I mean, it sounds like you wanted to be a SEAL.
Yeah.
Color blindness thing didn't work out. You went Rangers. Now you're working side by side with SEALs. What was
Yeah.
your experience like?
Working with the regular SEAL teams was not bad. They were cool. It wasn't what I expected. And I chalked it up to, my personal belief, I think they're really good at water operations. Like, no Ranger could ever do that, you know? But I think when it came to land work and direct action, we were pretty good. And we just had a lot more time with it. It wasn't like until I worked with SEAL Team 6 that I didn't want to be a SEAL anymore, you know? It was not a good experience working with them. They were dicks, man. But, yeah. There were a few times where it was back when McChrystal was was it McChrystal? Who was a SEAL at one point, and he was in charge of like the SEALs or JSOC or whatever at that time. And he had to...
Are we talking about your experience with 6? Or
Yeah, with 6.
We'll get there. Let's keep it in chronological order.
Yeah.
It helps me.
Yeah, it
helps me.
That's my ADD kicking in.
So you're back in Iraq, and I think I know what this is. Like, it was they stood up a new task force. And I can't remember what they call it. It was like Task Force 21.
I was on that, 121 or something like that.
Something I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was TF Red and the...
That's it, yeah.
And the teams.
Yeah.
And so, did you guys get to? I mean, what were you doing together?
A lot of direct action. Like one of my coolest awards, I guess, came with working with SEALs and doing joint stuff with them. They were cool guys. It was like working with Rangers, but I just knew they were SEALs, you know. And you guys they had cool equipment. It was different than ours, and your guys' weapons were cooler. It was cool in that aspect. And
how so? What was different?
You guys had the boats with the machine guns on them.
Okay.
Some of your weapons were different, like your handguns. We had Berettas at the time. Your handguns were different. Other than that, like we both had Mark 48s. I thought that was cool. And it was like working with Rangers, but you guys had a little cooler stuff, like the boats and...
We just had a better budget.
Better budget, yeah. It was cool in that aspect, seeing the things that you guys had. And the missions were pretty routine. It wasn't like I got a chance to see, SEALs do anything like spectacular. We weren't doing anything what I consider spectacular. Just regular, gonna go kill bad guys in this building or capture bad guys if we can. It was just pretty much that. And we would get there by water sometimes. And I thought that was cool. It wasn't like anything that really stood out. We never butted heads or anything like that. They pulled their weight, we pulled our weight. It wasn't until I got to SEAL Team 6. And
was it competitive at all?
No, not well. The only competitiveness that I saw was with 6. Of like when we would be clearing one objective or at side-by-sides, who was getting their objective cleared the fastest and first. We would win. And I have a crazy story. I don't know if I want to embarrass anybody, but with working with them. But regular SEALs are pretty cool. They were cool. Longer hair, I was envious of that. Longer hair, it seems like you guys' standards were a little bit more relaxed, and hands in pocket, first name basis, it was cool, in that aspect. We were very strict, So I liked seeing that. I didn't want to cross over. It didn't make me want to cross over. I felt that we're kind of doing the same stuff, and I really didn't want to be cold and wet and sandy after, being a Ranger, and that I don't like the water like that. It takes a different breed. That's just not for me. I'm glad I was not a SEAL, because I don't think I would have been a good SEAL, because I don't like water that much at all, and I'm not comfortable with scuba diving. Like, I was scuba certified young, but I'm terrified of it at the same time, claustrophobic, scared of heights. And I don't like swimming that much, and the ocean freaks me out,
Doesn't sound like a spectacular deployment.
No, it wasn't spectacular. No, but it was cool.
Do you think maybe it was also with the fact that this was your third deployment to Iraq, and so were things becoming very routine?
Yeah, routine, and it was kind of dying down at that time too. It wasn't as hot as it was like in '06, '05, '07. No, far from it. It was not. We were not running like 120 missions at that point. It was like maybe 70 missions, 80 missions, 90. Lower amount, not triple digits.
In a 90-day deployment, or are you up to 120
This is 120
now?
at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was not a lot more free time, and it just was not as intense, But it was, you're right, 100% routine. The change up didn't come for me until Afghanistan.
Had you lost anybody that you know up to this point yet?
At that point, no, not personally. No, I knew guys who happened to be killed in combat or blown up or something, but I wasn't like, I knew of them. We butted heads a few times walking to chow, and I might have seen him in chow or PT or something, but I didn't know him like that.
When did you find out you were going to become a sniper?
After my wife told me to go ahead and pursue it, and I knew 100%. I was skeptical after.
This is after the third deployment, though.
After that, I was skeptical of going because I had built such a bond with my guys. I didn't want to lose that,
So when you go, I got questions about this because that is, correct me if I'm wrong, did you go to RRD? Is that what it's called?
No.
Okay.
We get an invite, just like we get invites from Delta or whatever.
What is RRD?
Ranger Reconnaissance Detachment. Back then it was RRC, Ranger Reconnaissance Company at the time. And it's like our only tier 1 unit. I had no idea they existed. I just would randomly see guys with long beards, long hair, never in uniform on our compound. And I didn't know who they were. I thought they were workers or contractors or something. Never knew who they were. It's rare you see these guys. I don't know where they even stay, to be honest with you. My entire time in battalion, I may have seen one or two of those guys throughout my entire career, and I always thought they were contractors or something like that. Worked with them twice overseas, and I have no idea what they were even doing. I just know that they did a halo jump into Afghanistan, and we went to go pick them up and drop them off somewhere in the mountains. And I have no idea what they were doing.
Interesting.
Yeah. We don't know too much about, we know a little bit, but it's very, very secretive. Yeah.
So you get home from third deployment. What's the discussion between you and your wife with going to sniper?
Should I go? I didn't want to lose that bond with my guys, and the selection process, you're not even sure if you're going to make it. You could fail the board, and they could simply not like you for a person, and you don't make it. So I didn't want to experience that, and I would have still gone back to my guys or whatnot, but I just didn't want to experience that failure. And I didn't want to leave my guys either. So I was I was so tired of schools at that point and deploying. I didn't have free time, it felt like, with my, brand new wife at the time. So I was skeptical on it. I asked her, and she's like, you know what, you should follow your dream. I had told her since, when we were dating, I've wanted to be a sniper for a long time. And up until that time, she knew I was a Ranger, but we never talked about deployment stuff. She didn't know about any of that stuff until one of my guys, she went to come pick me up after a deployment as I'm downloading equipment. Guys come around and they talk about me smoking some guy with the 50 cal. And she's like, what the heck is going on? She had no idea. I would always tell her, man, we go over there, we watch stuff, nothing really happens. I say Marines do most of the work. Those are the guys who are, first to fight with all your might. Those are the guys. And we don't really do much, And I was like, how much can you possibly do in that little amount of time? You don't have time to do anything. So she believed it to that point. And she didn't really care or ask any questions about it. until she overheard it about, me and my guys were talking after a deployment. And that's where she was kind of like, wow, I didn't think about that. You guys are doing stuff like that or killing people. So kept it from her for a while. And
did it change? Did your relationship change when that came out? Were there a lot of questions?
I think there were a lot of questions that she wanted to ask but didn't know how. She mainly asked, like, did I know anybody who died, or was I scared of coming back or anything? But after that, mainly it changed for her when she would drop me off. The tears, man. She would bawl her eyes out because now she knew that I was on the ground fighting. But she never really brought up. She's very quiet at the time, reserved, very quiet. She didn't want to bring that stuff up because she didn't know how to approach it, I guess, either. And I didn't really talk about it, at all. She's seen me cry in the car once, but that's about it. And she didn't really ask. She just asked if I was okay. I wanted to talk about anything. She's always been open to talking. Do I want to talk about anything? And no, at that time. So it was more so of that with her. She didn't change any other way. Like, she still loved me the same and treated me the same. Just was more asking if I was okay, or I wanted to talk about anything.
Did she have any support group or anything when you were gone?
No.
You don't have a healthy relationship with your parents. It doesn't sound like. Her parents had written her and you off.
Yep.
For racial issues.
Yeah.
And what about the team?
The team? My guys?
Yeah. Do you guys have a support network?
We had an FRG, family readiness group, but that was like a lot of drama. A lot of drama.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she stayed away from that. I feel so bad for looking back at it. She moves to a place she's never been before, and experiencing these long durations of just not having me around. And she had a job at the mall and the bank for a little bit. And other than that, she had we had a dog, and that's about it. She didn't, but I would call her every day whenever I could. But no, she was a lonely person too, So I guess we kind of fit good in that aspect. We matched we could both deal with loneliness together,
How was it getting into sniper? Do you put in for it?
Yeah, you put in a packet. You, through your chain of command, like your squad leader to your, platoon leader, platoon sergeant, platoon leader, first sergeant, platoon leader, all the way up to the chain of command. And they review it to make sure you're good to go. You go qualify with the, M4 open sights to make sure that you can hold a group to get in. And then that's where the selection portion starts, which is your basic PT test, more shooting test, and then a board of a panel. You go into this, or you take a psychological evaluation first, a couple of those written, then you talk to a psych. Then depending on what the psych says, and if you've passed everything else, the physical portion and the shooting portion, the psych portion, then you have to go to the board, and they sit you down and interview you about your basic knowledge of what it is to be a Ranger, different operations, who you are as a person, family man, and just to get to know who you are. Then they send you out the room, and you'll find out later that day or the next day if you've been selected. And out of the, I think 14 guys we had, 7 of us got selected, and we joined the sniper section, and there was 12 total at that time. 12
students?
Snipers, not full-fledged snipers at that time. The 7 who made it through the selection process, plus the guys who were already there. Most of the guys had gotten out. So we had the veteran snipers who had been there for a few rotations go in. And after that, you get sent to sniper school. But for us, it was when we got like an increase in the budget. So we sent guys to like these civilian courses I went to like long range precision, mountain precision. This place down in Corpus Christi or Kingsville, Texas, that does all types of crazy type of long range and moving target stuff. And it was a sick course, man. The best shooting I've ever done, the best I've ever been at shooting was after that course. Then I went to sniper school.
No shit. So they're sending you to all these civilian courses leading up to
Sniper school.
Sniper school.
Yeah.
Is the sniper school Army sniper school?
Mm-hmm. Army sniper school.
Or is it specific to Rangers?
No, it's Army sniper school.
Okay.
At that time, I think it's an 8-week sniper course, or I forget. I think it's.
Had you done any stalking?
Yeah.
Or was it all shooting courses before you went to sniper school?
Most of it
Army
was
sniper school.
Most of the civilian courses were shooting. We did a stalk here and there. It wasn't like harped on or focused on. Like the extreme long range shooting course was strictly shooting, and the mountainous stuff in California, high angle stuff, not the Marine high angle. It's a civilian course that was all 100% shooting. The only physical thing was getting up to the top of the mountain. And then we learned like
Were there other civilians in the course?
No, not.
It was just
time.
you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was this basically, what did you say, 7 of you? Mm-hmm. And you guys are just filling these courses, these civilian.
Yeah.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. Best shooting courses I've been to were the civilian ones. And like by the time you get to sniper school, the shooting is the easiest part. The stalking is where it gets like, okay, well, this is a whole different ball game. All of us all the guys passed that. And then from there, we'll start to send out guys to Marine, Scout Sniper, their high angle course. And
what did you find the most challenging portion of Army sniper school to be?
Target detection. That was the hardest portion of it. Stalking was easy. I could have gotten honor grad, but I was being a Ranger in a regular Army school and dicking off with my other Ranger guys and being sneaky, doing stupid stuff. So I wasn't allowed to get, honor grad from that. But stalking was easy. My last stalk, so it's like a tradition where you wear whatever you want to wear and you do your final stalk or whatever after you've passed all of them. Like one of our guys, keep his name, I'll call him M, a legend, really, really great guy, good sniper. He did his in like a yellow t-shirt and he stalked and he passed his stalk in a yellow t-shirt. So for me and my spotter, we went in t-shirt and jeans and we managed to pass the stalk in t-shirt and jeans. And stalking was the easiest portion, but target detection was like the hardest for me. Hiding or finding the hidden objects in the field. And dude, that's just, I don't know. It takes a different, and I'm not the best.
Describe it a little bit?
Yeah, so target detection would be, imagine 10 military items. A bullet casing, compass, protractor, dog tags, boot lace, things of that nature. And they put it out 50, 100 yards in front of you and they hide it in the woods or in an urban environment. One example, like one of the hardest ones I had to find was a protractor. The clear square protractors that you use on maps was taped on the side of a brick wall, a white cinder block wall.
Holy shit.
Taped to the side of that. And the only thing that stood out, which you had to look for as you're looking on the edges or the edge of the building, you're looking for that irregular, it goes from hard edge, smooth, and now you have little ticks on that one. Let me focus in on that. Oh, there's a protractor there, but it's clear. But I can see the ticks on the protractor, so okay, I can outline that. Or taping a toothbrush to a branch in the woods or whatever. And I'm looking for the irregularity from crooked branches. Nothing in nature goes straight lines. I'm looking for the straight line of the toothbrush. I see that. Now I see the bristles on it. That is the hardest portion of sniper school. Finding glints, that's always easy. It's the objects that don't have glint, blends in, and you're only looking for a straight line or something that just does not fit. And yeah, that was the hardest portion for me.
That doesn't sound easy.
No, man, that was the most stressful. I failed
Finding a clear protractor at 100 yards.
on a wall in an urban. Yeah, that was the.
Do they give you any parameters, or is it
Oh, yeah.
360-degree environment? Or
No, so there's like a tape line in front of you, and they give you your sectors, left and right field of sectors, and everything in front of you from the tape line to 100 yards or further, whatever, it's fair play. There's 10 military items in there. Write them down, identify them, describe them, and draw a picture of them, of where they're at. So you're looking for shape, color, description, dimensions, and you're putting all this down. Sometimes they would put a hand grenade right in front of you, like right across the line, and that would be the only one you don't find because it's right in front of your face. But I took that mentality with me, and I carry it to this day. That sometimes things can be so close that you don't even see it or notice it. It's like your nose. If you focus on it, you can see, oh, I have a nose right there. But how often do we really see the nose that's sticking right out in front of our face? It's rare. So most of the stuff that we're looking for, 9 times out of 10, the hardest things to find can be the things that are right in front of your face that no one thinks to see because they're too busy looking elsewhere. So that was like the biggest takeaway I learned from sniper school.
interesting.
Yeah. Hope it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. So you get done with sniper school. You go to a couple more schools. You went to a Marine high angle course.
No, we would send guys to Marine high angle. I didn't go to Marine. I was too long of a course, and I had seniority at the time. So I sent one of the newer guys who came in right after me. I sent him to Marine Scout Sniper, and then he went to Marine high angle, or where the Green Berets go. They have their sniper.
Is it Sodic?
Sodic, there you go. Yeah, we would send a lot of guys to that. I wanted to so bad, but their course, dude, I was married. I did not want to do any more long schools, so I passed it up. Looking back at it, I really do wish I went to that and Marine Scout Sniper. I really do. More so Marine Scout Sniper, because those guys are, dude, so badass, man. Working with those guys overseas was like working with Carlos Hathcock. What I think, my idol at the time, and I to this day think is the greatest sniper, is Carlos Hathcock. But
Who is that?
a Marine sniper with 93 confirmed kills in Vietnam, like one of the deadliest ones. His spotter had more, but his significance, the role that he played, the reason why we have a Barrett 50 cal today is because of Carlos Hathcock. He decided to put a scope on top of the Ma Deuce and single fire the 50 cal using a scope mounted on top that he mounted to it. Dropped a guy with it too. But so yeah, I think he's the best. And his stalking story of stalking this NVA high value target, 1,000-yard stalk, taking out his target. He was not supposed to come back. It was a suicide mission. And his whole story about that, dude, it's like cutting slits in the back of his uniform to shove grass through to makeshift like a little ghillie suit, and stalking this guy and taking him out was just so badass, man. Never got a chance to do anything like that, but close working with the Marines. The Marines, I got a chance to see them work their good magic, man, and it was phenomenal.
Let's go back just a little bit. Let's talk about the sniper-spotter relationship.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen?
In regular Army, you have a traditional spotter and sniper.
Mm-hmm.
In Ranger Battalion, we call them spotters, but they're snipers too. There is no spotter in Ranger Battalion. You're kind of both snipers, just know how to do the spotter work. You only practice spotting in sniper school just to get qualified and to pass the course. But after that, there's no more spotter stuff. We know how to do it, but the work we're doing, direct action stuff, there's really no need for it. It's more typical engagement is Closest I shot someone was like 20 feet, and the furthest was like half a mile. But that was an extreme rarity. Most of the engagements was
Which was an extreme rarity?
the long distance half-mile shot.
What would you say the average shot was?
Like 100 yards, within 300, within 300, definitely within 300. Average, about 100 yards, yeah.
Well, before we get into your sniper work,
Mm-hmm.
you get done with the sniper school.
Mm-hmm.
You've been talking about being a sniper since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
I mean, how did that feel, graduating sniper school, knowing that you're going to go to combat as a regimental sniper?
A dream, man, a dream. Like, it did, dude, everything that I, as a kid, wanted to do and imagine myself doing, laying around in a ghillie suit, to be able to actually do it and have the title now meant everything, you know? All the days that I wanted to quit didn't matter anymore. It was like, I'm glad I stuck with it and stayed with this dream, because I could have talked myself out of it so easily. It was, you know, had it not been for my wife saying, no, pursue it, I would not have pursued it, you know? But actually doing it, it meant everything. It felt, you can't describe it. It was a legit dream come true, man. A legit dream. Legit, you know?
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into your next deployment as a sniper.
Oh, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting closer to the edge of collapse. We see things falling apart around us, and this is just what we're being told in the mainstream media. Folks are fighting back and investing in emergency food storage. You should too. We need to prepare for when the facade falls, and we're going to be left on our own. Get prepared at mypatriotsupply.com. With My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, you'll be ready. Over the years, My Patriot Supply has helped over 3 million American families prepare for emergencies. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, biomass stoves, gravity-powered water filters, heirloom seeds, and critical survival gear. Each Ready Hour emergency food kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, and sealed inside heavy-duty 4-layer packaging that lasts up to 25 years. You'll get over 2,000 calories every day. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today, order by 3 p.m., and your order will ship that same day in unmarked boxes. mypatriotsupply.com. Reports say 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese, and their hogs are giving something called ractopamine, which is banned in 160 countries, to include China. Yet you find it in your grocery store aisle every day. There's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. Moink delivers grass-fed and grass-finished beef, lamb, pastured pork, chicken, and sustainable wild-caught Alaskan salmon straight to your door. Moink farmers farm like our grandparents did, and as a result, Moink meat tastes like it should, because the family farm just does it better. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms stay financially independent too. You choose the meat delivered in every box, like ribeyes, to chicken breasts, to pork chops, to salmon fillets, and much more. Plus, you can cancel at any time. Plus, they guarantee you'll say, oink oink, and I'm just so happy I got moinked. So keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Shawn right now, and listeners of this show get free bacon for a year. That's 1 year of the best bacon you will ever taste, but it's only for a limited time. Spelled MOINK box.com/Shawn. That's moinkbox.com/Shawn. All right, Nick, we're back from the break. You had just gone through all your sniper training. You're now a regimental sniper getting ready to go on deployment. Where are you going?
I'm going to Afghanistan.
For the first time?
First time.
What year?
'08. Early '08. Early '08. So it's our mid '08. Jalalabad. That deployment, we hopped around. It was like a terrible...
Is this the deployment you go and work with 6?
That's it, yeah. So I'm in Jalalabad, Allahabad, and Bagram.
Asadabad?
Asadabad. One of those, it's a weird name.
Asadabad is a hot zone.
Yeah. It wasn't as hot when we went, though. I mean, it was hot, and the SEALs just did more stuff. Like, they treated us, dude, it was really bad. Like, they would make us carry their equipment that they could not carry. They'd pass it on to us. We almost got into a big brawl with them, and their general, some general had to come in. I think it was McChrystal. I know he signed an award for me and gave me a medal. And that was the only time I shook his hand, met him. But I think it was him or one of their generals came in and gave a
General
speech.
or an admiral?
Admiral. I'm sorry. Admiral. And he came in and gave a speech to the SEALs and us because we were bumping heads. One guy, we were on this mission doing a hostage rescue with SEAL Team 6 up in the mountains somewhere. And one of my guys walking up the mountain, he fell down, and he didn't break his leg, but it folded back in. So dislocated his whatever tendon is right here or whatnot. He snapped his leg back. Had to carry him out. When we got to the, debrief room, there was a bottle of Vagisil that the SEAL guys had placed where he used to sit. And we got into an argument about that, almost got into a fight. Admiral came in and he's like, set us down, had a big speech, and basically said there's way more Rangers. I don't care how badass you guys are. There's like 35 of these guys and a handful of you guys. Like, they're, probably not going to end up the way you wanted to. So they put up this green fence in between our compound, the SEAL Team 6 compound, and the Rangers, and we had different chow times to eat. And I remember we were doing a mission with SEAL Team 6, and I won't say we were going out of Afghanistan. We were going out of Afghanistan to a different place. Something happened. One of their guys drowned, and we came back without the body, and we were told we had to go out and get that guy. And this happened, around 2008. And there's a story about it. He drowned and went down the river into some other country.
I'm very familiar with it.
What's that?
I'm very familiar with that.
There for that one. That was a weird operation and how we were treated thereafter. And like, we wanted to do the cool stuff with them. They just seemed like that they were just way better. And we didn't know anything, And we had been doing DA operations with, tier 1 units long before we were doing stuff with SEAL Team 6. And like, we were getting really, really good at it. We were good at it. We had one of their CAG commanders or first sergeants come in and give us awards. We took over one of their missions. They had to go do something else. They were originally supposed to do this hit, and we ended up doing it, and they were impressed by it, came in, congratulated us and thanked us and went on about their way. We were good at what we were doing, but it was just working with them. They were it was not fun to work with. Like, you didn't not get a chance to show what you were capable of doing. It was like they just brushed us off to the side so they could get the glory or whatever it was. And I will say this, every hostage rescue that I have been on with them, dude, I remember hostages getting shot, I remember carrying out one female, and I was a kid, so I kind of made a joke about it. But I said, man, this chick must have done like a cartwheel because she was shot in her arms and legs, and that was it. We had to carry her out in the stretcher. They made us carry her to the helo, and that was basically what we were used for, just like to carry all their equipment, all their weapons that they couldn't carry, and stuff like that. And once we got to the objective, they would take it from us and they would do their thing. It was like that. So we were pissed,
But the whole deployment was like that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Working with, CAG or Delta was way better. Way better. When they came into Afghanistan, I got a chance to work with their vehicle interdiction team. They were doing a lot of that. at the time, and that was like the first time I'd ever seen a vehicle interdiction. And
Are we talking CAG or are we talking
CAG? Yeah.
Okay.
And how good they were and professional. They treated us like little brothers, but with respect. Taught us a lot of stuff, and yeah, it was cool working with them because you got a chance to see how fast and good these guys really were. Like phenomenal.
So you're basically saying Delta took you guys under their wing,
Big time,
and took your knowledge and improved upon it when their counterpart 6 basically just kind of pushed you off.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly that. Most of the guys in CAG like come from regiment. I knew a lot of guys who went to CAG. I had the opportunity, but something about walking 40 miles, no. I sucked at 15. So 40, no. That's where I drew the line.
Damn. Well, that's pretty disheartening to hear.
Yeah. Put a bad taste in my mouth.
I can imagine. Well, let's skip that deployment.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else you want to bring up from that deployment.
No, that was a pretty, yeah, it was like that. Saw some weird stuff.
Like what?
I don't know if I can say on this, but just their ROE was different. The use of bombs were different. And I had questions. And I've also seen them get kicked out of country a couple of times.
Interesting.
From questionable, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was too young to understand. I chalk it up to that, Yeah.
Well, let's move forward.
Yeah.
How was the next
It was.
I do have some questions. So you come home from that. What's your leadership telling you after a deployment like that? I mean, that could discourage a lot of guys into getting out, and I mean, I could imagine a very disgruntled team.
Yeah, we never wanted to work with them again. Not necessarily get out. It was just never, ever wanting to work with them again. You do such a big train up. Most of the guys at that point, they've had, 3, 4, 5 deployments, and to go on a deployment and you're told to, stand back and stand by, it's disheartening, but it just is, you're never going to do it again. If you have the opportunity to work with CAG if you can. And during Afghanistan, like CAG wasn't really in country like that. It was mainly SEALs and, CAG was still in Iraq. But I remember when they first came over, their small element that they took over and are brought over to Afghanistan, they attached to us for a little bit and went out on our missions and helped out. And one of the coolest CAG guys that I met, it was like an E6 or E7, cool guy. But he came over and deployed with us, did missions with us, taught us a lot. It was one of the first times I had a compliment from somebody of that caliber I looked up to, of like, dude, good job, man. It's rare to, normally it's just, hey, you did your job and that was it. They were more like, congratulating and hey, man, that was some good work you did out there, like that. So it felt good hearing that from CAG and working with the FBI, HRT guys that were coming over and attached to us and stuff like that was pretty neat. So yeah, it was a cool experience in that aspect, yeah.
So we're coming to your last deployment, correct?
Close to, yeah.
So is that I know that's to Afghanistan.
Back to Afghanistan, yeah.
This is 33 kills in 4 months. Let's talk about this deployment.
Rough, man. That deployment was at the height of, I guess who was the president? It was Obama at the time. And he had that big influx of sending the big the wave of troops coming into Afghanistan. It was the largest influx since the invasion of the war, something like that, in 2009. And we were mainly working in Helmand and Marja. Marja was like the wild, wild west, and they hadn't cleared it out yet since early on in the war. Yeah, a few guys here and there, but it wasn't like, it was at the time Taliban safe haven. So I didn't know it at the time, but when
what year is this? Do you remember?
2009.
Okay.
With month, it was let's see, Cop died in July, so March, April, May timeframe is when we got there. And yeah, April or May timeframe. We get there, and first few hours we're out in country, and I'm coming with the mindset of like, Afghanistan is lame, dude. There's not much going on unless you're, in one of those very few hot spots up in the mountains somewhere, the outpost or whatever. And I wasn't expecting too much, so I told my wife the same. I'm like, after my last deployment to Afghanistan, like, there's nothing that's going to happen. And it was the exact opposite, dude. It was the omen of me being on my last deployment. And normally guys on their last deployment don't make it back or they get hurt. They get
You
shot
knew
at.
this was going to be your last deployment?
I knew on my contract.
Okay.
Depending on how it went, determined if I was going to sign up again or re-enlist to do another, 2, 3, 4 years or whatever. But we get there, and shortly, like a few hours in country, we go to Marja, and that's the Taliban safe haven. And I remember landing the Chinooks outside the city of Marja or town of Marja, whatever, the outskirts of it. And as we landed there, I just started seeing tracers go up in the air. I'm like, that's pretty neat or weird. I didn't think too much of it. And it was their early warning system. So as we literally, when we step foot in the city and start walking through the homes and little huts or whatnot, we get ambushed. Our first mission out, and I remember, the first mission is where we didn't get ambushed. I killed 3 guys in a tree line. They were countering to cut off our avenue to our extraction area, and I plucked 3 guys, me and my spotter. They had AKs and RPKs or PKM machine guns, and was trying to set up an ambush point. And that was my first kill as a sniper. And
how did that feel for you? What was the distance?
300 yards. Like
300 yards?
Yeah, 300 yards, a little over 300. But I remember being on top of the rooftop, and the sun is coming up, so I can see now. Normally, like 98% of our missions are at night. This is the first time I remember seeing, like, Afghanistan or overseas in the daylight like that. And I see these figures in the tree line moving and bobbing up and down, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right. So I look through my scope, and that's where I see they're carrying the weapons, and one guy's setting up here, one guy's trying to set up and take his little friend further down in the tree line. So I'm looking at him, and I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. We're not being shot at, but they have weapons. I called it up to our ground force commander, and he's like, anybody with weapons that is deemed as a threat, engage. And I remember looking at my spotter. I'm like, dude, we're going to smoke these dudes, man, before they, start shooting at us. Took the shot. My first shot missed, but I remember the recoil and the smell of when you first fire that round and you've got a clean weapon, it's oiled up, and you get that gas blowback. I was shooting an SR-25 and shot the first guy. First shot missed, hit him the second time, went down to the second guy. My spotter picked up the third guy. And I remember with his 300 Win Mag, and it felt good, but it also didn't feel like it was real. My first time shooting a 3-dimensional moving human target, I was not expecting, I don't know, just felt weird normally with the machine gun, it's more bullets. So with the AR or M4, it's way more. But just putting one round and watching the body go down was it was weird. It was weird. But it felt good to know that I was like doing my job of, hey, I don't ever like to say I did something, I saved the team or prevented something. No, it was just right place, right time. And it felt good to facilitate the extraction for the guys and taking these guys out. That was first day in Afghanistan, got those kills, and we were going out every day thereafter. The next day we went to Marja, and that's where I get into the story. We're walking in we step foot in the perimeter city of Marja, and we get ambushed. And I remember this tracer, to me it looked like a lightsaber. It was long and a glowing like lightsaber, and it went past my head, and it felt like slow motion. Like, what the heck was that? I knew what it was, but it took a minute. I got down, and that's when we start getting ambushed from the rooftop. I forget how many guys were on the rooftop. I'll pick it up in a minute. But I was at the back of the formation, and me and my spotter, or sniper, Pemberton, I pick him up. I'm the sniper team lead, so I say, let's go to the middle of this formation, provide precision fire, so at least our guys can get out of this kill zone and make their way down to the objective. So I get in the middle of the formation, me and Pemberton. There's an M203 gunner next to me, and I remember telling him, hey, shoot some 203 on the backside of the house that these guys were on in case they try to flee out the back, and we went to cut that avenue off. So he launched off a 203, and I remember I didn't have my ear pro in, and that, boom, the crack of that 203 going off was like, wow, woke me up a little bit.
For those in the audience that don't know what a 203 is, that is a grenade launcher.
Yeah, mounted on the bottom of his M4, and yeah, he shoots off 2 rounds of that. It thuds in the back. Me and him set up. I go prone, put my bipods down. He's kind of behind me, and he's using his floodlight infrared flood laser to illuminate the guys on the rooftop. And I could see like their heads pop up, and just the whites of their eyes would glow when it bounces off their eyes or whatnot. And I lined up, and I tell him, hey, we're gonna, pick these guys off. I'm gonna start on that side. That's how we would work, is I'd work on the outside, work our way in. And we go for the countdown. I shoot, and I hear a click on his end. And I'm like, what the heck was that? And he chambers around. He goes, click, click again. Nothing, no fire. And I think what ended up happening, not too sure, but I think sand got in his bolt action and prevented the hammer from fully striking the primer. I'm not sure, but it never happened again. That's like the only time I've ever chewed someone out and, was pissed. But I guess the good side, I got a chance to kill all the guys myself. But as they were popping up, I just said, hey, keep your flood laser on them and walk with me, meaning I'm going to engage one guy and go to the next guy and illuminate his head. So they were popping up, and they're shooting at us, and I would just line up the scope and pull the trigger. First shot, I remember, hit the lip of the top of the roof where they were peeking over, and it struck low. Not sure if the distance was off or the angle I was shooting at, I don't know, or jitters, who knows what. I was rarely a first shot impact guy, mainly because of the range. You don't have time to... I was doing everything mil-dot formula. So if I know, like, I always used, if I have your body from top of the head to groin, I knew the constant for that was, 40 times 25.4. And I think that's like 1016, if I'm not mistaken. That would be my constant. And I would just quickly divide the mil dots into that 1016. But I would just make it a whole number, my constant, to 1,000 to get me within close range. So let's say if I measure you from top of the head to the groin, 2 mil dots, I know that's 500 meters, 2 into 1,000. So yeah, I would play it, I guess, by ear like that. My distance was off. I'm not saying that they were 500 meters away. They were relatively close, like within 150 meters away. Shot the guy, cleaned up my second shot, shot him in his head. And I remember his head busting, and it sounded like a gallon of milk, spoiled milk, being poured over the edge of the rooftop.
How close were you?
It was within 150 yards.
You could hear that?
I could hear the chunks, or I could hear splashing.
Shit.
I could hear splashing. My distance, dude, honestly, could be off. It was no more than 150. Nighttime, I don't know. It was within no more than 150. It could have been less than that, less than 100, less than. I don't know. I don't know if I'm not going to say I heard it. I could have been making that up in my brain from what I saw, but I don't know. I don't know. I think the body.
Descriptive.
Yeah. Like even the first guy that I remember a sniper shooting overseas, my brain registered sack of potatoes. And that's what I saw. I thought someone dumped over a sack of potatoes off of a ledge, and that's what my mind made up, I don't know, the mind.
It happens all the time.
you know?
I'm not saying it didn't happen.
No,
by
no,
any
dude,
means.
no. No, there was also no sack of potatoes, obviously. But no, I know that. I don't know if it's the way my brain makes sense of things or whatnot. I'm not sure. But to me, it was like a jug of milk being poured off the side of the ledge. That's what my brain told myself. Whether or not the sound was audible or not.
Did he fall over?
No, it was like
Or
his
did he
head
fall
was
behind
lumped over.
the ledge?
No, he was not off the ledge, but hanging off the ledge, like from this portion up. So his body was on the roof and he was halfway spilled over. The second guy, I shot his head, he disappeared. And at this time we have ISR above and they're describing what's going on the rooftop. And I thought it was a dog, the third guy, but he was crawling on his hands and knees. So I just saw the long portion of his back or his spine, and I thought it was a dog. So I shot, and he went down. I didn't find out it was a guy until we went onto the rooftop, and I saw the dead bodies there. Yeah, my guys after that, they pushed on to the objective. We got ambushed thereafter. I think we got ambushed like 8 times that night before we got to the objective. It was an 8-hour running ambush, but that was the normal for Marja. That was normal. One of my good friends, Paul Martinez, was a sniper, came in after I did, but he was on that deployment with me. He was in charge of all the interpreters, or not the interpreters, the ANA, the Afghan Army guys. And I was always around him, and he got a chance to see me do a lot of cool stuff, and that's what made him want to be a sniper. But it was, in his book, he describes it way better than I ever could, of the amount of rolling ambushes. Every few 100 meters or so, we're getting ambushed, before we even got to the objective. And then by the time we got to the objective, the sun is coming up, so now we have to run out to the pickup location, the extraction. That was like routine for that deployment. That mission, I remember, so I killed those guys on the rooftop, and then I may be tying these 2 missions together, but if I'm not mistaken, after that is where I called in the AC-130 to drop 105s on a handful of dudes, like 5 or a handful of guys, and help blow these guys up. But I also might be tying these missions together too. I mean, it was like that. But in my mind, I think that was at the tail end of that mission is dropping the 105 howitzer rounds. I'll look at the date on the award and I'll send you a copy I may be mixing 2 missions together, but in my mind, that's how it feels. It was all one. And dropped those guys. And I think that was the first time where I got a chance to feel like a sniper, where you're using air assets, precision rifle. And prior to that, I was shooting guys in the tree line. We were being ambushed again. And an assault team went up to this tree line. And I'll never forget looking through the scope. They had to walk across this field. Me and my spotter, sniper, were tucked in another wood line. And there's a couple 100 meters or so to the next tree line. Some guys had squirted off the objective and had hunkered down and was setting up an ambush point in the wood line. ISR fed us that information, and the assault team started to press them. And they have a dog with them. The dog's barking. He's honing in on something in the wood line. And I see these like flashes. I'm like, oh shit, those are eyeballs, blinking in the tree line. I don't have a clear shot. Nothing's really happening. And then you just see sparks erupt from the tree line, and Long goes down, Keith goes down. Our dog starts running weird, shooting through the tree line and making a circle. I'm like, what is going on? I start shooting. Then I see Long, one of the team leaders, and he's picking up Keith, and we hear man down, he's shot in the head and all this stuff, right? And shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Or what, excuse me. And I start shooting guys in a tree line, but I can't really see where the bodies are. I could see flashes of light. I know I hit one guy. After that, my spotter, he's calling guys out. I don't know what happened if I'm hitting anybody after that. I'm laying down more so like suppressive fire as they're dragging their guys back. The dog is just running weird. He finally comes back to his dog handler. He gets picked up. The dog is shot. He took around in his side. Keith took around through his night vision, and Long took around through his helmet. We called up a Carl Gustav. He puts, I think it was flechette rounds, into the tree line.
A what round?
Flechette.
I've never even heard of that.
It's like a bunch of, it's the big ordnance, but when it explodes, it sends out like shrapnel, like razor blades.
Fragmentation?
Yeah, something like that. I was not a Gustav guy, but I'm pretty sure it was called flechette rounds. And it would shoot out these like shrapnel into the tree line. And he shot that. It didn't really do much or anything that we could see. I think it hit low. And that's when we called in the AC-130. At first, the rounds were hitting they were to the right and behind the guys, off quite a distance. So I call up and I'm like, hey, I say, left 75 plus 50. Or I'm giving calls like that to bracket the rounds. Once I saw the rounds hitting where the ambush was coming from, where I knew the guys were at, in this sector of the tree line, fire for effect, and they just started raining danger close, like 105s down. Then I remember closing the distance after the rounds were expended, walking across the field, and smoke is rising up. It looks like something out of a movie. And I'll never forget this guy. I think he was in shock or something, but he's walking. I don't know where he came from, but he's walking through this smoke. And I had changed mags by this point. I lined up with him, and he turns to go do his thing. I don't know if he was out of it or what, but he's about to shoot, I perceive, or what. I don't know what he was going to do, but he was just dazed. And he's got his AK with the wrapped up tape around it. And he turns, and I remember plucking him, but it felt like my gun didn't go off or nothing ejected. And I thought I had like a squib round. I fired, an assault team lights this guy up. So I'm stuck looking at empty out, or take my mag out, looking at what's going on, trying to figure out if I have a squib or whatever. My gun's jacked up. I had no idea that I was shooting subsonic. I had pulled the wrong mag, so I shot subsonic at him. And with the subsonic, you have to rechamber around each time, and it's not enough blowback to chamber the next round. I had no idea I was doing that. Finally figured it out, changed out my mag, and we carried on from that mission. But I remember going into the tree line, seeing body parts. And the first thing I came across was a hand. And it looked like, here again, my mind does a weird trick where I say Mickey Mouse glove. Like the swollen Mickey Mouse hand glove. It looked like that. Then I saw the arm, legs, like butt cheek, I think. Heads popped off and weird stuff like that. So we were told by our commander, we have to figure out how many guys for our AAR or after action report and call it up how many EKIA. So we're putting the bodies together, essentially, to see how many bodies there were. And it got called off pretty quick after, guys are gagging. And it's like, dude.
You guys were picking up limbs?
Yeah.
And piecing bodies together?
Yeah.
For an after actions report?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To see how many guys that we killed. And we called it off early on. Like after 2 or 3 bodies, the ground force commander looks at me, says, Sierra, my call sign. Hey, how many guys were in here? I'm like 5. I know for a fact 5. So we left it at 5. I'm pretty sure it was.
Is that like standard SOP? Have you done that before?
Yeah. I mean, not to that degree. We've done missions where.
Like, what's wrong with
BDAs,
just an estimation? Like, I don't know, five bodies.
I don't know. We've done BDAs, battle damage assessments, where, you have a big Hellfire missile or something would be. We had one in Iraq. Hellfire missile gets called in on a Hilux vehicle, blows up. We drive out to do a battle damage assessment and examine the bodies, take pictures, and see how many guys that we, took out. But that was, not routine, but it happened often.
Damn.
If we weren't cutting off fingers, but that was not my job. I've seen the assault guys do it. But, taking teeth. We had a suicide bomber working with the FBI, and suicide bomber blows himself up in the back of a pickup truck as we're approaching him. I remember seeing one of the assault team leaders. I didn't like him, so I'm just going to call him M. He lifts up, he flies back through the air, and like something out of a movie, we get hit with the blast, and luckily none of us got injured or hurt, but I remember hearing his body parts falling, and his head was sitting in the back of on the ground near the back of the truck, and the FBI guy put it up there, and we pulled some teeth using our Gerber knife and stuff like that. Yeah, it was routine for us to do that, like cutting off our fingers and, taking it to a compound that was not ours. I'm by one of those agency, places. And yeah, that was my first experience in Marja. And it was like that every mission in Marja, all the way until we were about to do our final mission, our push in Marja before the Marines came through that invasion. And our mission was to have 2 platoons. One was going to be on the east, one was going to be on the west. We were going to close in and kill everybody outside at night deemed a threat. And luckily that got called off, because I was sure we were going to have casualties. Luckily it got called off, and we ended up doing a mission out in Kandahar. And we got hit by the Afghan police out there, and that was a hell of a ride. But Marja was like that. And some days I would kill 1 guy, some days I'd kill 5, 6 guys, But Marja was all like that. I didn't find out until I got home. I was watching the news in my apartment with my wife, and I saw the Marines were going into Marja. And that's when it all made sense of like what we were doing there. Of like, we were supposed to, our whole job was to kill as many enemy fighters as we possibly could in Marja before the Marines got there. And we killed that deployment, like over 1,000 guys total.
You guys killed over 1,000 enemy combatants?
Yes. Oh, yeah. My wife was there during the ceremony when they announced it. When we got our awards. I got 2 awards from that deployment. One was a Valorous. The one where I dropped the bombs was the Valorous Award. Then I have some joint commendation medals from that deployment, but we smoked a lot of people on that deployment. A lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
1,000.
Not all bullets, though. It was a lot of bombs being dropped. And we were killing people every night, though. Every night. The ground guys, we were killing, like, the entire platoon, you could get, 9, 15, 20 guys in a night. And that was a good night. A good night. But most of it was a lot of 500-pound bombs, a lot of ordnance, a lot of 105s and 30 mics, and yeah, a lot of that.
Let's go back to that first mission.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like 2 Rangers were killed that night.
Oh, no. Cool story. Keith, when he got shot through his nods, the bullet did not penetrate all the way through and deflected, so he ended up not getting hit. That's the second Ranger I knew who got shot in the head. The other guy who got shot in his nods, he was climbing up on a rooftop on a ladder, a sniper. He got shot through his nods, but I think the bullet went into his brain. It didn't kill him. He fell off the ladder, and I remember him chunking a grenade up there to kill the guy that shot him in the head. And he killed that guy. And Keith is the other guy that I knew who got shot through his nods, and the bullet didn't kill him. But when we got back, I remember Keith from when he first came in. I'm like, dude, what did that look like? He's like, bro, I thought it was a beach ball coming at me. I'm like, you could see the bullet? Did you see trace? As a sniper, I'm like, when you're sniping, you can see the trace of the bullet. I wanted to know if he could see the back end of the trace, and he didn't know what I was talking about. But he said he thought it was a beach ball. Someone threw a beach ball at him, and it got big, and he was knocked down after that. Long got shot in his helmet, and he was fine, too. The dog survived. We had to carry him out. And I remember the ambush and walking through the water, this ravine, and the dog handler, he patched him up, and he's carrying his dog, Chico, on his shoulder, and us getting ambushed. And that was the closest one where I shot someone, 20 feet away. It was an older gentleman who was I guess he felt that Allah or whoever was on his side, and he wanted to just run through us for whatever reason. And we got the call to drop him. He didn't want to stop. We gave him commands. I remember shouting at him in Pashto and putting my red laser on him and circling his chest with it, putting around at his feet, putting around next to him, and he is just focused on coming at us. And I was like, damn, he was wearing all white, never forget it. And I looked through my scope and I put the scope on, it looked like a button on his shirt or a pattern. And I pulled the trigger, it was just all white. I didn't see body parts or anything, it was just an all white, what he was wearing, the garment. And shot, and I looked, and then he was down. I was like, wow, I never shot someone that close before with a 308, you know. That was weird, and took the dog out, got ambushed the entire way out, and got picked up, and did it again the next day. Yeah. Of course, minus a dog and Keith and Long, yeah. They got back in the fight pretty quick, though.
Wow.
Yeah. I got pictures from that one I'll have to send you. Or I'm sure they get posted up, yeah.
We'll put them up.
Yeah.
We'll put them over while we're speaking here,
Yeah.
what we're speaking about. But, you know, what was your, as a sniper, and you guys are getting after it every night. We just mentioned 1,000 plus killed in what, 4 months?
4 months, yeah. But it's a combination of like different platoons. Our platoon we had the lucky spot of going to Marja, but we were right next door to, I want to say 2nd platoon or 3rd platoon. So us combined, 50, 60 guys, yeah, killed about 1,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is a lot of work.
Yeah.
What is a sniper that's getting that much action? What do you prefer to carry?
Oh, semi-automatic sniper rifle. I wanted to take the bolt action, but it didn't carry enough rounds and it wasn't fast enough to like traverse targets. My spotter, he carried a 300 Win Mag, and I saw that not the struggle that he had, it was just slower. But when he hit someone, it was definite, Yeah, it was. I would pick a SR-25 any day of the week. Before that, I had the Mark 13, the 5.56. Was it a Mark 13? My nomenclature's off, but it was a 5.56 DDM rifle.
Was that the Mark 11?
Mark 11, one of those, yeah. So I've always been like a semi-automatic guy, not as accurate, past. I was going to be cocky and say like 800 meters, bro, but in all actuality, semi-automatic, I think I'm really good up to 700. Bolt action, past that to, if it's a 308, like I could pull off 1,000 yards with it, but not first shot, maybe not second shot. It would take a minute maybe. And that's just because, the like density altitude, I knew played a lot with the ballistics and how far I could reach out accurately. Or before I hit transonic, or the bullet started to tumble at a certain distance and it just wasn't as accurate as it would be. Let's say if I'm shooting a target at 600, 700, but reaching out to 1,000, 300 Win Mag, bolt action is what I would go to. And the luckiest I've ever been was at 1,000 yards, a little under 1,000 yards with the SR-25. And that was my longest, furthest shot. And I think a lot of it had to do with luck. And I didn't, like I said, not first round impact. I remember when the guy looked at the splash on the ground, and when he looked up, the second round was already in flight. And I remember when it hit him, and Martinez, he looked over at me and he's like, dude, badass. And I just looked at him and was like, holy shit. I didn't want anybody to know that, dude, I didn't think I could hit this guy that far away. But they were shooting at us as we were extracting. We were getting ambushed from the side. There was this big wall, and we had Kiowa or Cobra helicopters flying in. And I remember hearing like grass being like mowed or something like that, like a lawnmower going off. And that was the machine gun from the helicopter shooting over us into a courtyard that was ambushing us, trying to shoot through the wall. And we're leaning up against this wall and had no idea. Well, we had an idea. I just didn't make sense of it, that we were getting ambushed from that side and they were trying to shoot through the wall to shoot us. And then we were getting ambushed across this, like a dam almost, like a small dam or ravine, concrete ravine, and up on this hill, being ambushed from machine gun fire. And the first group of guys at that distance, I missed. He had fled behind a house, or the backside of his, wherever he was shooting from, a house, hut, whatever you want to call it. Then the second group of guys is where I redeemed myself and was like, no, I'm going to get this sucker. I had made a bad judgment call and distance. I was way off, like 2 mils low, and I was half a mil to the left of him. And off on distance, so I compensated for the second group of guys I was going after. First shot missed, I was still low, but I was within enough of where I could make a second shot correction. Just copied and pasted the splash of, splashes here, let's say half mil low, and just pulled it up and held a little bit right, quarter mil right, to compensate for whatever wind that was out there that day. And the second round, I'm pretty sure hit him square in his chest just based on the way that he fell, like in his own footprint, the way he fell. But that's my cleanest shot. And working with the Marines and saving, I hate using that word, man. I didn't save anybody. I just shot a guy that had an RPG. He popped around a corner, and I was overwatching this Marine. I was attached with them on this 5-day operation with recce guys, and like the third or fourth day, every morning they would get ambushed by the surrounding town. They had overtaken this school. Me and the Marine scout snipers, we stalked out, broke into some abandoned home, cleared it, set up a sniper position, waited all night, and waited for the ambush to come. Ambush didn't come. I don't know if they knew we were out there. I'm not sure. I don't think they knew. But for some odd reason, they did not engage that day. The Marines decided they were going to, they called it movement to contact, I believe, where they just got in their vehicles and went out to the city and waited to get shot at or get engaged. And I remember that being weird. I had never done anything like that. I'm overwatching them, and I see the Humvees come out, and I can see the Marines in it. And no shit, there's a guy. Well, they started getting shot at, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from or couldn't pinpoint it. We had some mortars land beside, or not beside, it was pretty far off, but mortars landing near our position. And you could hear snaps of bullets. And the Marine convoy, as it was rolling through, this guy popped out with the RPG, and he lined up, pointed it at the Humvee, the lead Humvee, and it was a snapshot. Like, I had been out there all night, so I had pretty good distance of where different buildings were and, landmarks that we had determined. And I shot that guy, and that was I guess luck. I don't know. It was a really good shot, and I hit him. And I remember they brought me back his sandal. Couldn't take it. And their Marine commander or whatever shook my hand, Pemberton's hand, and wanted to give us an award and a write-up, but our commander was against it. And we were out that night to do the worst mission of my life, man. Yeah. But I met up with one of the Marines at a book signing, and he shook my hand, and, he says I saved his life or whatever, and I always just feel weird about that. Like Keith, he emailed me years later, and he was like, people call you the Reaper or the Angel of Death, but he was like, dude, you're my guardian angel. And I'm like, I don't know. It feels weird, I guess, because I don't know. It's just weird to think, I guess, that you save someone. I don't know. I don't think I like it too much,
Why is that?
I feel weird about it. I feel weird about it. I don't know. I feel like I'm not that good to have that, like, I don't know, responsibility or honor to do that. Yeah. To save someone's life is like an honor. So yeah, I feel weird about it, feel weird about it. If I did, if you feel that way, then cool. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel bad saying keep it to yourself, but I just don't want that, I was just there, right place, I guess, yeah. But I don't feel that way, yeah.
Well, if you wouldn't have been there.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think of it like that. I don't know. If I go too far down that rabbit hole, it's like, well, what if, the guys that did not make it back, did I not do my job? Yeah.
Do you want to go into the worst mission of your life? Are you all right?
Yeah. 1 second, bro.
It's all right, man.
Yeah. You don't get this a lot, do you?
All the time.
Man. Yeah, whenever you're ready, bro.
It's all good, man. We're on your timeline.
Yeah. I don't call these tears. I don't know what they are. Sweat, bro. It's hot in here. Yeah. Yeah.
We don't have to do this.
No, I'm good, bro. Open book, man. Open book. Open book. Yeah. But, yeah. After that mission, yeah. So in the beginning of that mission, like, it was a 5-day op. I was approached by the reconnaissance guys, and they had caught wind of the good work I was doing, and I had racked up a pretty good amount of kills at that point. So they came over to my sniper team, and they're like, hey, man, what do you think about this? They gave me a scenario. If a car was 1,000 yards away, coming down an alleyway, and you had a clear line of sight to shoot the driver, could you pull that shot off? Honestly, no. But I told them yes, because I really wanted to work with these guys. And they're like, cool, get your team together. We're going to go after, we've been tracking this high-value target. We're going to go after them. And yeah, we want you guys to tag along. 5-day op. At first, we were going to like infill like a 20-something mile walk. And I'm like, geez, I picked the wrong time to do this. I'm not a big rucker. And we were carrying everything we were going to need to survive with, batteries, ammo, food, everything for 5 days. And it was a 5-6-man team, me, Pemberton, radio, medic, team lead. So like 6 guys. And yeah, 6-man team. And I remember calling my wife, telling her, because I was used to calling her every day. So I'm like, I won't be able to talk to you for like a week and can't say much, but I'll call you when I get back. Don't worry about anything if I don't call for, a week or whatever. So, and to do that, I had to use the FBI's sat phone because our phone calls were always monitored at where we had our little phone area. So I used the FBI as my roommate, or lived next door to me. I used a sat phone, called her, told her that, and I was on my way. I remember being on the back of a Chinook with 6 guys, and the crew chiefs were like, who are you guys? And we couldn't tell him who we were or whatever. He's like, this is it? The 6 of you? And we're like, yeah. And I slept for a little bit, like an hour, not even an hour flight, a 30, 40-minute flight to get to where we were going. And we had maps. That's all I knew. We were going to this location, and I'm tagging along with the recce guys. And they're going to do all their communication, satellite stuff, however they track phone. I don't know how they do that cool guy stuff, but I was just there to, provide support by fire with precision rifle. Didn't sleep for like the first 3 days, maybe got catnaps here and there. We teamed up with some Marines from 2-5, the 2-5 Marines, and being attached with them for a little bit, helping out with their snipers and learning some cool stuff from them and how they operate and things of that nature. We finally tracked the guy. We had him pinned down to this location. And after I had that engagement with the RPG guy and the Marines, we were on a flight soon thereafter that night to conduct this mission to capture the high-value target. So we called in the platoon to facilitate that, and like we had the guy pinpointed. The assault team was going to go in and get this guy. And the mission from the get-go just felt weird, man. It felt rushed. It felt pushed. Like this particular platoon had not had a chance to do its thing that whole deployment. And I think a commander wanted a ribbon, so we had a lot of that. And we don't work in daylight operation. We don't really do that. So we start off the mission, and I remember, dude, getting there was like hell. Riding on the back of these Marine trucks. I don't know what they were called, like deuce and a halves, like big trucks, very uncomfortable. We drive out there, we get dropped off, and I remember it looking like a scene out of Aladdin. The sand dunes and all the stars in the sky looked like that. It was pretty peaceful, and I remember falling asleep, nodding off, and I was like begging for a firefight. I was like, dude, I'm sucking right now. Tired. Day 5, going on day 5 now. And the walk there took forever. Started off at night. By the time we got there, it was like the sun was coming up. So I already had a bad feeling about that to begin with. But they kept pressing on with this mission. And I remember so my plan for my team was to set up like a blocking position, a good distance away from the actual, where the target building was at. And to, block this avenue of approach that was going into the town where the house was at. We set up in this open field, but I remember walking through the open field and there's these craters, like holes in the ground. I'm like, what is this stuff? So I look back at my spotter and something told me, I was like, dude, if something goes wrong, we're coming back to these holes. No shit, man. Make it past this hole, maybe 50 meters or so. We lay down. I'm pulling security along this long road, and the town starts to wake up, and I'm just getting these bad vibes. Took my night vision off, try to blend in with the terrain as much as possible, and I see this, the mopeds. What do you call those little, like a moped? Mm-hmm. And there's 2 guys on a moped, and he rolls up, and I put my laser on him. I'm like, dude, he's going, to the objective. Put my laser on him, my laser light, and he sees it, and I'm waving around in his chest. He can't see me in the grass yet, but he looks down in his chest, he stops the bike, and he looks down in his chest, and he looks up in that direction of where I was at. I'll never forget the look in his eyes of hate, just hate, bro. And he backs up, does a U-E, and goes away. And I was like, this isn't good. This is not good. And then in front of us, a huddle forms, like a football huddle. These guys get into a huddle, and me and my spotter are looking at them. I call back to the recce team lead. I'm like, hey, can we smoke these guys? He's like, do they have weapons? And I'm like, no. But I just got a bad feeling, man. Like, the way everything about them, they were planning and looking around, looking at where they thought we were, and it just felt weird. They were all in this huddle, and then no shit, bro. They were like, ready, break. They scatter. A minute or 2 later, bro, like the grass was like waist high that we were in. And I remember, like, dude, the grass being mowed around us. It just started getting chopped down in all directions, all 360, it lit up. And I remember looking back at my spotter. The recce guys are already breaking contact. We go back, and 4 of us jumped into the hole. I'm second guy in the hole. We had the recce team lead go in. Pemberton's on top of me. I'm sorry, the other guy, he's right on the outside of the hole, and he's in a star fort, like sprawled out. And we had the medic behind him also sprawled out. And dude, we were getting lit up, bro. I cannot describe how intense the fire was around us. And then it like stopped. And we just heard pow, just one crack at a time. But the intervals were very consistent and very accurate. And I'm like, oh shit, we're getting engaged by a sniper. And then it clicked what the Marines told me before coming into that area. They were like, dude, one, we cannot go with anything less than a brigade. And we're out there with less than 35 guys. Two, there's a Chechen sniper that's working that area, and he's been out there for a while. He has a, supposed to be a big kill record. He's been fighting for way longer than your average fighter, supposedly like the Soviet days or whatnot, and has been like a mercenary in that area, and from a Chechen sniper. So I deduced it down to, this is him. He's good, really good. So I call it up. We're being engaged by a sniper. So I'm trying to do a snap bang where I hear the crack and I wait for the report of the rifle, like lightning and thunder. And I'm getting a general idea of how far away the sniper is. So I pinpoint him to this tall building. It's where I would be if I were a sniper. Zoom in, I'm looking, and I'm not too sure. So I go to pick up my head and crack, bullet goes by. Look at Pemberton, he goes to roll over, crack, bullet snaps and pops up dust next to him. Then it started getting way more accurate. Me and I call him Jay, the team lead from Recce, me and him pop up and we're almost helmet to helmet, bro. And a bullet between us, he pushes off of me, I push off of him. And the next thing I heard was the medic screaming, who's hit, who's hit? Team lead thinks my head is gone. I think his head is gone. He's like, I'm good, I'm good. Are you good? Check yourself. I'm checking my face like, dude, I'm hit. Something's happened. Nothing. And that went on for 3 hours of playing volleyball with this sniper in this small hole, and the fire just got more accurate. Every movement that you would make, he'd take a snap at it. He was going off of movement. And I would put rounds to where I think he's at, but I know I'm not going to hit him because I think he's shooting from back inside of the room, outside the window, or this little slit or a hole in the side of the wall, or the building. But he's backed away from it, so I know I'm not going to hit this guy, so I'm just putting rounds into it. Then we started to hear the enemy close in on us, and you can hear him, Allah Akbar, and all that. And at one point, they got close where you could hear the footsteps. My spotter starts engaging guys who are close, bro, close to us with the 300 Win Mag. And he's laying some hate down, and it gets picked back up. We're calling in for airstrikes. I'm damn near crying, bro. I've never cussed out a colonel in my life, but cussed this colonel out like we need bombs. We need help bad. We're about to be on CNN getting our freaking heads chopped off, Yeah, so, they could not drop any bombs.
Why?
Obama's rule of engagement, bro. We could not have anything with 0.1% collateral damage, meaning if we dropped a bomb and their home got hit with shrapnel, that would be a bad deal it was all about winning the hearts and minds. So getting a bomb dropped at that time was impossible. And we couldn't drop it to where I had pinpointed where I figured this guy was at, the sniper, found his location on the map. We called it in for an airstrike. The best that they said they could do was do a flyover, show of force. The first thing that came over was it was an F-16 or F-15, one of those jets. He came over, didn't do anything. Next, I looked up, and I thought I saw a UFO. I'm tired, borderline hallucinating. So I'm like, yeah, that's a UFO. And it's just this thin, black, looked like a disc. And it's low, bro, low. And as soon as it gets closer, I'm like, that's a B-2 stealth bomber. I've never seen one of these things before in my life. except for like on TV. And it was way bigger than what I expected and thinner than I expected. And I remember he had his bay doors open and he dropped flares. And that didn't do anything. So then we called in for bombs to be dropped on our location. So I'm calling up like, drop them on us because we're getting, overrun. And I'm playing volleyball with a sniper I can barely see, and I picked some machine gunners off on a rooftop who was shooting at us, picked some more guys off in the field. And then, when we thought it was over, I look at the recce team lead, and I'm like, dude, do you have a grenade? And he already knew I was going with it. If they get in close, we're going to pull this grenade, hug it, and we're going to kill them with us, right? So he pulls out his grenade. Man, 1 second, bro. Yeah. That's where I fist bump Mike Pemberton. Yeah, we said our goodbyes. 1 second.
It's okay, man.
Like I said, this is the worst one, so I'm good after this one. And I haven't talked about it in a while, so I think that is different. But yeah, say our goodbyes. I fist pound Mike Pemberton, and I'm like, dude, tell my wife I was not a bitch. And he's like, dude, I'm not telling her anything. She's Mexican. She'll cut me. I'm like, yeah, she will. And he did our little goodbyes or whatever. Waited to these guys to, overrun us. And look over my shoulder, and here's my dumb brain again, my kid brain. I thought it was the Roadrunner. Like when someone's running real fast and you can see the dust kicking up from the back of their feet. It was a machine gun team. Cop, Eric Ennis, those guys. They heard the call. And dude. Yeah. They heard the call of, we were pinned down pretty good. And they came in and extracted us, and we popped smoke. Murphy's Law. We popped smoke and the wind blew it the opposite direction, so we had no cover, like screen cover or anything like that to bound out. We were going to bound out in twos, and me and Mike Pemberton were going to be the last guys to bound out, covering them as best as we could. As they made it back to the machine gun team on the road that we were originally overlooking, and snipers trying to pick us off as we're running. So I tell Mike, I'm like, dude, zigzag. And I learned this from just, where I grew up. I'm like, dude, if you're getting shot at, zigzag. And I didn't zigzag. I just V-lined it. And it's the fastest. I felt like I was running on clouds, man. I could not feel the ground beneath my feet. V-lined it to the machine gun team. Mike's right behind me. And you can hear the cracks of the rifle. And you see the ground pop up, and made it back to the machine gun team. I look at Cop, I'm like, dude, I am sucking. I need water bad. Haven't had water in, felt like a day or whatever, and really thirsty, and mouth was sticking together and couldn't form any spit. He gives me water out his his backpack. I drank half the bottle, gave the rest to Mike, and it's up to me, hey, where are we going? I'm like, well, let's make our way back to the main element where you guys came from, and we'll join up with them and finish out this mission. And as we pick up to move out, I see some guy pop out from the backside of this little house, and I put my rifle over Pemberton's shoulder. We're both facing that direction. I use his shoulder as a brace because we're standing, and I, shot this guy as he poked out from behind the house, and like a walking firefight. And I made the dumbest call of my life, man, of skirting the tree line. Yeah. Should have went in it. And skirted the tree line, probably tired. Wanted to get to the element as quickly as we could because they were also in a huge firefight, throwing grenades and back and forth, borderline hand-to-hand combat in this little like ravine. It was intense, bro. Making it back to them, skirted the tree line, and I shit you not, I saw the ground open up. Like a guy come out the ground, he lifted up the grass, and he came out of the ground, and it's a team of guys, and they started engaging us from, dude, me to that wall. It's danger close.
Shit.
And we get ambushed, and I remember diving head first. I didn't care how deep this ditch was or what was in it. Dove in, hit water, like chest deep water. We all jump into it, and I look over and I can see Cop, the guy who had just rescued us. He's got his leg up on the embankment. Yeah. Laying down a cover fire. And I can see the dudes' heads in the ground, and I start shooting, and what I could hit, I know I hit one, and got back down, and as I get into like cover from the embankment portion, I'm like this high in water, chest high, neck high at this point, and I hear this loud sound like an M4. An M4 was right by my ear, and I'm like, I go to look over, like, dude, back away a little bit, and there's no one right there. But then I see the embankment behind me, the mud like blowing up, and I'm like, holy shit, that's gunfire. So I move off to the side a little bit, and that's when I'm going back up to engage, and I hear this weird slap, and I heard cops scream. And I look, and I see like a water hose, dumb brain again, pumping red water, like squirting into the field. Like, what is that? Then I see him fall, and he's screaming, bro, screaming, cussing and screaming. And his femoral artery was hit, snapped up into his body, and he took 2 rounds to it. And I remember the ravine, the water we were in, like turning different color, dark brown, and it tasted like pennies. And look at a commander, the lead, who's with us, and by this point he's next to me, so I grab him, I pull him in close to I could talk to him in his ear, screaming, we need to get this like 300 meters down this ravine or down here to this opening. That's where we take our dog leg and go across this field in the safe haven. The safe house was going to be there. But we have to go now. We're screwed in this little ravine, and screwed. And as I'm talking to him, I feel a splash of warm water slap my face, and then he just got weightless. And I thought, I don't know what I thought. I just thought he just sat down really fast. And he goes down, I wipe the water off my face, and it wasn't water, it was his blood. And I see this right above his body armor, this gaping hamburger meat hanging out of his chest. I go back up against the embankment. Pemberton comes over, he just puts his hand inside the wound. And I remember him like screaming. Yeah. And I went black, bro. It's the only time in combat where I like blacked out for a second. I'm staring in his eyes and watching his chest open up and Pemberton's hand in it and him screaming, and Cop had stopped screaming at this point, and our medic is working on him, badass medic, Melvin. His kit bag is floating in the water, and he's doing like surgery, bro, you know?
Shit.
Put on 2 tourniquets, bleeding wouldn't stop. He's packing it, trying to, get it to stop. Watkins got hit in his foot, or his ankle. So we're down 3, and one of the recce guys came over and slapped me on my helmet. He slapped me on my helmet and he's like, dude, get back in it, you know? I'm like, oh shit, yeah. And he's like, come over here. The sniper, he's not engaging him. And he's like, come over here to me behind this weird little fallen tree. And as soon as I get up next to him to get eyes on anything, we get shot at. And he pushes me, was like, dude, he's targeting you, you know? Everywhere I went down this ravine, pow, crack. And the plead, the cries, and, you know, everybody's jacked up and cops going in and out of consciousness. And we finally made the decision to, let's just move. We can't get pinned down here. So he passed his body up on the stretcher. And I remember him passing by and just white. And like when we would take cover, we'd shout like, yeah, dude, hold your breath, you know? We'd have to go underwater to get him to safety. And yeah, he, you know, was out of it, lost a lot of blood. And we get to the end of the ravine, and I remember popping out the other side and going into the safe house, and dude, it felt like World War III opened up, and I go down. Pemberton looks back at me. He's like, thought I was hit. He comes and grabs me and starts pulling me. I'm looking up at him like, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, I said, we're getting shot at. He's like, no, those are our guys. We had support by fire, machine guns up on top, and I was just so, you know, out of it a little bit. And we get into the safe haven, the little house we had taken over, and the first sergeant was in there, and he's like, hey, you guys get up on top. And we were the first ones to get up on top to provide cover as, you know, cop, and everybody else was coming out. And we were just told to engage everything that was a threat. And I remember looking out, and dudes were getting dropped off in like vans with the sliding doors taken off, and mopeds and bikes with like 3 guys on them, and RPGs and ammo and machine guns piling out into the city. Pretty far away, and couldn't engage them, too far away, and tried some shots too far away, and just picked off everything else that I could pick off. And yeah, and we called for reinforcements, the Marines to come in, and they couldn't do it. They had to have more people, like I said, a brigade, and we were told that the best they could do was park their vehicles like a mile away, and we had to run to them. That was like not really an option at the moment. We were going to stay and fight. So we had the guys who, from my platoon, put speedballs together, ready to go, ammo and stuff like that. They were going to fly the helicopters in low, drop off the speedballs, and we were going to get it out and fight all night. Watched the medevac come in and provided cover for them. It was an old school like medevac with the big cross on the side. And watching the guys carry out the wounded and covering them, and stayed to fight. Had 210 bullets and had 6 when it was over left. Did a lot of shooting, and yeah, we had to. That was the initial call, was to remain overnight. Luckily, that wasn't the case. And as we were running low on ammo, I'll never forget the call. My first sergeant was like, if you got a bayonet, if you got a knife, get ready. We're going hand to hand if, you know, these guys are going to overrun this compound. So in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to smoke a guy, get his AK, and fight with that. And if we go hand to hand, hey, Hodge is pretty small. We're good. So luckily, that did not happen. We did make the decision to run out. Everybody was like not timid. It was a rough day. Like hour 8, 9 at this point. We have to run out the wide open field, a mile, to get to the Marines that finally made it. And I volunteered. It was like, I wanted to kill myself so much that day. It was like after like I saw the third guy was hit, debated standing up, just getting my head taken off, Just tired of it. Yeah. So I was like, I'll volunteer, and I'm not like crying too much, am I?
You're all good, man. I've never heard anything like this.
I'm sucking, bro. But so yeah, I volunteered to lead us out. I had like 6 bullets left. And I told Pemberton, I was like, you take up the rear for the assault team, make sure we're good, and I'll get the front. We're just gonna book it. I don't have time to shoot, So we just start running when they open up the big blue doors, the gates. I have a picture of it, before we ran out. I just booked it, man. See the Marines on top of a hill, and they didn't have enough vehicles for us or whatever. So, yeah, we had to fit like 30 guys in 4 Humvees and on Humvees and piled in. And I had a big 500-pound Marine 50 cal gunner laying on my chest, and I'm laying across Pemberton's lap and another assaulter's lap. He's being stood on. It's cram-packed in there. Some guys are piled on, and we drive out. I asked for a cigarette, and this Marine was like, gave me one, and I go to flick it out the hatch, and it landed back in my... I always say that was like the worst part of that whole mission, was having that cigarette burn my back, and this other guy, an assaulter, pouring his canteen out on me, dousing me. I'm like, dude, it's just a cigarette. But we get back, and we got the target we were going after, captured him, and I remember doing the quick AAR when we got back, and I'm sitting next to a prisoner before we fly him out to where we have to fly him out to, and I'm sitting next to a prisoner, and I'm leaning up against my rucksack, and dude, I'm dozing off, and I do doze off, and I heard a clear as day, man, bullet snap past my head. So I wake up, I'm looking around, and I'm wondering, why is no one else freaking out? Everyone's just pretty calm and chill, waiting for the helicopters to come in. I'm like, damn, that was not even a gunshot. I'm still hearing bullet snap, And I knew I was like hurt after that. And then a few days later, a cop died. The first hospital he went to, power went out. So they had to take him to another hospital. Yeah. So that's the guy who saved my life.
I've never heard anything like that before.
My bad, bro. Oh, man. Haven't talked about it like that in a while either. But yeah, think about it every day. Every day. Every day, man.
You want to take a break? Let's take a break. How many guys out there are worried about brain health? All we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick. You got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right. Functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got daily reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird's Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. Save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%. Over the past several years, Vigilance Elite Patreon has fueled what you now see today, the Shawn Ryan Show. Because of our patrons and their support, it has enabled us to produce the best quality productions that you see weekly, including our small team that continues to grow. I've done a complete restructure of Vigilance Elite Patreon in 2024 by adding new and improved tiers and giving them a unique name. Tier 1 is now known as the Seeker, Tier 2 is known as the Protector, and Tier 3 is now known as the Defender. And our newest tier, Tier 4, is known as the Patriots. One of our top benefits by joining Tier 1 is getting early access to all of the Shawn Ryan shows. This includes both audio and video. Our Tier 2 option houses the old school tactical training library that is still used today, along with our newest benefit, a behind-the-scenes take of the Shawn Ryan Show. I also include my file notes that give you a rundown of what me and my guests will discuss during the next episode. Tier 3 is the next option that allows you to have an end-of-the-month Zoom call with me, 24-hour early access merch drops, and a chance to be featured in the Shawn Ryan Show by asking a question for me to ask the guest. Our last tier is for those that are committed to the cause and expect nothing in return, although you will get access to all tiers 1, 2, and 3. No matter how big or small your contribution has been on Vigilance Elite Patreon, it has made a huge impact on the success of the Shawn Ryan Show. You see, without you, there would be no show. There would be no team to support me. And the thousands and thousands, possibly millions of lives that we've been able to have positive impacts on would have never happened. And for that, I would like to personally thank you. You can join me today for as little as $5 a month by visiting Vigilance Elite Patreon. All right, Nick.
Yeah.
That was a heavy segment, man.
Dude, that chef is finally gone, man. He was cutting up all those onions. I'm surprised you didn't. I'm glad you kicked him out. That dude was rough, man. Yeah.
Man, that, I've not heard of anything that intense.
Really?
I don't think ever. And
that's what caused me to get out, man.
That was it.
That was it. I was on my way out the door, but that like sealed the deal of learning of Copp's death and just that whole mission, man. And I watched guys get Bronze Stars for just saying, go do this, and never step foot on the field of, never had to do anything like that. But they walk away with the Bronze Star. And, I'm never about medals anyways. I was supposed to get a Bronze Star with V, but they pulled it and reduced it to a ARCOM Joint Commendation Medal or Army Commendation Medal with V. Reduced it to that. Only because they told me I was just doing my job, so there was no point of, and I don't care,
Yeah.
But I watched a guy who's sitting behind a desk get a Bronze Star.
I remember when we came back from deployment in Iraq, and we did some really good sniper stuff for conventional guys, and which opened up a lot of routes, a lot of logistical routes. We came home, and I remember watching a guy get a Bronze Star who stayed back in Little Creek, Virginia for stocking the candy machines, because the candy machines were stocked every day.
What?
Yeah, we're sitting there at the morning muster, and we're watching this guy get a fucking Bronze Star for stocking candy machines at SEAL Team 2. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And that is about the moment I knew that I was making the right decision to get the fuck out. But we just had a good conversation off camera, and I kind of cut it because I think it's important to have it on here about the ego, that runs within the soft community, and the competitiveness, the characters that come out afterwards. We had talked about a couple of individuals that we both know that will remain nameless on camera, but the conversation kind of started with, how do some of these guys live with themselves? People that you knew in service, people that I knew in service, and then you see them on social media, you see them on YouTube, you see them on the news, you see them everywhere, and that's
not that guy.
That's not you.
Yeah.
And now they're trapped into being that character, likely for the rest of their life.
Well, yeah.
And there are some very controversial individuals from the vet community, especially from the soft community, that are living a lie. And that brought us up into, the killing. And how that, I'll let you pick up the conversation.
From the killing portion.
When it comes to ego.
Oh, while you're overseas deployed?
Yeah, the competitiveness on killing.
Yeah.
And it becomes, I think it starts as you're killing for the country, you're killing for your team, and then it gets competitive.
I think you go in with the mindset of that. Like, I would say my first deployment, I felt like I was doing it for the country, after payback for 9/11. I'm finally here and I get a chance to deal out my payback. But then I want to say maybe my third deployment is when I started to see and notice that, more so when I was a sniper, like killing the bad guys, or whatever you want to call them, killing people, getting back, and the guys who did not get a chance to go on the operation would show jealousy or, envy towards that. And it became a competition really quick as who could get, and I never thought it was a competition. I was right place, right time. And I didn't have to look for it. I enjoyed being a sniper, and I enjoyed looking over my guys so that they could do what they had to do on the ground. I enjoyed it, and I liked working by myself and having that leadership role. But the killing was never something that I expected. Like, especially as a Ranger sniper, it's rare that you even get a chance to pull the trigger. So I never went into it with that mentality or mindset. I thought I was going to do more. I wanted to do the stalking, setting up hide sites. That's what I wanted to do the most. I thought that part was the coolest thing about being a sniper. The shooting portion, it's cool and all, but it's so rare. So I didn't expect it. All the snipers that I knew, some had 0 kills. My replacement sniper, so after Pemberton fell down this 75+ foot well, had to get medevaced out, I was replaced with another sniper who had, I think he was in the section for like 2 or 3 years and never had a kill until he started working with me. And that was just because we were getting ambushed like literally every day, and he had to shoot people. But prior to that, he never killed anyone. So I was used to that. The snipers that had been in the section for so long, they never talked about killing because it was rare. You might have guys with 2 or 3 kills, some guys with 0. But it wasn't a big thing that we harped on, until I started to see that competition when that's all it became about, was just killing and killing and killing. And, well, I have more than you and I have more than you and I'm catching up to you. And I'm like, dude, I don't care, I don't really care. And no one knew what I felt like after the fact. So after everybody I've ever taken out or anything, I've always felt bad about. I've always felt that, I guess coming from a religious background, I felt that it rips out a piece of your soul. I think that spiritually, we're all connected in some way, shape, or form. We all share one thing in common, and that's the soul. And we're all connected by it. So eliminating or cutting that tether of somebody else's life, it's like I felt the same way that a tether was connected also. Because deep down, I don't know, some people in our community, maybe they are telling the truth when they say, oh, I don't feel anything. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And
did you feel anything at the time when you were killing?
After the fact.
Or was it years later?
No, during the killing. So I would ride like this weird roller coaster of emotion, of a big rush, adrenaline dump. I'm about to kill this guy. I can see he has a weapon or he's shooting, and I get like a rush before a hunter would shoot a deer. After that, though, it was like this crazy, like you reach the peak of a roller coaster, and right when you come down, it was like that free fall of, it didn't feel, it's a weird, it feels weird. It feels like remorseful. The remorse part came when I got back to my room and I had privacy away from the guys, and I didn't cry. I just felt weird. I felt sad. I did feel remorseful, like, man, and my mind would play tricks of like, did he have a family, or, who was he before that? When he woke up that morning, it was always weird to me that, like, when a person wakes up, they have no idea that they're gonna die, And if they did, would they change their life leading up to that point? If there was no getting around the fact that you're going to die in 2 hours from now, what would you have changed differently? And that part is what I played with in my mind. Like, did they carry on about their day? Did they have a good day? I don't know, So it was weird in that aspect of like wondering their life prior to that, of the kill. And I felt like I was a young guy killing grown men, which was weird to me too, It was just weird to kill someone that was like my dad's age, and it was weird. It was weird. But I always felt remorse thereafter. I didn't show up to the guys. I didn't show anything until I got back, my last deployment. And that's where my wife saw me crying in the car after Cop died. And I had called my dad. This is the only time I've called my dad on that deployment. I masked my cry with the sounds of the jets taking off on the runway and this big generator behind our barracks overseas. Called on the satellite phone, and I didn't say anything. I just waited for the afterburners on the jet to kick in before he took off, and I used that to cry so the guys wouldn't hear me. And that's like the only time he was pretty much like, it's okay, son. And, I guess he understood. I'm not sure, but that's all he said. And that's the only time I cried like that and like let it all out pretty much. Yeah. And then of course, when I got back, but I didn't really care about the competition of killing or who had the most. My career leading up to that, all the guys in my platoon, like the assaulters were, and I was not an assaulter. I was a machine gunner, machine gun team leader, designated marksman, and sniper. I served a brief role when I first got to the battalion as an assaulter, and then I lost my gun on my first jump in. And no, I just was never that guy to always kick in the door and go kill bad guys. That wasn't my thing. Those guys were doing all the killing to me. Like, they were really doing it a lot, but I didn't look at them and envy them because they killed more people. It was just cool to be amongst them of hey, these guys are really good at what they do, and it's like a dream come true being in the special operations community and doing these cool jobs at the time, at that age. But I never looked at someone and said, man, I want to have as, much kills as you do. It just turned out that way. And I don't have, like as a sniper, I have, quite a few, but like my entire career, there's guys I'm sure out there who have way more, way more. But I don't look at them any better than what I, did. We all did our job, and it is what it is. We're here today, and hopefully we're making today count. And yeah.
You had mentioned off camera that every kill that you had, you felt took a piece of your soul. What do you mean by that?
Like literally a piece of your soul. Gets disconnected. I think we're all connected, bro. Like, that's my belief now. And from what I've seen from my experience in spirituality, I believe that we're more connected than we think we are. It's just that this realm that we're in, this place, this earth that we're in, and I read the Bible, and the ruler of this world is Satan.
You read the Bible?
Every day. Every day.
I thought, okay, we're gonna go down some rabbit holes here.
Yeah.
So we had talked about, let's talk about your we'll call it your journey to God. How did that, what sent you down that rabbit hole after, what were you searching for? You've had some of the most kinetic deployments that I've ever heard of. Some of the most descriptive combat accounts I've ever heard. And so I guess I shouldn't make any assumptions, but I would assume that your transition was rough.
Yes. Well, so Ranger Battalion, it's crazy you say that. Like, to me, it doesn't seem like a lot because we know, and anybody can look it up, it's the only unit with the most kills and captures and continuously deployed since GWAT began is Ranger Battalion. It's the most killed, captured, combined, more than the Marine Corps, Air Force, Green Berets, you name it, combined, we've killed and captured more enemy high-value targets than any unit combined. And that's Google, whatever you want to use to look it up. So it's not weird to me that it was like that. Like the most deployments that I've seen a Ranger have was like 14 deployments, and thought he was badass. But I think he's badass. But I think that for my transition was like anybody else's, I think, who's been through that. A lot of self-medication in the wrong way. I struggled a lot with alcoholism. It runs deep in my family. Depression. And thoughts that I wish I didn't have, not wanting to be here anymore, still got the scars to prove it. Yeah. So I struggled with that for a long time.
What do you mean you still have the scars to prove it? Internal or external?
External.
What had happened?
What's that?
Is this a suicide attempt?
Not that one per se, just hurt. I just wanted to see blood.
What happened?
Just decided to take a razor blade, bro, and start carving. Yeah. In front of? My wife, she saw it.
She saw that?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Did that and had a bottle of Jack one day and decided to... Dude, my life was crumbling down when I got out. Had no idea what I was going to do. Did contracting, got out. Wasn't for me. I was tired of being away from home, So I bought a home and I just felt empty. I felt just useless, empty. I couldn't apply all the stuff that I learned and was, good at. Like I was terrible at school, wasn't a good kid, tried to be a good husband, but I just felt like empty. So decided with a bottle of Jack Daniels and a Glock pistol to go outside in the backyard and stare at the stars and have a conversation with my inner self. And yeah, scary times, man, scary times.
What did that conversation entail?
With myself,
Yeah.
why am I here? Basically, why am I here? And is there any importance as to why I'm here? Why am I here and why are my guys not? And the message I got out of that was, if I do this, everything that they did would have been in vain, by not living life. And that's what kind of, I guess, pulled me out of that at that moment. But I teetered a lot with depression, anger, resentment, a lot of that. And just nowhere to fit in, nowhere to fit in. So I would self-medicate daily until I couldn't remember, and I felt like I didn't exist anymore. I would just drink until I call it my dark space, where nothing exists anymore, no feeling, no emotion, just darkness. And I liked being there for a while, a while.
You liked being there?
Yeah.
You liked being there, or you didn't know how to be anywhere else?
Ooh, that's deeper. I didn't know how to be anywhere else. Yeah. I didn't know how to be anywhere else, and I didn't know how to process the outside world as far as struggle. Like overseas, when you get mad and you're faced with a situation, it was easy. And being overseas, everything was cut and dry. You just stay alive. That's it. You don't have to worry about your light bill. You don't have to worry about the water bill. I had no job after I got out of contracting. Everything seemed like it was, falling apart. Just got a new house in Texas and I had nothing. I was empty, bro, empty. I was losing everything. And decided one day to lock myself in a room, and I just started to write my whole deployment. And I called it Team Reaper at the first, because the Reaper just did not, and originally, I don't know if I've ever really told this story because I don't care, but the original, the Reaper term came from that deployment, and I called after an assaulter, WR, because I don't like this guy anymore. Well, whatever. No judgment. That's his path. But he gave me that title, the Angel of Death. And I was like, our Pemberton was like, oh, like the Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult. I had no idea who Blue Oyster Cult was or anything. And he's an older guy, Pemberton, so he introduced me to it. The Baby Don't Fear the Reaper. And that stuck. I always called us Team Reaper. We're a team, Me and him were a team. He was just as good as I was. I was just on a semi-automatic, I guess, and I was the sniper team leader. But my original, when we got back, we had a deployment video. And on that deployment video, Team Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult's playing in the background, and that was our thing. The first book I ever wrote was Team Reaper. I didn't want to be the Reaper. That came up along the lines when I got into the big book publishing company, and they did not want it to be a team. It wanted to be about me, regardless if it was Nick was the Reaper in Battalion or not. I wanted my guy to be a part of it. That's why I incorporated Pemberton in everything. And I still keep in contact with Pemberton. And he's always been my guy, loyal, my guy, So the first book I ever wrote, it was terrible. I wrote it completely wasted, sitting in my computer room, trapped myself in there, and just wrote. Team Reaper, unedited. That was the first original book. So it's always Team Reaper from the beginning. I just didn't want to be singled out as the Reaper, regardless of what some other title someone gave me. And it went along with that. But the first book I ever wrote was not even about me. I just wanted to talk about the things that me and my team did. And that's why I got out of the whole, after the first book, I was, like I said, I didn't like it. It was cool. But the individual, the solo, that it was just me, out there. No. My spotter and the guys on the ground were just as good, if not better than I was. I was just right place, right time, you know? And that's why I got out the big book publishing world and stopped doing the autobiography stuff and made up my own character that he can do whatever he want. Like, I grew up reading like Tom Clancy and those guys. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to build a character that is not real, not me, but is what I would envision a spec op guy to be and what he would be like when he's out, the life that he's trying to live. So I started going along. That's why I write what I write now. It's to take me out of it. Now let me just show you. Like, I've been writing since I was a little kid. My mom has one of my original books that I wrote in elementary school based on the haunted house, bro.
No kidding.
Yeah. It was a Goosebumps style book, but I called it Goose Lumps. And me and my friend Andre made it a short book, scary book, supposed to be, but I've always loved telling stories and writing. So that's been something I've guessed before the sniper thing. It was what I've liked doing. And I continued to do. And I'm not the best at it, but I've gotten really good at it. And like the feedback that I get from it, I like the feedback, and I like not being the main focus character. I think it can be not good for your health. It can be dangerous, and you can start to believe whatever thing that you're building up, the character that you've made on yourself, and the praise that you get for being this one guy, it can kind of not be good. And I don't want to be singled out. Like, dude, I was telling you, I don't want to, on my tombstone, I don't want to be the Reaper, you know? I don't want to be that. I'm a writer. I love to write. I love to tell stories. I'm not Tom Clancy or Stephen King. I'm not those guys. I don't want to be those guys. I just want to tell my stories that I spend 6 months planning and about the same amount of time writing, telling those stories of things that, you know, Tom Clancy would write about, or one of those guys. But just from my perspective and how I would do things. Like, I'm into conspiracy theories. And if anybody like reads my books, especially like my latest ones or whatever, they can see I'm more than just a sniper. Like, I'm a nerd, bro. I love conspiracy theories. I'm big into space, aliens, things of that nature. You know, everything is not about war to me anymore. I'm trying to leave that away from me as much as possible because I know where that leads to. So to stay away from it is by writing fictional stories that I would read as a kid. Or
how many books have you written?
Close to 20.
20 books?
Yeah. Close to 20. I have 5 major published. No. Yeah, 5 major published. And I've written, this is going to be embarrassing if people look this crap up, man. But, because it goes back.
They're going to.
I wrote, it's like a picture book about survival. I called it Basic and Intermediate Combat Survival. Lame, bro. I wrote Team Reaper and Team Reaper 1 and Team Reaper 2. I've written 3 other people's books. I have a pseudonym that I go by. I've written books, other people's autobiographies, and I've written on my own fictional books, like 5 more additional books on that end. So in total, close to 20. Maybe I haven't reached 20 yet, but close to 20 books.
So how did you pull yourself out of the downward spiral? Was it writing?
Writing was
found that therapeutic?
Very therapeutic. I never used to talk about this stuff ever. I didn't really care, you know? I just didn't really care. I didn't think I was that big of a deal, you know? I just wanted to tell my side of the story. Other people found out or found it to be a big deal or a cool story, and I didn't advertise it that way. Like, I didn't go the traditional route and pitch my script. I wrote it on my own, self-published it, and sold like 5 copies. And I didn't care, you know? But I got in touch with the Navy SEAL, And he liked the story. He thought it was really neat. And he got me in contact with St. Martin's Press, and it was on from there. But I left that major publishing book company or book role because I felt that it's too controlling. You don't have much say-so in the way things are done. And I want to tell the story the way I want to tell the story. You know, no filler, nothing. From my perspective, the way I want to do it. And that's why I left it alone and started doing my own self-publishing and started my self-publishing book company. And like I said, I've written for other people who've had #1 really good bestseller books. #1 on Amazon, should have had a New York Times bestseller, but because the way that book world works, it's not in physical stores like big books would be, so they don't count it on the Nielsen book scan. Even though I wrote a book for someone and they sold, I'm not going to see how many, but they were #1 on Amazon and outdid Oprah or Michelle Obama's book at the time.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So it's been a lot of my writing the way I want to write, and a lot of, if someone else has an autobiography they want to write, I've helped them and I've sat with them and wrote the entire thing in their voice and stepped away from it. I don't really care for it. I like to write. I like to tell stories, you know? But that was the beginning of the therapeutic, you know, healing session was by writing. And then the birth of my son was when, of course, it really took a big turn as far as, you know, wanting to stick around and just be a dad and not be, my son does not care who I was. He sees me on YouTube and, you know, he asked about the interviews and he was excited about this interview. He's like, I can't wait to watch it. And he likes stuff like that. And he doesn't really care what dad used to do. And we don't talk about it in the household. You know, he might see a few things here and there and ask questions like, oh, were you in the Army? Did you go to war? And what is war? I explain it the best I can. 2 people have a disagreement. 2 countries have a disagreement and they fight over it. Sometimes they kill each other over it. And he's just like, okay. You know, he's more into F1 driving and he wants to be a race car driver. So I'm all about that. If he can be an F1 driver, dude, go be it. Just make sure you take me along to all the cool places you go. I'll be front and center. You know, that's what I want to stick around to see. You know, not following my footsteps. Like he's told me recently, bro, and it hurt. So not hurt, but brought me back down all the way. He said, he's like, Dad, I want to be like you when I grow up. I said, no, you don't. No, you don't. Don't do that. You can walk beside my footsteps, use mine as guide, but don't walk in them. Never, don't walk in my footsteps. You can observe them and see all the ways I went, where I messed up at, where I stumbled, where I fallen, could barely get back up, where I slugged along, but don't walk in them. Walk beside them, observe them, but do your own path. Don't do Dad's path. No, don't do that. So to stick around and help him to be that guide is like, yeah. And dude, I want to see him explore life the way I didn't get a chance to, you know? He's writing a little children's book, or he's writing one. I'm helping him. But I think that's the coolest thing ever, you know, to not put it out for sale, just like, dude, here's your own book. You wrote that. That's your book. Keep it, you know, as a memory or of a, I don't know, not even a trophy, just a piece of something that you can be proud of and know that you accomplished that at whatever stage he is in life right now of like, hey, man, you took your brain, you had an imagination, and you wrote that. Like, be proud of that, man. That's an avenue you can go on and explore. You don't have to have the guns and pack on a parachute and rucksack and do what Dad did. Yeah. You also don't have to write books. I'm a decent driver, but I'm no F1 driver. So, dude, do that. Do whatever you want to be. Whatever you want to be.
That's awesome, man. Let's go. I want to dive into a whole bunch of different topics here, but you know, let's back to the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What along your journey took you to diving into all these different things? You said we at the very beginning of this podcast we had talked about voodoo and It sounds like, I believe you said you had explored that again in a cult.
Freemasonic lodges.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where did you start and what got you there? What were you looking for?
Started as a Christian. Growing up, it's what I believed in. It's what my parents believed in later on, and they became really big Christian, followers, and that's what I grew up on. It wasn't until that last deployment when I lost faith and didn't really believe anymore. I was like, I just didn't believe. I saw a lot of stuff, and I lost one too many friends to, make me question stuff. I was just sad, being rebellious, against the Most High, God. That was my way of, I guess, showing that well, fine, if you don't want to be here for me, then in my time of hurt, then I'm not going to worry about this anymore. I'm going to go and explore other things. So about a year or two, I didn't practice or really give too much thought to anything anymore, but cross my mind from time to time. But I would brush it off like, yeah, right, And then I wanted to get into something or find a higher power, I felt, and I always felt that there's a higher power. I don't believe that anything is a coincidence as to why we're here at the time we're here, the experience that we have. I don't think it's all for absolutely nothing. There's something. There has to be a creator, Nothing or creation has never came from a nothing. There has to be a something for something to be created, whatever that something is. So I believe that. So I found myself dabbling in witchcraft.
What led, was it, I know you dabbled with psychedelics as well.
That was after the fact.
This was after?
Yeah. I got into witchcraft. My older sister, half-sister, she does stuff like that. And that's when I kind of got the, I guess, idea to want to give it a shot and try to see what it was about. So I tried witchcraft for about a year. Bought all the books you could buy, read the knowledge, practiced it, did my seances, all that weird stuff that...
What is it? I don't know anything about witchcraft.
There's light and dark magic. I was not involved with the dark stuff. Mine was more light-focused of not what you see in the movies witchcraft. Your stereotypical bad witchy stuff. I didn't know. Mine was more so of using different powers that are outside of this world to help me become what I thought was going to be a better person and influence certain things in my life. Certain guides I would call upon to help facilitate with certain things to help me become better.
Like what?
The spirit world.
Like, what is this, like manifestation? What is this?
Conjuring.
Spirit world.
Like conjuring. So if I'm chants. If I wanted to, what's one? I was going to say that one. No. Let's say define peace. There's a chant to find peace. There's candles and chants and for me, what I would do, I would open up a pentagram, spiritual pentagram by tracing a pentagram with it would look like a wand, but it's not a wand. It looks like a witch's wand. And opening up pentagrams, chants to open up and facilitate this new enlightenment in my life, to call in spirits from another world to help guide and help facilitate certain things that I wanted accomplished or wanted done in my life. But I think I got out of it because I got scared of it.
Did it work?
It felt weird. I don't know if it necessarily worked. But in the back of my mind, I had Christianity. That's where I grew up. So I'm thinking, what if something I open up, because I haven't practiced this stuff long enough. I've read Aleister Crowley, and I've read Manly P. Hall, and I've read Albert Pike, and all these guys with the occult the Freemasons. I was in a Freemasonic lodge for a short stint, very short stint. And
How was that?
interesting. It was mainly, my dad was a Freemason, so I was introduced to it early on. I would just see him dress up from time to time and go to a lodge. He wouldn't talk about it. I didn't find out till much later what he was and what it entailed, and he didn't stay long either. But as far as I know, he made it to like, I don't know what degree Mason he became. He was nowhere near like the 33rd degree Freemasons or anything like that. Just got out pretty early. I made it as far as you can go as a new guy, if you want to call it that, the 3rd degree, when you get that initially when you first go into the lodge. And it's a bunch of old rituals or reenactments of different things that happen, like storytelling through certain rituals. Like,
What kind of rituals?
I don't know if I really want to say, if there's a story of Haram Habeth in there and the building of the temple, and you mimic like being a lost traveler, and you mimic getting, I don't know if I really want to give away so many of those secrets. I'm not a Freemason. I don't claim to be. I've dabbled in it, and I just know that they hold what they have secret, and I don't want to.
I'm not going to push you then.
Yeah.
But do you have, why are you reluctant to bring that up? Do you have fear about it?
Not fear, just respect.
Okay.
Like, what I believe is to respect everyone's altar. And that comes from the 42 laws of Ma'at. And that's one of the 42 laws. So whatever your rules, whatever you do at your altar, I should respect that. And if your thing is to not give away secrets and what happens in a lodge or some of the things that they talk about are what they know, I should respect it and just not, share that, If people want to find out, I mean, sure, there's pretty good books out there, or just go to a lodge, ask questions. I just don't want to, it's just like, I'm going to call it rituals. It's like, imagine a play, right? Imagine a play and you just reenact stuff that happened and has been happening, and that tradition has been passed down for hundreds and hundreds of years. And they maintain the respect of keeping those traditions alive. And in summary, being a Freemason is about the building of man, how to become a better person. I've heard other theories, and I don't know if they're true, about what you find out when you reach the highest level or anything like that. From my experience, it's just about becoming a better, building Solomon's temple. You're building yourself through different things and understanding of things. And in every Freemasonic lodge, at its centerpiece, there's a Bible. And you don't have to be a Christian, believe in the Bible. You just have to believe in a higher power. But they use the Bible for, I guess, a means of guiding them. And they use what the Bible is, the codes within the Bible.
They have Masonic Bibles, correct?
They do, yeah.
Do you know how those differ? Did you get that deep in?
I know they have some ancient, like, Egyptian stuff in there, Ma'at, Ra, Isis, stuff like, I don't know. I don't really know too much about it. I know it's a Bible, and it's basically the same exact Bible, but just with the Freemasonic,
Interesting.
the energy.
Let's talk about the occult. Is
Yeah.
that how you say it?
Yeah.
What is that?
If you wanted to, I guess, sum it up, it's like, I think a lot of people think of, like, who Aleister Crowley is, or Crowley, the big, some people say he's crazy, but he was in the occult, or not dabbled, but he wrote plenty of books on, and he's messed with Freemasonry, he's messed with all types of the Scottish Rite and all these things, and the occult as well. And I picked up one of his books and found it interesting. And there's a book that's called, not the Secret Teachings of Mankind. I forget the title of his book. The Aleister Crowley book I'm thinking of, 777. I had to send a picture of it, but it's a that's where I started off at with Aleister Crowley and found it interesting and did a lot of reading into what he believed and practiced. Read a few other books about what they believe in, practice about the occult and the higher secret societies of knowledge and learning. I found it intriguing. And do I believe it to be real from what I experienced? Yes. I think that they know how to tap into or use ancient knowledge that we all possess to.
What kind of ancient knowledge?
I would say to reach a higher state of enlightenment.
Are we talking about consciousness?
Very much so. Very much so. And the meaning of what this body is and what it holds and possesses and the powers that it has within it and how we can change reality. Very much so. Very much so. But at a higher level of understanding that your average person wouldn't consider, think about, or simply would not believe, because it is kind of crazy, I think, when I don't know, if you're just diving into it, it doesn't seem real.
Can you give me an example? What is it?
What's that, occult or Aleister Crowley, what he would practice?
Like what is something that I wouldn't believe? Like, if I wanted to get into this, I mean,
things that you would not believe. Let's say if I told you,
like, what is our body capable of that?
Our body is nothing more than a vehicle for a soul. Nothing more. Nothing more. And our body is not who we are. It's not who we are. All we are is a projection from a higher being in a three-dimensional world. And this is the projection that we get. And we're not really here. We operate on a higher plane. The only reason why we're here in this physical body is to experience limitations, things of that nature, because of what we are really capable of doing. Nothing is impossible. So we come down to this place to experience limitations and what it feels like to not be a God or a part of God. But we're all lowercase g gods, which is also stated in the Bible, where Jesus, Yeshua, says, have you not forgotten, or that it is written into your law that ye too are also gods? And yeah, it's a lot of that. We're all lowercase g gods. We just haven't realized it. And that's one of our main purposes in this realm and in this thing called life. I think it's a dream, whether it's our higher consciousness that's dreaming in a different realm, or it's the Most High, the God's consciousness, dreaming. I mean, what point of the Bible did God wake up when he fell asleep on his day of rest in the Bible? He didn't wake up yet, still dreaming. This is all a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. The boat, the stream of life. You can also look at Jesus walking on water, the significance of water, what that is, the calming of the storm, be able to walk on top of the waves and the tribulations and all the things in life, to be able to walk on it is what I think that entails, or what that means. Just like rowing your boat down the stream, this vessel going through life, the stream of life, the steady flow of life that's continuously forever running on, to row it gently, not to get so caught up into things, attached to things, to row it gently down your stream, because life is nothing more than just a dream. And we're living, this is a dream world that we're in. There's a higher consciousness that's dreaming, and that's what we all share as humans, to remind us that every living being dreams, and that's our...
So do you think... See, I don't think that's so hard to believe.
Really?
I mean, I think a lot of people believe that the body is just a vessel.
Mm-hmm. And we're living in a dream, or a dream world?
I don't think that people think that, I mean, I don't know. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I have, a lot of thoughts on a lot of different things, and I'm in my own, spiritual journey as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do. I think that our body is just a vessel,
mm-hmm.
and I think that we are all, I mean, you talk about being connected. Everything is connected.
Everybody.
We're all part of God.
Mm-hmm.
I think God, I think that consciousness is God.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
And it's
I
a
think
feminine.
we're all connected through consciousness.
Uh-huh.
And I think as time goes on, we're all becoming disconnected through what we consider technology.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
the Antichrist, bro.
yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
In very short, simple terms.
Okay. So yeah, we're along the same lines. I believe that. And I believe that there's different aspects of consciousness, like there's a feminine and a masculine, and it's represented sometimes in like the ancient Kemet. The ancient Egyptians used to believe that, how it was represented. You have, it's not a male or a female. It's both entities combined into one, and it's representative. It can be in the sun and the moon, the feminine and the masculine, and it's represented throughout all nature. God is and what it is. And it uses these signs and symbols to remind us that in the heavens. Yeah. I believe that. And I believe that the prince of this world and who controls this world is the evil one, Satan, devil, Lucifer, the fallen. I believe that. And that's why things are the way they are here. Like reading the Bible, when the fallen, a third of the angels were sent down to earth, they didn't go to hell. They were sent down here, the same place we're all sent. This is all one big testing ground to see if we can, as gods, maneuver through something that was designed or set up from what we see by something that is not of this world. Some would consider the devil or Lucifer, the morning star, the light bearer. That one, I think, has used politics, everything that we're involved in that makes life, that takes away from life, the meaning of life. Everything that is designed here to do that was on purpose and designed by one of the fallen or the fallen, and we're here to be tested, like Job in the Bible.
Well, when you say, I would love to get into that too, but when you say we are, when you say our consciousness is sent here to this vessel to experience limitations, why do you think we need to be sent here to experience limitations for a blip in time?
Because
time doesn't exist, but it does in this reality.
Because we would not, in order for a God to be a God, it would have to experience all aspects of experience. So to only have the experience of I can do everything and all things and not the experience of having limitations would not have a complete being, one that has full experience. Like to have only one good experience, then there would also be no purpose in life either. Life would make zero sense. If everything was just perfect, then there'd be no point of coming here. So we have to have challenges and we have to have limitations in order to have a full experience of all that is called reality. Reality cannot be experienced in just one form. We're already doing that, or it's already doing that at its higher state. So to be a full God and an all-powerful God, we have to have limitations, as well as the good, the bad. Everything that's good, there has to be a bad.
Well, to get the full experience just of this world, you would have to live a life of every human being on the planet.
Isn't that what it's doing, though? If we're all from that, everything, everybody, we all have our own experience, and we're all a direct descendant connection. Imagine the sun and those rays of light. Each ray is a soul being shined down onto the earth. And each ray goes along its own path. It does its own thing, has its own experience. So it's living through all of us and our experience to have one full experience, all the good, all the bad, to complete itself. You get what I'm...
Okay.
You know? So it's... Yeah. It has to experience all things, and that's by living all lives, all different paths. No one's life is exactly the same.
So are we individual souls or are we one collective soul?
That's the thing. It's almost like saying, is the Holy Trinity separate or is it all one? Is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit all separate or is it all together? According to biblical scripture, it's all one. They can't be separate. The Trinity is all one. Yeshua, when he walked this earth, he was no different than his father or his father, just in a human form. It left us with the Holy Spirit, and it had the Holy Spirit, all existing all at one time.
So the way that the Holy Trinity has been described to me, maybe you've heard this.
Yeah.
This made a lot of sense to me. Water, vapor, ice. It's all one thing, but it's all different things.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So I look at it that way too. We're all different, but the same thing. That's how we're all connected. We're all from the same source. We're just different down here, but all experiencing things differently. But we're all from the same being. We all share the same soul. Your soul is no different than mine. This outer limit, this outer boundary may be, our life paths may be, your experiences will be different than mine, but the thing that we have, the same thing that you're made of on the inside, I'm made up of. And just like someone else down the street, we all come from that same source. There's only one entity that provides soul and spirit. Only one entity. We get that from one being. And it's just nothing more than a light ray being shined down into a body to occupy that flesh vessel that we are in. But once you take away all that, we're all from the same thing. We're all the same thing, just in a physical limited body. That's what reality is, I think. It's just one big testing ground to see if we have what it takes to move on to the next level, you know? And
what is the next level? What do you think the next level is?
that I'm not too sure of. I would hope it would be what we call as heaven, rejoining the source, going back home or to the Father or to the Son. I would believe the next level is that, to see if we're actually worthy of being the gods that we are, of navigating all these tests here. If we're able to navigate that, then we move on to the next one. If not, I don't know if there is a place you go to hell, or you just have to come back and do it again.
Do you think there's a possibility this is hell?
I've thought about that too. I believe that like I said, that Lucifer rules this place, or he's the prince of this place. He's allowed to roam and do what he wants here. So according by definition, that would make this place hell. You know, maybe we are being punished for something that we all have, which is ego. And ego is the only thing that's what got the devil or Lucifer kicked out of heaven, was by having an ego. And that's the same thing that we all possess here. And it's one of the greatest things we have to overcome on this earth, is overcoming our own ego. Our ego is going to kill us. If you let ego take over, ego is a bad thing, I think. That's why psychedelics, when you have ego death and you feel that, you know, so this place could be like hell, or the same place that the devil was sent to. I don't know.
I was just going to ask you that. I was just going to get to psychedelics when you brought the ego. Have you had, we talked a little bit at breakfast about this, have you had a full-blown ego death?
Yes. Terrifying. Haven't cried so much in my life and felt so scared. I felt like I was dying. Like I said, I had an experience with mushrooms after watching Mike Tyson take a handful. I'm like, it can't be, that crazy. So I took my handful, looked it up on Google, what his 2.5 grams looks like. And a picture popped up and it said, 2.5 grams. So I looked at my pile and was like, well, that must be about it. And it turned out to be way more than that, like 5 grams or whatever, and ate it. And I remember when reality shimmered and went away, and it felt like I was in the presence of God. My wife was sitting next to me, and I told her, bow your head, bow your head. So I'm bowing my head, she's bowing her head. And I'm like, I got a message that came through a light in my house, and it was on a scroll. And the message said, the law. And I'm like, what is the law? Follow the law. Like, what is that? Didn't know what the law turned out to be, like the 10 Commandments, essentially. Follow the law. And I tripped for a few hours, or not even a few hours. I don't know how, time was weird during that whole time. It felt like an eternity at one moment. It felt like I would go away and be amongst the presence of God, just couldn't see him, and messages and information that I had no idea about, like just being force-fed it and having the emotion of me. I felt like I was going to die and being really scared. And at that time, me and my parents were not talking. I had a huge resentment towards them. And something said, call them, call your mom and dad, because I'm dying. I needed to talk to mom. You know, my wife is calming me down. I'm like, well, get ready to call 911. But then I thought if I call 911, it was all one big play. Like when I was tripping, reality went away, and there was a crowd, like of every person I had ever interacted with in life and how I treated them were like standing up, clapping. And then I was judged by them. And how I treated everyone on this earth is how I'm going to be treated and judged in the afterlife. And it said, tread lightly. And it was all one big play. And everybody was a part of the play, whether they knew it or not. Some were tests to see if I would lose my cool and temper and act aggressively. And some were, family members. They were, everybody you can think of that you've come across, passed by, bumped into, got pissed off in traffic, cussed out, wished something bad upon them. Like they were all there, and they were all a part of this big play. And this was my life, and it was all for me because I don't know. And I died after that, but before I did, I called my parents. They're freaking out. They had never heard about psychedelics or psilocybin mushrooms. And like, where'd you get this stuff from? You bought it online? I'm like, no, I can't tell you where I got it from. But it felt like I was dying and sinking into this void hole of blackness where no love existed. And I didn't exist. My family didn't exist. And I was just alone and like naked in front of judgment and void of all love. And what I perceived as God was hell, in complete darkness and void of nothing, and being stripped of everything that I thought I was and made myself to be. And I felt like a vulnerable, I couldn't do anything, like infant, but just void and disconnected from love. And it told me that was hell, and, the disconnect from love, fighting so much to stay away from that, pushing people out of my life, and like I'm building my own hell, and this is what it's going to be like. And I felt myself like I was dying, called my parents, and I forgave them because I got the message that if I hold on to this, it's going to cause me to go into this bad, negative place when we die. We never know where we're going to die or when we're going to die. So it would be best or behoove me to rid myself of all the negativity that I had because I'm building my own hell. And I want to be full of light, love, and as much as possible throughout life, walking in a Christ consciousness. And because you never know when your time is going to go. And then when that time comes, all that grudge that I had towards my family and my parents, God, the Most High, told me, who am I to judge? And I shut up after that. I'm like, who am I to judge? I'm not perfect. they're not perfect, but I'm a non-perfect person judging also a non-perfect person because I don't think they're perfect, but it's coming from tainted non-perfect eyes to begin with. The only one who can judge should have perfect vision or be perfect, and none of us are. So who are we to judge? And we're going to be judged accordingly in the afterlife. So yeah, it's best not to judge because we're going to be treated the exact same way. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that is as above, so below. You know, how we should carry ourselves that way here because it's going to happen there if you believe in the afterlife or not. And sometimes the judgment may come from our own selves. Sometimes we can be the biggest, hardest judgmental people on the planet is our own self. We'll judge ourselves more than anybody else will, and being hard on ourselves. So I think yeah, judgment was a big message. So I forgave my parents, forgave them, told them, who am I to judge? I can't do that. You know, that's your path. It is what it is. But to hold on to that grudge is only doing me bad. You know, a lot of darkness and a lot of resentment. I didn't need to carry that. You know, I didn't need to carry that. I've always looked at the pictures on the hieroglyphs, that little bag they're carrying. Mm-hmm. If you look at those, I've always looked at it as that's the bag of memories that we're going to take in the afterlife. There's not many, so make them count, make them enjoyable, because that's all we're going to take with us is a small bag of memory. So either you want that bag full of good memories or you can have it full of terrible memories. But there won't be many, so make it count, you know? Hope that makes sense.
This is a great segment.
I hope, man.
On that note,
yeah.
Let's take a break. When we come back, I want to talk about, do you believe in what we were doing over there?
It's a good one. Good question. So I saved the answer.
Attention creators. We see you guys ripping our content and putting it all over social media. We've seen it on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. Here's the deal. We absolutely love it. Some of the reels you guys are making are getting over 20 million views. Here's the deal. We wanted to make it even easier on you, so we've created a link. It's down in the description of every single Shawn Ryan Show episode. It has thousands and thousands of raw cut reels for you to download for free, turn it into your own creation, monetize it, put it everywhere you want. All we ask is that you tag the Shawn Ryan Show in the description. Thank you. Let's see what you got.
I never thought that 23 years after 9/11, I would have to come here to the Shawn Ryan Show to tell the world that the Taliban is a terrorist group.
What's your gun? I don't know.
I come from a bombed village in Panjshir, Afghanistan. I came here, this country, a very generous country, accepted me, gave me a home, gave me trust, gave me an education, allowed me to serve, gave me security clearance, gave me everything. Now I am the one reminding them, look, your founding fathers or your patriots? The guy whose statue you want to go and destroy and burn? George Washington, Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, they're your heroes. You call them racist, slave owners. You have forgotten who you are. They have forgotten what this country stands for, how this vision started.
37 NGOs reported that they provided a total of $10.1 million in taxes and fees to the Taliban.
And if you don't know who you are, there's no way you can know who your enemy is.
Al-Qaeda and the Taliban leaders are dangerous.
And once again, I want to reiterate that our struggle shall continue until the Soviets leave Afghanistan and until a government that the Afghans accept comes to power. We do not accept the preferences of others as far as our government is concerned.
So I joined the U.S. Army at the age of 17, and because I was born in Afghanistan, I was in a very unique position. Every general out there wanted an Afghan with him.
Let's talk about how the U.S. is funding Taliban.
Oh, that's a hard statement to say, right? Yes.
It is.
Yes or no, have you seen any evidence of the Taliban demanding payoffs to permit the implementation of aid projects?
Are we hoping that Afghanistan is a bulwark against Iran? What's the national strategic security interest that it costs us billions of dollars to be there? I'm trying to figure it out, because what I feel like is that we got in a fight with a bully. We lost the fight. We got punched in the face. He took our lunch money. And now we just keep on paying the lunch money in hopes that he doesn't beat us up again.
Are you familiar with what Al-Qaeda's goal is, ISIS's goal is?
What is it?
You are an unbeliever, according to them. Where you are, this is a camp of the unbelievers. They want to purify this. You are the end goal. I am the end goal. This is the end goal. And Al-Qaeda's goal, Taliban's goal, they're the same.
It never stops.
This is a flag that the Taliban burned in 2022. We recovered it from Afghanistan.
Oh, man.
This is when the Taliban were celebrating their first year anniversary in Kabul. This is what they were doing and chanting "Death to America."
We no longer have a presence on the ground in Afghanistan. Our involvement in that war on the ground is over.
Then that first World Trade bombing, and then the big 9/11. So it keeps increasing. So that next one, whatever it is, whenever it comes, it's gonna make that 9/11 attack look like a dress rehearsal.
Lots and lots of incidents like what we just saw in Russia. All scattered throughout the United States.
Be careful. When you say U.S., who do you mean? That's one. When U.S. backed the Taliban. It's not you. You are U.S. I'm American. I am U.S. I did not do this. You did not do this. There are certain individuals that did this.
You are essentially a spy.
I wouldn't call it a spy. You're a spy.
I would. All right, we're back from the break. This might be we might go for the record here on the longest podcast ever. I think my longest one is with Cody Alford. And I want to get into, eventually, we were going to get into, was it worth it over there? Were we there for the right reasons? Are Americans not Americans? Is America the bad guy? Because I often wonder, there's just so many things that people don't know about that were going on behind the scenes over there that they need to come to light. I think a lot of people do know, but they don't understand the significance, or they just don't, believe what, sometimes the truth is hard to believe.
Yep.
But we were on this kind of biblical topic, and I want to talk to you about, maybe not spiritual warfare, but there's all these signs that are, look at what the world is right now.
Yeah.
It's a disaster. And it's not, Americans think, oh, it's just this country, with everything, man. I mean, the fentanyl crisis, the woke agenda that's gone way out of bounds. The crime is on the rise. The border's completely wide open. Everything, what's up is down. What's black is white. Nothing makes sense anymore. And that's what brought me to faith finally, is everything that I stand for is being ruined. But when you look at it from a 30,000 foot view, or whatever you want to call it, bird's eye view, this is the whole world now. This isn't just this country. This is everywhere.
Yeah.
And I think it seems biblical to me. And so I just want to get your take on that.
Yeah, I think we're in the last leg, man. I think that Revelation, if you want to call it that, we're in that last leg of before something biblical happens. And it does talk about in Revelations, like you're going to see plenty of signs in the heavens to let you know that the time is drawing near. And I'm into conspiracy theories, and I think I am into conspiracy theories. You'd be surprised at what I dabbled in I go down the rabbit hole. I don't believe the earth is flat. Some compelling arguments, but I don't think it's flat. But I think what's happening now is just a sign of what's to come. The end times, before whatever you believe in happens, either the Savior's going to come back and help us out, or we're going to have to go through some tribulation for some time.
Like pedophilia is running rampant.
Dude, it's not even called that anymore.
Yeah,
now it's the attracted to minor people.
MAPS. Minor attracted persons.
Please, bro.
It's everywhere, man. It's crazy.
The evil one is running out of time. So he's pulling all the tricks out its hat and putting them here to get as many souls as it can before the end. And I believe the signs that you could look at it this way, the signs of the times that we're in biblically, let's say for the solar eclipse coming up. During that time, you have also Jerusalem, the rabbis that are going to sacrifice the red heifer.
What is the red heifer?
The red cow. It's significant in the Bible. It's only happened, I want to say, 7 or 9 times. This may be the 10th, where they've had this red cow, perfect, without blemishes, without never been set on or set or whatever. Some weird, has to be perfect. Only so many black hairs can be on it. Has to be perfectly clean, never exposed to certain things, never tied to a post. Weird tradition not weird, I just don't understand it, but it's in the Bible about the sacrifice of the red heifer, what that signified, and the destroying of the temple before it gets rebuilt, the third temple. And the sacrifice of the red heifer before, I believe they burn its ashes and bathe in it. This rabbi, a pure rabbi who's pure, I'm not sure how deep down they go into what makes them pure, but a rabbi that's pure is going to bathe himself in it. And that's going to signify the destruction of the third temple, which they're also talking about destroying that. The temple on the mound, or I forget what, it's that golden cap temple in Israel that the Jews, or not the Jews, the Israelis and the Muslims believe that they go to worship and pray. The temple. it says in the Bible when that third temple is going to be destroyed and rebuilt, that's going to be like a really good indication of, no, that we're in the end times. Then you have the total solar eclipse where it seems like America's going just weird, and it's like happening for 3 days, over the course of 3 days.
Is the next one coming up on April 8th?
April 8th, yeah.
That's a 3-day?
3-day event. Not 3 days of darkness, but it's a 3-day solar eclipse event. And during its peak of the solar eclipse is where you're going to be. The Devil's Comet should be visible to the naked eye. Had no idea about that until like recently, that there's a Devil's Comet that's going to be occurring the same time that the solar eclipse happens, the total solar eclipse. The red heifer is being sacrificed. And it just, according to Revelation and the Bible, all these signs have already been talked about, written down, and that said that was going to mark or signify the times that we're in, the end of days or the end times, before the Messiah comes back to rescue his people. But before that, that's why I think we have all this weird stuff happening where nothing makes sense. Everything's the opposite. I believe that the mockery of the Most High is to be opposite of it. And that's why we're seeing so much opposite. What you believe is up is now down. Things that we know as humans are not right. Like a male cannot have a baby or a menstrual cycle. But we're taught to believe, or they're saying to believe, no, that can happen. All the things that we know are not right, an abomination to the Most High, we're doing here on earth. So I think that the evil one is pulling all the tricks out its hat as one final last-ditch effort before the Creator destroys it and locks it away forever, and we can go back to living in harmony or peace. However many years you believe it's going to rain, or he's going to reign on earth, and heaven's going to be on earth, and heaven on earth can be interpreted as we can make heaven on earth by what we practice, what we believe, and what happens in here, because where we're at is far from heaven, or what anybody would classify as heaven. But I think it's just the last-ditch effort as it's being backed into a corner, trying to gather as many souls as it can to join the darkness and reap its benefits by eating that soul. Those who don't fall for it, the temptation or the lies, the great deceptions, the deceit, the chosen, and be called to stand up against the evil forces in one final battle, Armageddon, and help destroy that force of evil. I think we're in those times. And I think every great civilization has had these times. From Sodom and Gomorrah to the great flood, to flood out the Nephilim, the giants that walked the earth. I think history just repeats itself.
What are the giants? I've heard this subject brought up on several different occasions. I don't know much about it.
Well, according to the Bible, when the third of the angels were casted out of heaven and sent here, they loved women and they wanted to have babies with women. So they had babies. Those babies came out to be big giants, and they roamed the earth. And that's why they were destroyed. It was not supposed to be that way. So they were destroyed in the Great Flood. According to the Bible, some religions or Indian beliefs is that these giants or things that came down were not angels. They're aliens or star people, mated with the female and had star children, these special children that obtain certain knowledge. And when these things came down, they gave knowledge to mankind. The Bible preaches that too, just as the Indians without the Bible believed, and other religions believed that some beings came down from the heavens and advanced our civilization, taught us technology, taught us makeup, taught us all these things that separated us from the true innate light and where we really come from, to separate us from that. And there's multiple stories from different religions that talk about star people, aliens, angels, fallen angels that come down, mated with women, and produce this offspring, whether they're giants or whatever. But that's like throughout multiple religions. And I believe something happened, why we went from being not as intelligent to all of a sudden having this huge leap in technology. You know, in the past 50 years, it's hard to tell from, you know, what's real or what's not with AI and just video games. You know, things look so real nowadays compared to Atari that I was playing as a kid and Nintendo. That advancement in technology in that period alone, I think is pretty significant. But to have gotten to that point, you know, supposedly we don't know how we made the pyramids. We just lost that knowledge, or was civilization destroyed in some apocalyptic event and we're forced to restart over again, go back to square one, and we keep making the same mistakes of getting ahead of ourselves, whether we're getting ahead of ourselves technologically, or I look at it like the story in the Bible where they were building the Tower of Babel. And the gods looked down and said, because they know everything because they speak the same language. So he destroyed that tower and scattered the people and gave them all languages. And that's why, so we couldn't communicate and be able to accomplish anything. So he scattered us, gave us all different languages. And that's that story biblically. But I think it was not necessarily speaking the same language. It was we were all together, all one. We had the same belief system and we got ahead of ourselves. And the tower was being built to reach God, but not necessarily, I don't believe it was a physical tower. I think this tower was a metaphor for we're almost as a species getting close to God or God-like on earth. And to prevent that, it scattered everyone amongst the winds and made them speak new things or speak new, just not being able to relate with one another. And it separated us that way. We no longer spoke the same language. And I think at that time, the language was love. And it separated us so we could not be all together. And I think that's what happens in civilizations where you reach this peak in everything's accomplishable. You can do anything and it, for some odd reason, gets recycled and restarted, or things just get really bad. And the morals is not what drives mankind. The morals have changed. We don't have any anymore. We've become too caught up in the flesh, too caught up in materialistic things and the things that we can't take when we leave with us, which is our spirit. The only thing we can take with us is our spirit, and we neglect that the most, and we feed the external forces to satisfy physical pleasure as opposed to spiritual pleasure. And that separation, I think, is what is driving the forces the way they're being driven today, is that we've maybe got caught too much in selfishness, materialism, all that, and forgot the thing that mattered the most. And it's like erasing the drawing board and starting back over again. If you were a God, what would you do? If you looked down and you saw your creation going to absolute shit, you'd probably want to destroy. I would want to destroy it too. Like, what's the point? He wanted according to the Bible, destroy it after Adam and Eve, when when they ate the fruit and obtained knowledge. That was the thing that, got them kicked out of the Garden of Eden, or if you believe it to be that. It was too much knowledge too fast, and they were forced out of that garden. And also in, free will and all that, but he wanted to destroy it after that. And we've done nothing but as civilization continuously mess up and go against the natural laws of nature. And morals and being kind to one another. We've become dark, an abomination to what I believe is God.
I'm definitely with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting very hard to tell what's real.
Thank you.
With AI. I don't think we're smarter. I think we are.
There we go, yeah.
I think we are. Take all the technology and all that shit away. I think we're dumber.
Yeah,
I mean, what do they say? We use 10% of our brain.
That's what they say. I don't know what that really
I mean, if you think about, I had this conversation with another guest, Joe McMonagle, which we were talking about earlier at breakfast, but and I can't remember if I had this conversation with him on or off camera, but we were talking about our brain, and he had brought up language, and he was basically saying, this stemmed from remote viewing, and he said, I believe that, I don't want to quote him, but if I remember correctly, the conversation was that we all have the capability to do remote viewing. And we all had a lot more instinct, and we were able to communicate a lot more efficiently. In that language, when language was developed, it actually hindered communication. And if you think about that, it does make sense, because we do still read each other's body language, which is technically maybe all you need is to read body language. And at the beginning, it was probably grunting and noises, and it was just immediate communication.
Yeah.
Not so in depth like what we're having now, but it was immediate, effective communication. And then language was developed, and that basically slowed communication down, and it's kind of been a downward trend since then, where we've lost a lot of instinct. We've lost supposed capabilities, like I would just call it tapping into intuition. I think that humanity has lost a lot of intuition.
And the barrier which caused that is what? Not only language, but would you say technology as well?
Yeah, and then that's what it's all spiraled into, right? Technology. Now, I mean, I heard a podcast the other day that said that in 10 years, scientists are predicting that because of how much screen time you're getting on your phone, that they're predicting that we're going to start losing peripheral vision.
You're kidding.
I mean, who knows, right?
Wow.
It's a prediction. It's, you know what I mean? But people think I'm crazy. They'll go, oh, well, what did the science say about, flu season?
Yeah.
And yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? But I mean, of course, people are going to push back on whatever you say, but part of me is like, man, I could totally see that happening. And I could totally see humanity. There's a saying: you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of screen time on my phone, not near as much as what I see kids and other people doing, because I make it a point to put it away. I'm not going to say I'm not addicted to it, because I am.
Same,
I'd be lying. If I
at least you're open about it, man. There's a lot of people who say, no, I only do 2 minutes.
I'm not in denial about it.
Yeah.
And I talk all the time with my wife about going back to the flip phone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you have banking and everything is done on the phone, but maybe if, I leave my phone a lot of times when we're doing a family event. If we leave the house and I want to be in the moment, that phone stays
smart, man.
Home.
Yep.
But I long story short, I think we're dumbed down and dumbed down, and I don't know. I feel like this is some master plan. Even with the pharmaceutical and going way back, the energy, how we could have gone with Nikola Tesla's model, or we could have gone with, fossil fuel model. We took that route because now everybody's stuck on utilities. It's a money grab. The pharmaceuticals. Do you know who Chris Beck is by chance?
Yeah.
Brilliant guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant mind. And had an offline conversation with him about the pharmaceutical industry and how the Rockefeller family that pumped $800 million back in the early 1900s Think about what $800 million is today.
Yeah, billions.
With inflation
Yeah.
and, over 100 years
Yeah.
of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
Now take $800 million back in the 1900s.
Mm-hmm. Billions.
What is that even equivalent to now?
You could do whatever you want.
Exactly.
With that much money,
I mean, I would say it's probably beyond the trillionaire level.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they pumped that much money into pharmaceuticals to get away from natural Eastern medicine that works.
Yeah.
Psychedelics, perfect example. It works.
Yeah.
And you look at all the drugs that we're on. Look at all the side effects.
It's the separation,
May cause suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
May cause suicidal thoughts. May cause, and it's the food. Everything. You know what I mean? Is I think we're definitely not what we were supposed to be.
That's what I mean. It's not we've gotten smarter. Technology has become the block between us and our natural state, or the state we were supposed to be in or evolve into naturally. I think technology has interfered with that and put us on where we thought we were going to go is the exact opposite of where we were thinking we were going to go. Like the internet, for example, was supposed to bring everyone together, all interconnected. But I don't know, I think it's done the exact opposite. At some points I guess I can say that being able to talk to, it's how I met my wife, was on MySpace. But social media today and these dating site things, and more people are in that new VR headset thing that you can live in like the metaverse, Cool technology, but we are separating ourselves more and more each day by being on the phone and not interacting the way we used to. And like my neighborhood, it's rare. I tell my kid to go outside, go outside and play, go make friends or whatever. But the amount of kids that come outside is so much different from when I was growing up. You don't really see that anymore, at least where I live. And I think technology has been like an interference, I think, keeping us more apart, more separate from each other and what I believe to be God, whether that's nature or whatever. But I think it's definitely an interference that it's put on humanity. And maybe that's the thing too. Maybe we've gotten to a point where technology has become too much, and maybe that's the reason why civilizations fall. You get to an advanced technological level, but you've lost all connection of who you are and what you are, that it gets destroyed. Like you don't use it, you lose it. And if you're not using who you are as a human being, then why wouldn't you lose that too? Your right to be a human.
Yeah.
The
lies that we've been fed, and so many things that were labeled conspiracy that turned out not to be conspiracy. I mean, it's now to the point where I already question everything. I think we've all been manipulated a lot more than any of us can even fathom.
Oh, big time.
And part of me looks forward to death so that it's all revealed. Does that make any sense? I don't trust anything anymore. I think we are already at the point where you cannot believe anything that you see unless it's right in front of you and you can touch it.
Yeah.
I think
How would you feel if it was all revealed while you were alive, though? Do you think you could
process
it all and understand that?
No.
Me neither. And I think
there's so much deceit in this world that I don't think that any human could process how much of it is false. I mean,
yeah. I think in this lifetime we're going to see it, though. A lot of it be revealed. I think the veil is already lifting. And that's why I think we are thinking and talking the way that we are talking now, and I think a lot of people are starting to see stuff is not right. I don't know which degree, but I would hope so, that people are starting to see that we've been fed a bunch of BS and lies that
just on this show. You know, I had do you know who Jim Caviezel is?
Yeah.
I had a really very interesting discussion with Jim Caviezel on some of the stuff that's going on in Hollywood. And that episode just disappeared.
Really?
I woke up one day and it was gone.
YouTube removed it, or?
Yeah, they removed it. Let's fast forward about 6 months. Yes, last night before this interview, P. Diddy, his house in Miami and his house in Los Angeles got raided for a big
sex
trafficking operation.
Yeah.
That was labeled a conspiracy 6 months ago.
Yep. Truth,
you know, and it's just and more and more and more of these people are getting the light shined on.
Yeah, that's it.
And
where's the light come from?
Yep.
And who's the source of the light? The source of all light. That's what I think is happening.
We could go on about flu season. We could go. I mean, there's so many things that are just coming out that and that's. I don't think we're even scratching the surface.
No.
I think there's going to be things in space. I think there's going to be things here on Earth.
Yep.
I think there's going to be history that's revealed.
Yeah.
I think a lot of more than we could even fathom is going to be revealed. That is, I think, just about everything we think we know on this planet is a lie.
Dude, that's scary.
It scares the shit out of me.
If that's true, which I believe it, but then I think to save my sanity, I try not to entertain the idea that what if everything that we've been told is a lie? Then what does that put us? Like where do we go from there?
Let's go into the wars.
Yeah. Yeah.
You and I both fought in
GWAT.
In the GWAT, in the global war on terrorism. Do you think that was a lie?
100%.
So do I.
100%.
I think the entire thing was a lie.
Me too.
I mean, let's look, and for those that are going to go, oh, you're crazy. Okay, let's look at Dick Cheney. CEO of Halliburton. We start a war in Iraq. Halliburton is a massive logistics company.
Yeah.
And you were in Iraq,
yes,
and I was in Iraq, and everything there was KBR, which is a subsidiary of Halliburton. The mail was delivered by KBR. The chow was cooked by KBR. The people that built the chow hall was built by KBR or Halliburton. Fuel, Halliburton. Everything there, the entire infrastructure was set up by Halliburton and KBR.
One guy in charge of that.
Who happened to be the vice president at the time.
Makes you wonder. And if anyone questions that, I mean, I don't believe in coincidences.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right fucking in front of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Some people won't even bat an eye at it.
They won't.
They won't bat an eye. I could dive deeper into the conspiracy thing, but I don't know how deep. I'll just say Building 7 is weird, you know?
Yeah.
And I would hate to believe that we're so money hungry that we would do something to that nature to just get us into a conflict and waste innocent lives.
Look at Ukraine.
Money. Yeah.
I mean, Woodrow Wilson, was it Woodrow Wilson, the president? He had warned us right after World War II about the military-industrial complex and how it will likely spin out of control.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Now then we just talked about the GWAT, and that was just Iraq. Now we're talking about, look at Ukraine. It's not, we're sending them military supplies so that the military-industrial complex companies can make more, and they pay off the politicians to vote on this shit.
Thank you.
So that they can make more.
Yep.
And it's all, I hate saying it's by design because it's so cliche, but it's all a money thing, man. It's a money thing to the politicians. It's a money thing to the to the military-industrial complex companies, money gain thing to the president, money thing to the vice president. It's all a
club.
greed machine.
A club, and we're not in it, man.
Yep.
We are not in it. Being at that level, at this level, no. And I think that to get to that level, like, you sell your soul out a long time ago. To even, if the truth came out and it was that, let's say it is all about money, which I believe it's all about money, then that means that the powers that be are willing to sacrifice 18, 19, 21-year-old, or anybody for that matter, for the benefit of the pocket, which is just the sacrifice, the offering that you do to gain more money. Who are we controlled by? Then that means that we're evil, bro. Our they're all corrupt and evil. And if that is true, then why do we continue to participate in their game? If it's a corrupt system, if it's evil, that's why I don't believe in voting. I don't believe in it because I think that if it's as corrupt as I think it is, and back at the last election, there's a belief that something was going on with that election. Then at what point does your vote really matter? And are you the one really voting? Or is it nothing more than a way to keep track of you and a documentation? I don't know. But I know that if our vote truly mattered, then there would not be lobbyists and people behind the scenes and big corporations and big banks that pay off these politicians to make votes in the dead of night that we don't get a chance to see until the next morning and it's already a done deal. At what point do we really, the average person who votes, where do we fit in and where do we matter? If they're able to manipulate an election, not just here, in any country. So we do that. It's no secret, but at what point do we really matter?
We don't matter.
We don't.
Look at the FDA.
Mm-hmm. You can be paid off.
You know what the life expectancy is in this country now?
76.
Bingo.
Yeah.
76 years old.
Yeah.
Look at all the shit that gets approved with our drugs, our food, our clothes, our shampoo, our deodorant, our toothpaste.
Mm-hmm.
And psychedelics alone.
Mm-hmm.
I did my psychedelic journey over 2 years ago. We talked about this. Haven't had a drop of booze since.
There you go.
Not
Same.
one drop.
Huh.
And it wasn't, I didn't even go down to do that. I didn't make it a point to do it, and it's curing addiction.
Mm-hmm.
It's curing anxiety.
Yeah.
It's now they're working on it with Alzheimer's. It's curing TBI.
Huh.
I had a guy, one of my best friends, go down there. He was shot in the head in a road rage accident and survived probably the worst car bomb incident I've ever seen somebody actually walk out on. Guy couldn't walk without a cane, couldn't go outside without sunglasses on, even on a cloudy day because his vertigo was so bad.
Wow.
Spent 3 to 4 days a week bedridden. I've been trying to talk him into going down there. He finally goes. He does an Ibogaine treatment, leaves his fucking cane there, doesn't need his sunglasses anymore.
So sick. Wow.
Has no more vertigo. But
it's too easy.
It's getting people off benzos. It's getting people off opiates. It's getting people off alcohol. So there goes the entire benzo,
opioid,
Valium, Xanax, lorazepam. There's a whole family of them. That knocks. Everybody's on that shit.
I lost a friend too. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Xanax, yeah.
Oxycontin, hydrocodone, all that stuff cures it, man.
Yep.
Cures it. How is this shit not legal? We have an opiate crisis and a benzo crisis.
That's the reason.
In the country today, and this shit is illegal. Like, when the fuck are these people going to wake up?
So is science
They
real?
still fucking think that the government, I'm spitting down.
No, you're good. You're good. No, dude.
But you know what I mean? When are people, they're not going to fucking wake up.
No.
And they still think that the fucking government has our best interest. And we're going over war that was started for bullshit that we both fought in.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're talking about the fucking FDA. We're talking about pharmaceuticals. We're talking about everything. Everywhere you look is deception.
And And it's all powered and ruled by one thing, money, man. Greed and money. Greed and money. We don't matter, bro. And I think that's the part that I get pissed off is that not enough people are waking up. And when we do wake up, what now? What now?
Well, people don't know how to get organized.
That's the thing. Yep.
We were talking about that
Yeah.
earlier. So this is where we need a Faraday box.
Yeah. Yep.
But
I don't want to encourage anyone to read the deck. No, never mind. But yeah, we're not organized. We're not. I think to get organized, one, we have to be able to process as a whole, to process and understand what's going on, what's happened. And there has to be, I guess, a leader.
The only way you get organized is when everybody comes to one commonality and common core values and beliefs. And that
Will that happen?
That's where the division happens. You know, that's why race, let's divide them on race, let's divide them on gender, let's divide them on politics, let's divide them on, every you can't even pick a subject now where people are not divided. So it's you know, in order to get organized, it's damn near impossible.
Yep, we forgot they were all human. The hue of man. You know, we're all spirit beings.
It's sad.
Rather than black, white, all that. I 100% agree, but I think that maybe we're at a point of no return, you know? I think that too. And I hope in my lifetime I get a chance to see change, but the road we're heading, man, I don't know if I will. I pray my son does, though. I pray he does, you know? I really do, because I couldn't imagine what's going to happen in 20 more years from now of heading down this road. Where do we end up?
I mean, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
I think
the nightmare.
Step one is people are putting way too much faith in humans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's putting all their faith into Joe Biden, or putting all their faith into Donald Trump, or Elon Musk is going to fix the freedom of speech thing. It's like, dude, and I'm not talking shit about it.
No,
any particular one of them.
Yeah.
There's ones that I hate and there's ones that I don't. But that's because I just look. My beliefs are in my own core values. It's my values, my beliefs, what I stand for. And I think where America's gone wrong in the world is they don't even know what they believe in anymore. They don't know what their own values are. And they're it's, well, what's Nick say? I'm going to believe whatever Nick says.
And I could be wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Or you could wake up one day because somebody pissed you off and flip the switch and go the complete opposite direction, you know?
Yeah.
And the people today are going to follow you in whatever direction you decide. It's your beliefs and your values that you need to be standing up for, not anybody else's, you know?
That's the
different
togetherness,
perspectives are fine, but now people are just being led around by the fucking nose. They don't even
Everybody's
realize.
an influencer. Everybody's a social media. I cannot stand that word, dude. Influencer. What am I influencing? Or what are you influencing?
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, there's a few out there, but you're average just because our Instagram models. Like, what are you contributing to society? I don't know. That's where we're at, man. That's where we're at. We've become, we've lost our own morals, man, and our own beliefs. No matter what it is you believe in, we follow whatever's trending. Yeah, we're trending people. We follow what's trending.
You know, I do want to say I want to wrap this up.
Yeah.
But you know, I watched a clip of you, and it was somebody that asked you, was it worth it over there? Do you think we made a difference?
No, I don't. For every number one guy that was killed, there's another number one guy today. No matter how many of them we killed, there's always, and I think we've done, dude, I don't care. I think we destroyed generations, and all we did was just piss people off more. Like, if I killed your dad, that son's gonna grow up with just as much hate, if not more hate towards me than his dad did. And we're gonna keep that cycle going for what? You know? And I've questioned who we were really killing overseas. Like, I don't know if these guys were just farmers protecting their land. I don't know. No, yeah. We never went to Saudi Arabia after 9/11. You know, we didn't go there. They controlled too much oil, regardless if most of the hijackers were from Saudi. We didn't touch them. We flew the bin Laden family out in the beginning after 9/11 happened. We put them on planes and flew them to safety. We flew Saudis out to safety, but we went to Afghanistan and Iraq. And from my experience in Afghanistan, I just don't, some dudes in caves did all that. They were not that great when I fought them. They were good, but not pulling off one of the greatest heist of all times of our terrorist attacks, of flying, I don't know.
I think those people, enemy or not,
Yeah.
friend or foe, I think some of those people are the most
Resilient.
resilient. It's not where I was going, but they stand by what they believe in, and they are willing to die for what they believe in. And I think that's something that Westerners could
Big time.
could learn from. I do want to leave you with this though, because I think we should have been over there? No. Do I think there's a lot of? I don't think. I know there's a lot of fucking corruption.
Yeah.
But I do think that we made an impact. And it may not be the impact that we hope to make, but, you know, I will say, especially in Afghanistan, you know, the Taliban is a very controlling, oppressing outfit. And since we were over there, yes, there was a lot of death and destruction. I do think we killed a lot of innocent farmers and people that were just protecting what they have.
Yeah.
But women were able to go to universities. A lot of freedoms. They got a taste, a small taste of what freedom tastes like. And I think that brought a lot of them hope. And they want that. And there's a resistance over there. And they're still fighting to do that. One of the resistance fighters is actually coming on this Thursday.
Nice.
Yeah, he's flying in.
Keep that guy safe, man.
What's that?
I hope keep that guy safe.
His face won't be on camera. But he's going to talk about what's happening over there. And I've talked to him several times, and he is very happy that we went over there. He's obviously not happy how we pulled out, but, you know, we, in a weird roundabout way, you know, we showed those people what life could look like, you know, if they aren't so oppressed.
I never thought of that.
By outfits like the Taliban. And so we did some good.
Well, I'll take that piece with me, man. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, now we have to worry about our own government overstepping boundaries and taking away some of our freedoms and liberties and our pursuit of happiness as well. Now we're at that crossroad.
Yeah.
Maybe we've been fighting the wrong, I don't know. Forgot to look here.
Yep.
I hope not.
I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
But, well, Nick, man, that was a hell of an interview, brother.
Loved it, man. Loved it.
And it's one of my favorite ones. It's,
I really appreciate it, man. For real.
Great life story. I'm glad to see how well you're doing now. And I truly mean this, man. It was an honor to have you here. And I hope to see you again.
Oh, anytime, man. Hey, dude, before I go, it's great to see you where you're at today. And the light that you shine on others who may have not had that opportunity, dude, keep doing your thing, bro. It's great to see. Great to see. Yeah.
I will.
Definitely.
Much love, brother.
You too.
Thank you.
Much love.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.